This is a year's worth of videos of me yapping over Minecraft gameplay. Enjoy. So, about a decade ago, I was about 12 years old, and my favorite activity was pretty simple at the time. It was come home from school, my little 150 kid school where I didn't have many friends, and, watch YouTube videos. And, I could watch YouTube videos for hours and hours and hours. And it didn't really matter because there was so much content and so much good content at the time that I enjoyed watching. And it was nothing like today. You didn't need all these crazy effects and all this, stupid amounts of money to make the videos or produce them or whatever you want to call it. It was just simple, some kid in his bedroom playing Minecraft or some kid in his backyard doing a trick shot. Okay then. There's just a wolf that's trying to kill a sheep, and the sheep is done for. Alright. It was simple. There wasn't really much going on. It was few huge YouTubers. Having 1 million subscribers at the time was not something that was even feasible for most people. I mean, considering if I were to inflate the number of 1 million subscribers back then, it's like the equivalent of like having 10 to 20 million right now, in my personal opinion. But in any case, I used to watch quite a few YouTubers, but my favorite all-time YouTuber at the time was someone called Sky Does Minecraft. Now, a lot of you might recognize the name. A lot of you might not even have any clue who that is. But he resurfaced pretty recently as well. It was actually within the past 5 years as Net Nobody. Did a bunch of diss tracks with KSI, a bunch of distasteful things. It's good content, but it was sad to witness, to say the least. But in any case, Sky Does Minecraft at the time was the name of YouTube. He was, the name of the Minecraft community. Him alongside Team Crafted, a bunch of names like Jerome ASF and Husky Mudkips and Truemu, a bunch of others. And that was my childhood. That group of people right there was my childhood. They made simple videos that were barely edited, great ideas, and that's all you really needed back then. A good idea and just pump it out, man. That was it. People would post daily for that reason, because they could just get on their computer every day, record some cool video idea with their friends, and that was it. And millions of people would watch that stuff. And now it feels very different. Now when I go on YouTube, I no longer can watch for hours upon hours a day. I can't sit there for 5 hours and just watch, X amount of videos. And this is not because I don't have the time per se, but more because I don't find things on YouTube that entertaining. And a lot of people might just pull out the good old, you're not a kid anymore, you're an adult, which is true. I'm an adult. I'm 22 years old now. And yeah, I'm not a kid anymore, but it doesn't have to feel like it did. Obviously, it's never going to feel the same, me being a kid and watching YouTube videos after school. That's not what I'm after. I'm just after the good ideas and the good content in a less saturated way. Everything right now just feels so over-edited and unoriginal. And the crazy part about that is that I'm technically adding to the fire because I work as a video editor for a different YouTube channel. And I'm not going to disclose the channel, but it's pretty big. It's almost at 1 million subscribers. And I'm proud of helping that channel grow, but I can't help but think that I'm adding to this problem. What I will say about this particular channel that I'm working for is that the people behind it they're trying their best to not add to the problem. Like, they're doing content that I think, even though it's not my cup of tea, is definitely a step in the right direction. However, it still feels that way. And if any of you are watching this, people responsible for that channel are watching this, just know this is not how I don't feel the same about your channel as I feel about the rest of YouTube right now, if that makes sense. But anyway, it was simple, it was easy, and you could just make it, and everybody loved it because it was a way to escape. Right now, I come to YouTube and I don't really see escape anymore. I see a bunch of, in most cases, production companies making huge-ass videos that are just not really able to compete. Like the old generation of YouTube couldn't really compete with what's out there right now. And I think that's kind of sad. And it's very evident with the recent documentary that this guy made on Boogie 2988. And for those of you who don't know Boogie, he's another sad case of that era who had a very terrible downfall for many, many reasons. But one of the reasons that his content couldn't survive is because of the fact that he'd never evolved into what the YouTube of then needed to. It needed to evolve into what it became today. I don't know why I'm making stone pickaxes already, but okay, there we go. Sword is what I need. Thank you. So, I don't know. I just miss it, man. So that's why this video exists. This channel rather exists. I'm going to try and bring back that old YouTube feel. You can probably already tell I'm playing an old version of Minecraft. I'm playing 1.7.4. There's no book to show me how to do it. Just pure Googling and crafting recipes I remember. So, if you would like to stick around and, join this nostalgia trip or possibly this new era of YouTube, I've been bringing back the old, right? Stick around. We're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna just be talking about some things that are, pressing. I'm not going to give you a schedule. Not going to give you anything more, but I will give you some content from time to time. And these days, I think this is what YouTube needs. A bit of a break from the noise of the YouTube monotony that is today. For right now, I think I'm just gonna make some. Gonna go to a furnace, make some food, and I don't know. I think that might be the end for today. But let's move on to something else. In a few days, it's going to be Christmas. Everybody knows Christmas as the happiest time of the year. Everyone is all jolly, Christmas trees, kids go crazy about presents. And of course, I'm here to be a negative Nancy and say it doesn't feel the same to me anymore. And this is a genuine statement, right? I felt this way for a few years now. I remember being a kid, getting all the gifts, being all excited, having family around, just opening those gifts and being off of school. It all just felt nice. It was a nice little break. It was a nice little change in the monotony that is life most of the time. But fast forward to now, and I think Christmas feels a little different. Now, I'm sure for anyone that's experienced Christmas over the past 20 years and has not been a kid during that, I'm sure you might feel a bit the same. But I don't know. Christmas just feels wrong. It doesn't feel like I want it to exist half the time. First of all, gifts don't really mean that much to me anymore. It's more of the family aspect. And, gifts are cool and all, but I hate when people buy me gifts. I feel like it's it's something that you just have to do for Christmas because it's Christmas. You have to buy somebody a gift. And I don't really subscribe to that anymore. As much as I do it, of course, I'm not going to not buy my mother or my girlfriend or my friends a gift. But it just feels forced, And then part two of that is it's so commercialized, which it has to be, of course, with the whole gift-giving thing. But I didn't realize how commercialized it was until I actually started developing a brain and taste and what I like and what I don't like. It's all just a big marketing scheme. And that's okay, It can be that. It's not a horrible thing for people to like giving each other gifts and having this, not non-real reason to be jolly. But I don't know, man. I mean, this might also have to do with the fact that my parents are divorced, right? My family is not exactly the same in Christmas, and most of my family isn't even on this side of the hemisphere. In fact, most of my family is far, far away. But, so here I am, kind of just going through the motions of Christmas. And I always used to think, Christmas was going to be fun after I get a girlfriend and, start doing all the Christmassy stuff. And that was fun the first time around. But right now, once again, it feels empty. It feels like wrong. I don't know how to explain it, guys. I really don't. I don't know if you can leave in the comments below if you have the same experience as me, but this is just kind of how I feel. And if you ask me what I would do differently, I genuinely couldn't give you an answer to that. I genuinely could not, because it just... I don't know how you fix something that was supposed to be one way and completely turned into something else. There are no animals here. I'm going to die of starvation very soon. And the annoying part about this is that the people around me do love Christmas. My mother loves Christmas. My girlfriend loves Christmas. Maybe not so much my father. He doesn't really care. But in general, my family was a Christmas family to an extent. And it sucks because I want to be able to share that happiness with them. But I just don't feel that during Christmas anymore. I just feel this imposter... It feels like it's just not a real thing. And I wish it didn't feel like that. I kind of thought I was going to have a lot more to say on this matter, but I guess that's really it. I don't know. It's not magic to me anymore. Even when I knew Santa was not a real thing, I'm so boned, bro. This is like the worst biome to do anything in. Well, I'm probably going to restart the world again because I don't want to be in a snow biome that I can't find food in or feed myself or do anything. So anyway, next topic. I want you all to do yourselves a favor. Whether you're watching this in 2024, 25, 26, 48, it doesn't matter. Don't make resolutions for the new year. Just make resolutions for your life. I've made New Year's resolutions, I guess, every year, like everybody else, right? And the one that's been consistent throughout the years is take YouTube seriously. Take this opportunity for a career seriously. And what do you guys think I've done? What do you guys think I've done for the past 7 years of my life? 7 years I've wanted to be a YouTuber probably, right? Probably 8 now. I was 15, I'm now 22. I think that math is right. Anyway, how many videos do you think I posted? 120, I'm going to assume, to 200 videos I posted, most of which could have been better. They could have all been better. They could have all been more consistent. They could have all been... I don't even know. And hopefully I'm not just in another phase. Hopefully this isn't yet another of my stupid fucking YouTube ideological dreams that I never complete. Because I'm kind of tired of it, man. The new year is not good enough of an event for you to do stuff. You have to pick a random day in the year. You have to just pick it. It doesn't matter if it's way before the new year. It doesn't matter if it's 2 months after. It just has to not be associated with this human construct that we created that for some reason has become the overall reasoning for us to do things. Like, why do we need a reason? Why do we need a specific day to start? Newsflash, the new year isn't going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be the ideal situation that you're looking for. It's always going to be something problematic with it. And every year I fall into that same trap. I always say that the next year is going to be great. Or, not in recent years, rather. I used to always say that. And then I figured out the truth. Truth is, people who are motivated aren't only motivated for the first 3 days of the year. Why do you think gyms don't let people have memberships in January? Because everybody signs up and then leaves. And it makes it impossible for the people who actually go to the gym to actually get anything done. Same with the rest of us. The amount of noise around the New Year's resolution, that's why everybody rests on the New Year, like a little bit. That's why everybody kind of slows down, because everybody else is going to speed up. Everybody else that was supposed to be something is going to speed up right as the new year starts, and then they're going to fade out by February, which is when everybody else starts up again. That's what I've noticed. It's real. It's true. It's what happens in college. I went to 4 years of college, graduated, did my thing. And guess what? Every one of my friends who said this semester was going to be it faded in the middle of January. Faded! Gone! Completely gone. I think this is where I'm going to build my house. Sorry, I'm trying to provide content while also not... Oh, I think this is definitely where I'm building my house. I think I'm going to do a little mountain spiral house. Anyway, so that's my piece for today. Just do it for you. Don't do it because it's a new year. Don't do it because your friend asks you what New Year's resolutions you have. Just do it. Am I being chased by a fucking... You know, I didn't really need that right now. I'm trying to be a motivational speaker, and we got Mr. Ender Boy over here being a little bitch boy. I should probably build like a... Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. All right. gonna be on my dream shit. Fuck you, little ender bitch. I just may survive this. I just may survive this. I know. Oh, the sheep. All right. Whew. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Back to New Year's resolutions, right? Basically, here's my resolution for this year. I'm not making any New Year's resolutions. I'm done with that. There's no point. I'm going to fail the moment I call it a New Year's resolution. If I had shears, do I have iron? I don't think I have iron anywhere. There's only 2? You gotta be kidding me, dude. It's gonna be half Let's Play, half New Year's. Oh, you bitch, it's a different color? Of course it's a black sheep that fucking is gonna screw me over right now, right? There has to be another white one. Great. Okay. Alright, Arrow Boy, we get it, You don't like me. Oh, there's another. Yeah, come here, you. Die! Okay, thank you. Goodbye now. Going back into my hole. Huh? And, huh? And... Bing, bong. Where's the crafting table? Oh, do I not have one? Oh, you're a bitch. Wait, I can make one. Oh, I'm an idiot. I have so much birchwood. Whatever. Alright. Okay, we're back. Can I not? Alright, to finish off, sometimes what I just did is what the new year is, right? It's just a lot of running around, trying to get stuff, and you end up right where you started, a little shack with a bed, and you didn't really accomplish what you wanted to. You're still surviving for next year, but you're not quite happy. This is what the new year is all about. This is what happens every year. So, make it your goal this year, next year, and for the rest of the years to not end up like me in this shack. So let's talk about something else. So with the exception of New Year's and some other family outings, I am chronically online, which basically means that I never leave my computer, my phone, or anything else that has a screen that is connected to the internet for that matter. In fact, I think I've seen Discord's UI more than I've seen my mother this year, which is kind of concerning. But in any case, I kind of always been this way. And the reason for that is because as a kid, I used to always... I lived far away from the town square where all the kids would go out and play. 40 minutes by foot to be exact. Cars weren't an option if you're below the age of 18. So it was either that or a bike. And my ass was just not biking. It was not worth it. So I took to the next best thing, which was online companionship on Skype with a bunch of Minecraft friends. And we would play Minecraft, and that would be my childhood. Or we would play whatever game we decided to play those days. League of Legends, Minecraft, Fistful of Frags, you name it. Anything that was a cheap, shitty game that we could get our hands on. And it was fun because that's all we knew. But fast forward to now, where I've experienced other places, countries, people, I want more out of my life. And it doesn't help that my current occupation is a remote video editing job for a YouTube channel, full time. So 8 to 9 hours a day, I'm pretty much staring at this same screen that I'm playing Minecraft with right now, and I'm editing, which is a pretty lonely job for the most part, and other than when you get comments and revisions, which isn't really the most fun part of the job anyway. So, yeah, I sit here for 8 to 9 hours a day working, and then when I'm done with work, I, guess what, sit on my computer and proceed to either play games, watch YouTube, or I don't know, do whatever else I do on the computer. So the cycle continues. I'm still chronically online, still doing the same thing I was doing, but with the added bonus that it's now for pleasure. Let me tell you something. The whole working from home thing, it's a sham. It's not all it's cracked up to be. Because all you do is sit in a room all day, you type away, and then you log off, and then you go sit on your couch and watch Netflix or do whatever. Unless you're like an extremely active person outside of your life, which most people aren't, and you can lie as much as you want. You know you aren't. And that's okay, because I do the same thing. I also am the chronic liar when it comes to, oh yeah, I touch grass, I go outside. No, I don't. I want to. I desperately want to. But when touching grass is an activity that you basically do alone, it's, you don't want to do it as much. I have like no IRL friends that are near me, so I either have to drive like an hour and 30 minutes in any way, in any capacity, or I have to take a plane to the other set of, IRL friends that I have, which is even less conducive than the first one. So you can see how the level of convenience is the issue for me here. And it would be for most people. You can't lie about that. What did I fucking do here? Oh, I see what I did here. So yeah, if you can get away with it, try and work not online. Because even if you work online in an office and most of what you do is paperwork and dumb bullshit like that, it doesn't matter. You're still in an office. There's still some sort of social aspect to it. Now, this is not the same for everybody. A lot of people like being alone a lot. And you might say, I'm the same way. Well, guess what? If you haven't experienced being alone as much, you definitely don't like it as much as you think you do. Because I was the kid that was always basically by himself in the house until my parents got home or out of school. But I didn't realize that school had the social aspect. I didn't realize that school's most important actual aspect was the social aspect. You don't need to go to school for the education could be had in homeschool. That's why nobody gets homeschooled, because homeschooling sucks. You have to be there alone, and your mother is your teacher, and it's like you never get a break. And just like me now, I never get a break. I'm always here. I'm always here unless I plan out an activity, because there's no just, let's go hang out, because there's no one to hang out with. And this is not for you to pity me. This is more for you guys to just understand. You shouldn't do what I'm doing. This should have been my New Year's resolution. Now, as much as I made a video on, I think New Year's resolutions are bullshit, this should have been mine. Dude, I need to make a shovel, don't I? Alright. New crafting table time. You know what? Fuck it. That should be... That's my only genuine thing for this year. Because ever since I finished college, which was pretty recently, I've been like this. And it's been a while since I've been like this otherwise. So, this year my new goal is to just get out more, dude. By the way, if you think my building sucks, no it doesn't. You suck, alright? Yeah, I don't know what else to say on this matter. I think, honestly, the reason I wanted... This video I wanted to make a while ago. I wanted to record this a while ago, and then I forgot. And it's better when I record these videos when I'm actually in the shitty mood about what I'm doing, because then I can rant on for hours. But right now, I'm off of Christmas break. I haven't been online as much. But there goes my neighbors blowing their nose again. I'm not sure if you can hear that through the microphone, but it's extremely fucking loud. So since my neighbor can't stop blowing their nose, let's keep it moving. I find it interesting that people are always told we should wake up early and get our grind on and do everything we need to do, start our day. Like, I don't know, every like guru of some sort of content creator is talking about wake up at 5 a.m., do this, do the billionaire lifestyle. And I'm just wondering where all this came from. Because I know for the longest time in human civilization and history, we've had to wake up early to get our work done. And of course that probably stemmed because we didn't have the wonders of electricity and lighting other than candles many years ago. So you would obviously have to wake up early to get your farm work done or whatever you were doing at 6 a.m. because that's when the sun came out, and the sun would go back down, at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. So you couldn't really work past that time because you couldn't see what the hell you were doing. But fast forward a few years and we get electricity and ways to stay up at night and a light in the fridge and all that kind of stuff. And then you start getting people like me who did exist before and didn't exist in such capacity. And what I mean by people like me is night owls. From pretty much the beginning of my life, I was a person who had a bad relationship with sleep. In the sense that I didn't need as much as other people. I didn't want it, I didn't crave it. I was the chronic 2 a.m. sleeper from the get-go. Even as a kid, I didn't have a bedtime that was anywhere near the other kids. My friends would go to bed at 9 p.m. I would go to bed at 10:30 or 11. And that was partially because of my parents also going to bed that late. But I also wouldn't have been able to go to sleep earlier if I tried. But what that also did in turn is that made me hate the mornings, on top of school being very much a deciding factor on me liking mornings or not. Oh, potato. Nice. So I started hating the mornings, right? And I Ouchie. And it wasn't necessarily because I couldn't get up for school. It wasn't necessarily because I was tired, even though I was. But I just wasn't a morning person from the get-go. And fast forward a few years, and I became more of a day person when it came to school because I just didn't like having to do that type of work later in the day. And I realized what had happened was that I like doing my creative work later in the day. I don't like being creative in the morning. In the morning, I want to have nothing in my head. I want to be thinking about the most mundane tasks I have to do in the morning, and then later in the day, I want to be able to just go, think of my YouTube video, think of my ideation, and even create the content. And then after realizing this fact, I read somewhere that most creative people, or should I say creatively intelligent people, I don't even know how to phrase it, but most creative people like doing stuff during the night. And then people like bankers and accountants who do more like structured, specific work that has a very specific way to be done, those people are more the morning people. And that started to make sense to me because you would always see, like, I know a lot of people that are the 5 a.m.ers, right? Or the 6 a.m.ers, and they all seem to work those types of jobs. And of course, most people can't choose to wake up later than a certain time. I'm sure most people would, but that's more of a product of being lazy, I would say, than actually being a creative individual. But it might not be. In any case, the point I'm trying to make here is trying to fix your sleep schedule to fit what you want to do in life. Because right now, I'm lucky enough to have a job that doesn't necessarily require me to be awake or asleep at any particular hour as long as I get my stuff done. So I could technically wake up at 3 in the morning and work till 7 in the morning or till 8 in the morning. I don't know exactly the math I'm doing. Which would be a very stupid schedule to have because nothing is really conducive with waking up and going to sleep between those times. But you understand what I'm saying. Fuck! Okay. What I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by Mr. Creepy Boy over there was that try and figure out your sleep schedule, but figure it out for yourself. If you're a night person, try and find a job that suits you for the night. Try and take a night shift somewhere. If you're a day person, do the day shift. If you are someone who is creative in the day, find something that you can do at night so that you can then fuel your creativity during the day. Or if it's the opposite, do the opposite. But make sure you have a schedule. Make sure there's an actual consistent way that this is happening. Because right now I'm starting to feel the effects of setting my own hours and being a freelancer. There's no one necessarily telling me what to do at what time. It's more of you have 2 weeks to do X. And by having 2 weeks to do X, I find myself at a particular issue of not consistently going to bed at the same time, which can be a severe problem when you set yourself a schedule, because I'm a very organized person, or at least I'd like to think I am. For the most part, I like to set a schedule, I like to get things done at a certain hour, and I find that it's increasingly difficult to do that when I have literally no actual specific time I go to bed. Sometimes I go to bed at 2, sometimes I go to bed at 4, sometimes I go to bed at 12. These are all in AMs, of course. But it allows my creativity to shine in ways which it normally does not. So that's really all I wanted to talk about today. If you struggle with sleeping like I do, and are a chronic insomniac or someone who just doesn't find that they sleep properly or they're not doing the sleep schedules the way they're supposed to, find a sleep schedule that suits you and try and stick with it. I know it's harder. It's very much easier said than done. I'm a hypocrite of my own advice. I don't take my own advice in this particular case, and I wish I did, because it would make my life 10 times easier and more productive and more efficient. Try and become a sleep-organized person. That's what I'm going to call it. Sleep-organized. Organize your sleep in a way that suits you and fits you. But anyway, enough yap about sleep. Let's talk about something else. I'm very much an advocate for the term that mud can be thicker than blood. Not always, but it can. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, it's the fact that your chosen family, aka your friends and people you surround yourself with on a consistent basis, can be better than your blood relatives. And I don't say this lightly. I'm sure a lot of people have very great families, right? That this doesn't necessarily apply to everybody. And they have very shitty friends. And to them I say, you have a shitty taste in friends. But what do you say to the people that have shitty families and a good taste in friends. Those people, I would argue that they should surround themselves only with those friends and forget about their family. Once again, I'm not talking about family that you're good with and you just have to try a little bit to be okay with them. You know, you have to work on family. Family is hard, right? But I also don't agree with the fact that you have to deal with certain family members that just suck all the time, right? If your Uncle Jim, let's say, is always weird and annoying and he's just genuinely an unpleasant person to be around, you shouldn't have to deal with him, right? You shouldn't have to deal with Uncle Jim. In the same way, it would be if Jim was your friend. If Jim was a shitty person, you wouldn't deal with him, right? You would eventually cut ties with him because he's annoying, he sucks as a person, and you just don't like him. Fair and square. You don't like him, so you don't stay around him. And I think that's a fair thing to do. I think it's fair. I think it's fair that you cut ties with certain family members because you gain more. What I'm trying to say is that you gain more by not having them around you. You actually physically and emotionally gain more. Those are the kinds of people I'm talking about today. The kinds of people that drain the ever-living life out of you. Every single day. Every single day, whether it's your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, you know, or your Uncle Jim. No, I don't have an uncle named Jim. No, I don't necessarily have any issues with any of my uncles or aunts or any of them, but I don't necessarily love all of them, you know. I don't necessarily have much love for certain, I guess, more distant relatives because personally my mother and my father I'm great with. But I definitely do have other relatives who I just genuinely don't like. Because they just suck. Nothing they ever say or nothing they ever do is ever really something I align myself with, right? And that's something that's a problem. Because you can't choose that. You can't choose the people you're related to by blood. You can choose to not be around them. You don't have to be around them. You don't have to deal with them. Maybe you have to when you're a kid. But when you hit a certain age, you can say, no, I don't like this person. I don't want to be around them. I'm not going to be around them. And I've done so. You know, I've done so in my life now. When I was a kid, I used to go to all the relatives and the more distant relatives that I, in many cases, didn't like. And now I say, no, I don't like these people. They don't add to my life. And I'm saying, no, I'm not going around them. I'm not going to be near them. And I don't want to be mean. You know, these people that are my family, they're not bad people. They're just not people I want to surround myself with. Like, they're not overall bad people, but they're not good for me, you know? They're not good for me to surround myself with. And the way I counter that is I choose very good friends. I don't have many friends, right? I have a lot of friend groups, people that I enjoy hanging out with, but I don't have many people that I can say would, you know, take a bullet for me or I would take a bullet for. And the reason for that is simple. You don't find many of those people. You don't find many people that are willing to, quote, take a bullet for you. And that includes my family, right? Those people won't do it because I wouldn't do it for them. It's a simple exchange of just we're not close like that. We're not like that. And that's okay. The whole point I'm making here is choose good friends. Because if you have good friends, you will always be on top. It's all about who you know. In many cases of life, it's all about who you know. The only other thing I really wanted to say about this is that you can always figure out if your friends are ride or dies, right? You can never really tell if your family is a ride or die. Because your Uncle Jim, right? Your Uncle Jim could say, you know, yeah, I would do anything for you. Just call whatever you need. And yeah, he could say that, but he won't necessarily mean it. And that can reign true with friends too. If you understand people enough, you can really tell which ones are lying and which ones are not. But family is harder to do because you're biased towards them, right? You're biased towards the fact that they're related to you via blood connection. That's why I think it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous to put your trust in people that are by default supposed to be there for you. I don't trust nature's way of saying to us, these are your kin, they're the ones who will protect you. Because many people in life have experienced quite the opposite, including myself. There's only like 6 or 7 people in the world who I would trust my life with, right? And that's more than a lot of people can say, but I can guarantee you only 3 of those people are family. Only 3. The rest are various friends that I've made over the years. In different continents and different areas of life. People that I was never even meant to be near. People that were 3,000 miles away from my original spawn point, as we say. So at the end of the day, choose your friends wisely. Test them. Figure it out. Figure out what makes them tick. Figure out if they're for you. Figure out if you're for them. Because it goes both ways. To have good friends, you have to be a good friend. That's how you make friends in the family, and that's what makes it all worth it. But anyway, enough about that. So I just broke up with my girlfriend, and I'm not asking for pity or support or anything. I'm fine. But I wanted to talk about this while it was still fresh, because I think that's when the best time to talk about things is, when it's fresh. Relationships are hard, you know. People break up and stay together for all kinds of different reasons. And in my particular case, I felt it was time to break up. And the good thing is we're on good terms, you know. We still love each other, but you know, one of us is not there as much as they used to be. I'm going to try and spare the details, but it just wasn't the same, you know? And it wasn't the same in a way that you couldn't fix it. This wasn't we can sit and talk about this and it'll heal. It was this can't go on any longer because we're going to hate each other type of deal. And, we both have to accept that. We both have to accept this fact for reasons that life won't tell you. But I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about relationships. Relationships are hard, people. You need to work at them. You need to constantly work and build them. Something that didn't happen with mine. And I know that now. And I've learned from this issue. But you also have to not be afraid to end relationships that aren't working out when there really isn't much that can be done about them. When there really isn't much that can be done about it. And that is what I believe my case was. And I don't know if I already said this, but I'm going to call my girlfriend Velvet so that we can refer to her. And Velvet, if you're seeing this, I'm sorry if this somehow managed to get to your recommended page. I'm sorry if you have to hear about this secondhand. But I'm going to try and have as minimal amount of cuts as possible. I want to keep this as raw and original as possible. I think that in general that's a goal with this channel, but in this specific episode I want it to be real. I want it to be so real that you can feel the pain. Because pain is good. People don't realize it, but you need pain in your life. You need pain to learn and grow from. You need pain so that certain things won't hurt later in life, or it's just useful for many reasons. And it's hard for me to cast my thoughts right now. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm not tearing up. Yeah, if you're in a relationship and you feel that, if you feel that you're unhappy, or if you feel that something's wrong, you need to tell your partner. And if it's something that's so detrimentally wrong that you can't even really tell your partner, something that you really can't tell them because it's just going to hurt their feelings, but beyond any other recognition, that's one of the times when you might have to lie a little bit. And luckily that's not what happened in my case. I didn't have to lie about what happened or why we broke up, which I think is why we're still amicable and still able to talk to each other. Is that a witch's hut? That is a witch's hut. Let's go over there. I've been in a few relationships, right? This was the only one that was real. And I've learned from all of them. And what I've learned from the other two is that you shouldn't really let your guard down too quickly, because people don't show who they are until a year after the relationship really is going on. Because it really takes that level of time and effort to find out these things, right? You can't just learn who a person is in a day or a month or even 3 months. Because people in the first 3 months of a relationship usually are still in what's called the honeymoon phase. And that the so-called honeymoon phase isn't it's not a real thing. It's not a phase that really you can tell. It's when people put up their best show, like when girls still wear makeup to bed type of thing. When guys, are always clean in their houses before, they start farting all over the place and leaving the dirty shit all over the floor. So it takes that first 3 month period. And then there's another 3 months, right? And those other 3 months are where, do I want this cauldron? Can I even break this cauldron with? I can. Okay. And then the next 3 months are a phase of, oh, this person kind of annoys me. This person is like, this person is giving me multiple icks, as certain girls say. And that's fine too. You have to go through that phase to see like if the things that you once thought were cute about this person were now just going to annoy the shit out of you for the rest of your life if you're that sort of partner seeker. You're looking for a life partner. And then you go into the next 3 months, which or when you start to realize like, okay, I can handle this, or this is worth staying with this person for, or this is worth X, Y, and Z. And I still really love this person for this reason. And you go on, and the list goes on, right? And, that's 9 months. That's 9 months at least. And, of course, it's not the same for everybody. It can be 9 months. It can be 2 years. It could be, hell, it could be less. The reality is it's going to take time to find out what you need about a person before you can make the decision to either stay with them and see if they're the person for you. And I'm going to die to a spider now because I'm... Okay. So when you reach that final point of like the final decision that you're going to make of staying with this person or continuing to be with this person, that's when the relationship really starts. That's when you really start to have the difficult conversations. It's when you start to have the hard stuff go on. And that's the part where love hurts. In my specific case, it had been hurting for a while. Because, for lack of a better way... Oh, God, I'm going to die. I'm so boned. 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 Oh, no. I'm boned. I'm so f***ed. Wait. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you're kidding. No. Fuck. Okay, well. I guess I'm dead. It had reached a point in my relationship, right, where one of us was hurting the other. And it was hurting in a way that you can't really do anything about it as the party that's hurting the other party. The only thing you can do is let them down slowly. Or let them down easily, rather, not slowly. And it's hard to be that person. It's hard to be the person who's going to be the bad guy in the end. Or not necessarily the bad guy, just, the one to end it all. People don't really ever tell you about that. People always talk about it's hard to get broken up with and you'll heal and it'll be okay. But no one tells you what it's like to be on the other side of that coin. And the other side of that coin is just as bad, if not worse, for people that really care about their partners. And that was the truth for me. I still love Velvet. She's a great person, amazing woman. But it wasn't going to work out between us, and I could see it. And at the time, or right now, she can't see that. She doesn't understand it. But I have faith that she will. I hope that she will. And I wish her the best of luck. And I just wish her happiness. And that's how you should be, right? If you break up with someone, right? Unless they were a total piece of garbage to you. Unless they, abused you emotionally or something like that. If you're going to let them down, try to be kind. Try to be nice to them. Because at the end of the day, this was a person that you spent a good, significant part of your time with for a certain amount of years or months or whatever. And this person may or may not have loved you, If you're going to rip their heart out, do it kindly. As kind as you can be about something like that. And if you're on the other side of that coin, if you're the one being broken up with, as I have been a couple of times, just know that there's going to be something else. There's going to be someone else who can either fix your heart or break it all over again. But I think that's the beauty of love and relationships. They're unpredictable, and they can be fun and painful and good and bad in so many ways. And Velvet, if you did happen to find this video and you're still watching, wherever you are, at whatever point in your life, I hope you're doing okay. And I hope you're happy. All right. Well, this was an intense one. It's been a while since I watched this video, but yeah, let's go on to the next topic. We are what we think about. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's a pretty simple concept. It basically means that you are basically destined to become what you're always thinking about. And I have nothing left because I died last time. Right. Okay. To get more specific, if you're constantly thinking about the fact that you're a failure and you'll never amount to anything, you're going to become a failure and you will not amount to anything. It's a pretty simple mathematical equation. I've noticed that reigns true with me as well. There's been times in my life where I don't believe in myself in a way that is very detrimental to my overall existence. And right now is one of those times. I'm not gaining very much ground in terms of success in my life right now, if that makes any sense. And it hurts. It hurts to think about because part of me feels like I should have been successful in many endeavors a lot earlier. YouTube, for example, I've had a different YouTube channel other than this one for many, many years now, and it never really took off. And the reality of it not taking off is more of me just not being consistent and efficient and just being lazy about it, just treating it like a hobby, and it never became a career. So having that experience, right, having watched many of your mentors, never mind become successful, but also fall from grace in the same amount of time that you just basically stayed at the same place you've been, it's kind of disheartening, right? And there's not much you can really do about that. You can't really be jealous of people that succeeded in a different timeline than yours because it doesn't really help you, right? Those people had a different timeline. You never saw the work they did behind the scenes. You always think that everyone has it easy, but unless you actually look at what has gone through their heads and through their lives, you'll never know. But this is especially true, right? If you tell yourself that you're not going to succeed, you're not going to succeed. It all starts in the mind. The biggest battle that humans have these days are with their own minds. Hell, my biggest enemy is myself. And I've noticed that over the course of many, many years. I really need to actually start doing things on these playthroughs. Like, I actually have been doing nothing for 3 episodes. Okay, let me see. All right, today's task is I'm going to kill some animals. I have to set a task for myself, otherwise I'm not going to do shit. I don't even want to know the statistics of how long people just sit in their own heads and just think about how they're not succeeding in life. Or how they're just putting themselves down. I know that a lot of men especially, I mean, I'm certainly this way, we tend to put the fault on ourselves a lot. No matter what the case may be. You could be a single firefighter, right? Against the biggest fire of your life. And because you couldn't put it out by yourself, you might think that, oh, this is your fault. And then you go into the state of thinking that you're never going to do it. You're never going to be able to succeed and yada, yada, yada. The truth is, if you can fool yourself into succeeding. And what I mean by that is that if you believe in something hard enough, you'll actually start to believe it's true. It's the same case with liars. People that lie about things a lot also have this issue. If you tell a lie 10,000 times, you're honestly going to start believing your own lies. And I don't know, I'm sure that there's some study that's been done about that, but you can go figure that one out for yourselves. There's a lot of cows here. Okay, I'm going to slaughter all of them. But think about that. Think of the concept of telling yourself a lie 10,000 times. Your brain will eventually believe said lie. So why can't that reign true with a lie? Let's call it a lie, right? Let's call it the lie of you succeeding in life. You might tell yourself, I'm going to be a billionaire by the time I'm 25. And if you repeat that to yourself enough times during the day, you're going to start kicking your head as to why it hasn't happened yet. And when you start kicking your head hard enough, you'll figure out why and what you're doing right and wrong. And when that light bulb of what you're doing right and wrong starts hitting, that's when your lie starts to become a non-lie. Think about it. Take any goal you have. Any goal. I'm talking about any literal. It could be the simplest thing to the most insane thing. I have a prime example of this, actually. So, in the United States, we have this thing called the SAT. And the SAT is a standardized test that a lot of kids take during high school, so that they can determine how ready they are for college and stuff. It's a stupid combination of math and English literacy questions that are, in most cases, impossible to answer unless you're a freaking genius at a lot of things. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar, the SAT goes from a score from 0 to 1600. And I took this exam 3 different times. And the first couple of times I got 1200 and 1250, I think. That was my big change. Now with 1200 and 1250, I wasn't getting any scholarships for college. I wasn't doing great things. My goal was to get a merit scholarship for college. My goal was to be able to go to college and not be in millions of dollars of debt at the end like everybody else in this country. So anyway, I proceeded to take the SAT twice. And both of those times I was nervous as hell, of course, because the SAT is one of those fucking tests that for no reason, right, measures how good you are at being smart or whatever. But I digress. So I take it those 2 times and I get the score I get, and it's like, it's okay, whatever, you know, did my best. And it got to the point where, you know what, I'm going to take it one more time. Now keep in mind, this was the last time I took it, I was pretty much accepting the fate of 1200. I didn't really care. Of course, I continued to study for it, but I believe, you know, I was like, okay, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. My mindset is just that I know I'm smart enough. I know I can do shit. I know that wherever I'll go for college, I'll be successful, and fuck it. If I don't get the merit scholarship there, I'll get it elsewhere. I go in that 3rd time, and as I'm taking this test, it's come on, creeper boy. There you go. So as I'm taking this test, I see that I'm just like, I have this weird sense of clarity. This weird sense of, it was like an anxious clarity. I was just so comfortable in my element, and I was so ready for it. And I just took that test, and it felt like a breeze. It felt like the biggest breeze known to man. I'm like, you know what? If this feels like such a breeze, I'm going to kick ass right now. Like, that feeling of just clarity and just readiness was just a readiness I had never felt before when taking a test. And guess what I scored? 1390. Now, once again, for those of you who don't understand, going from 1200 to 1390 is quite a feat. It's one of those things that you don't ever expect. My mother, in fact, jumped out of bed in the morning when she saw my test result and screamed at me because I had finally gotten in a bracket of scoring where I would be able to get scholarships for college. And now you might say, well, of course, you studied more, you took the time to come back and be better, and you made it. Oh! Okay, then. There's a lot of people after me. Yes, that's true. I did, of course, study. I did, of course, do all the necessary work that I had to. But the reality is, my mindset was what saved me that day. My mindset of, I can do this, I don't care, it's fine, it'll work out. That was the mindset that saved me that day because I was so confident in my abilities that I was looking around me. At everyone else taking that test, and I was like, look at how anxious they are about making or breaking the score. And I'm not, because I've already been here and I've done this. Right? That mindset. One of my friends used to say this term a lot. He would call it being the peak mental athlete. And that was peak mental athleticism right there. And I'm not telling you this to flex on my damn test-taking scores, but that's what it took. A mindset. A mindset that you can do it. A mindset of things will work out in the end. So do yourself a favor. Adapt that mindset when you've put in the work and the hours. Because trust me, if you do what you need to do and then allow yourself to believe in yourself, no matter what the case may be, you will succeed, my friends. You will succeed. Hopefully this one made sense. I was going on for a fucking while. So let's move on. Recently I had a major invasion of privacy. And it's why I want to talk about why privacy is very important. Nothing crazy happened, by the way. It's not a big deal. It just came as a shock. So, in general, right, as people, we think our lives are pretty private, right? If you're not any like general public eye person, like if you're not a member of let's say public office or Congress, or if you're not a celebrity or someone who wants to be a celebrity, right? You in general pretty much enjoy your privacy. You go about your life. No one really bothers you. You have secrets, as everyone does and honestly should have, because not everything needs to be shared, right? Not everything needs to be shared. And I find that increasingly hard to do, especially in the world of social media and friends always posting about things and doing things like, the amount of times I've seen my friends post about going to the same coffee shop they've been going to for the past 10 years, right? Why do I care? Like, why do I need to know where you're going all the time? But in general, yes, your life is private. You post on social media, though, and you make it more public, and you post more, and you make it more public. And then all of a sudden, you start getting noticed by someone, right? You might have a public Instagram account, and someone, like, DMs you and starts harassing you and whatever because you decided to put yourself out there. I'm sure this is very true with women. I'm sure very many creepy men and people have DM'd many women I know. But that being said, it's also our own faults, right? If I post myself on a public social media account, I'm therefore inviting people to make comments on it because that's what it was built for. I'm inviting people to like it because that's what it was built for. I am inviting people into my life. That's basically what I'm doing. And that's how my privacy was invaded. And I am in the public eye. You know, I have YouTube channels that I run, besides this one, which is meant to be really anonymous, but I'm sure is not going to stay like that for long. Then I have my social media accounts, of course, and I also work for a pretty high-profile client, right, on YouTube, which I've mentioned before. And there goes my pickaxe. Okay. All right, buddy. Can we not have this right now? So, all things considered, yes, I'm in the public eye, and my privacy was, invaded, right, or I guess leaked. And I was so angry. I was angry at the fact that someone had gone and, found out something about me and tried to use it against me. And then I realized I can't really be angry at this person. I can't be angry at this person because I'm capable of doing the same thing. This isn't about morality. This is about the ability to do something. I gave this person the ability to hurt me, right? Or I gave this person the ability to do something malicious or to do something that they weren't supposed to do. It's one of those cases if you don't want to get robbed, don't walk around a bad neighborhood flashing your $100 bills to everybody. And that's exactly what I did. I went to a dangerous neighborhood, that being social media. I left my $100 bills on the table, aka posted it. And then I proceeded to leave it there for a long time, forgetting about it. And then I got robbed, right? And by I got robbed, I mean somebody found out something of mine that I didn't want necessarily known to the public and used it in a way that they shouldn't have. But it's my fault. I have to take responsibility for that. And now I'm taking precautions for such things, right? I learned from my mistake. I now no longer post certain things on social media. I have now privated a lot of things on my social media accounts because I think it is the right thing to do for me to live the lifestyle on social media that I want, right? And I urge you to do the same because I know a lot of people, right? I know a lot of people that post way too much about their lives. And as much as, the internet is way more matured now in the sense, the stranger danger aspect of the internet isn't as bad as it used to be. There's a lot less creepy type people. Oh, God. Okay, let's not die again because I really don't need to do that right now. Oh no! You're kidding me. Get away. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so boned. I am passing away right now. Oh my God, they threw another one. No. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, okay. This did not need to happen today, dude. I don't need to die. Why is it snowing in my house? What the fuck, dude? Oh, okay. All right, let's go find everything. Let's go grab all my stuff. So, as I was saying, right, there's a smaller percentage of creepy people on the internet. However, the creepy people that are there have leveled up because everyone now knows how to use the internet. Everyone who understands it can pretty much do a lot of damage. Okay, there's a spider right there. The witch is still here? I don't see them. Okay, we got lucky. I'm being chased by half the server. Look at this shit. Anyway. As I was saying, before half of the Minecraft server tried to come out and kill me, right? Do you really want to be private? Because in order to do that, you have to be, off the grid. It's true. You have to be off the grid. You can't expect privacy and be posting on social media. I don't care if you have a public or private account on whatever it is. I don't care if it's Snapchat. The moment you put something on the internet, it stays there forever. It does not matter. It's one of the rules of the internet. If it is posted, it will stay there. And there's nothing you can do about that. It's one of those mistakes that you make that you realistically can't avoid. Oh, this is actually helpful. So I urge you to stop doing it. I urge you to limit what you post on social media. For those of us who do enjoy some level of privacy, for those of us who don't want to be fully in the public eye, don't post. I promise you. Don't post. You don't miss anything, by the way. You don't miss anything by leaving the social media to die. Unless you're doing it monetarily, there's no really reason for it. Yes, the attention is fun. Everyone likes the attention. Everyone craves attention. That's what we do as humans. We love attention because that's part of our DNA. Because when we were in the primal stages, socially, we had to be around each other and we had to like each other, because if we were the odd one out, left out of the pack, we would be the ones to die. We would be the first ones to die. You know what? I kind of like this snowy landscape. I really wish it wasn't in my house, but I guess I have to continue building it. But I think that's all I had to say for today. Just be mindful, right? Be mindful of what you put out there. Be careful on how much you share with the world, and be careful. All right, let's talk about something else. So the other day, I decided to break the chronically online streak and go on a hike. And this hike is one that I've done before. And you get bored, right? If you do a hike one too many times, if it's not like a very long one or anything of the sort, it gets boring because there's a path. There's a beaten path. For those of you who don't know, when you go hiking, at least in the United States, there are trails. And these trails have colors on them. It's a yellow, green, blue, some of the more common ones, right? And when you take these trails, it's pretty much not a straight line, rather, pretty much a path from one side of the hike to the other. But I decided that I had done these trails one too many times and went off the beaten path. I didn't follow the yellow brick road, as they say. And the reason for this is because I just needed some difference in my life. I needed some of the unknown. And this is what this video is about. Embracing the unknown. Going off the beaten path is interesting because you get to see more of nature, and I made 2 iron helmets. Great, just in case I needed 2 of them. When you go off the beaten path on a hike, you get to see things that you wouldn't normally see. You get to see animals that steer clear of that terrain because of the humans. You get to see nature run its course without the human interaction. It's a taste of the unknown. And it's fun because it breaks up the monotony of your life. You're doing something different. You're being different. For example, I saw a few woodpeckers, which I might show on the screen right now just because. And I got to experience the quiet of the forest, the lack of noise in a winter forest. And that's very fun to me. I don't get to experience actual quiet very often. Because of the nature of my job being a video editor, I'm always listening to other people yap, trying to find the good parts of their yap and cutting them out. So I'm always listening to something. And then if I'm not doing that, if I'm making like graphics or something, let's say, I'm usually listening to music. I'm usually blasting Spotify. This was an occasion where I was alone on a mountain, just listening to nature. And nature is beautiful. And in the beauty of nature, I discovered things that I would not have discovered if I hadn't gone and embraced the unknown. I found this. Now, this isn't anything too interesting, but it's a little Easter egg of the forest. It's a tree with a bunch of writings on it people have carved out, people who have gone off the beaten path. And it was cool to see because that's not on Google Maps. You can't just find that. You can't just geoguess that location without knowing that it's there in the first place. That was a cool little experience. It was a cool little piece of the unknown in a place that I knew pretty much inside and out. Embracing the unknown doesn't have to be extreme. It can be little things like this that'll spice up your day or your life even. And I say this from experience, right? I've traveled to a few countries in my life, right? I've gone to Bulgaria, I've gone to France, I've gone to England, I've gone to Greece, I've gone to the United States, I've gone to Canada. And all of these places have their own unique tales for what happened there and what I did and why I was there. But the one that struck me the most interesting was Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a place, post-Soviet Union Eastern Bloc country, that is trying to modernize. It has such an interesting culture to me because they're trying to westernize, but they also have, Soviet commie block buildings as residential areas. And they say chow, which is a Italian word to say goodbye. And those are the things that fascinate me, right? Those little things. Not the fact that I'm in Bulgaria, but the fact that Bulgarians say goodbye the way the Italians do. A small thing. But don't get me wrong, being in Bulgaria was of course still cool on its own, right? It didn't need that little bit of spice, but I was happy to have found that spice. I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't decided to go up there with my friends via bus. Now, the bus started from Greece. That was a 24-hour bus, right? A 24-hour bus from Greece to Bulgaria. The experience of taking a 24-hour bus to Bulgaria was miserable, but it was also so interesting because I would never in my life conceive that I would be taking a bus for 24 hours anywhere. Anywhere. Because I hate buses. I'm a chronic hater of buses. Because buses tend to make me very fucking dizzy. But nevertheless, I did it. Because the plane tickets were a little bit too expensive. And it was worth it. It was worth the experience. But the thing that was worth it the most about that part of the experience was the story. The story that I took a bus for 24 hours from point A to point B. Because I was that determined to get there. That is the unknown. The unknown of what's going to happen on the bus ride, who you're going to talk to, who you might meet. And I won't give you the full details of that story just yet. I think I'm going to save that for a different video. But we're talking about the principle of the unknown. People are scared of doing things like that. People are in general scared. Especially people that are chronically online like me. And now me personally, I'm not scared of things like that. I love these experiences. I live and breathe for the unknown, even though I don't get to experience it as often as I would like to. But I'm working to change that, right? But unlike me, many people are scared of these experiences. People are scared to leave their house. People are scared to take a bus to Bulgaria. People are scared to take a flight. But you shouldn't be scared to do these things because that's what life is about. If you have the means to go and do something new, if you have the monetary capacity, if you have the just sheer willpower, you should go do it. Because that's what life is about. And I'm going to try and build this damn house. Because screw you guys in the comments. I know my house is full of snow now because I didn't build a roof. But that doesn't mean that you have to bring it up to me every 2 seconds, okay? No, I'm just kidding. You guys can roast me about my lack of house building abilities all you want. Let me get a shovel. That would probably be better. So I want you to leave in the comments below. What is something that's unknown to you that you're scared to do, but you would really like to do? It could be anything at all. And I want you to tell me why. And then maybe we'll have a chat about it in the comments. Who knows? I'll give you an example of mine. I am scared shitless of going to a place like, let's say, snowballs. I am scared shitless of going to a place like North Korea. Because I very much like exploring places that I shouldn't be exploring. We're talking like abandoned buildings type of exploring, right? If you in North Korea decide to do shit that you're not supposed to do, you will be messed the up by the North Korean authorities if you are not careful. So hopefully one day when I'm mature enough and I think I'll be careful enough to do such a thing, I'll go. Because it's a place where I've always wanted to go ever since I saw the Vice documentaries on the place. By the way, I'll put a card up top for you to go click on one of those because North Korea really is a fascinating place. But that's my fear of the unknown bucket list item, I guess. And yeah, search for the unknown. Experience new things. Because you never know what you might find. You might find a nice, beautiful view like the one I'm looking over right now. Or you might find a nice, beautiful girl or boy, whatever you like. Or you might just find, who knows, your new home. There's no shortage of tales of people who found a place, fell in love with it, and stayed there for the rest of their life. Or you could find nothing at all. But that's part of the experience, right? So while you take a turn at exploring the unknown, I'm going to go into the next topic. So yesterday I woke up and I was pissed off. Straight up, I was just pissed off. There was no reason. Nothing had happened to me the day prior. Nothing had really gone wrong per se. I just woke up and just wasn't feeling it. Something that people like to call waking up on the wrong side of the bed, right? And it was so bad that I actually tried to record a video yesterday, one for this channel, and I scrapped it. I scrapped it because it felt wrong. And it's not very often that something I make for this channel feels wrong, right? But that's just how life is sometimes. Sometimes you get up one day and you say, this sucks. I don't know why it sucks. I don't know what sucks about it, but I just have to go with it. And that's what I did. Instead of working on my passion yesterday, I decided to work on my normal job. which is fine because the normal job I have to do, right? Being here is not something I have to do, right? It's not something that I force myself to do. This is something I enjoy, right? Whereas my job, I have to do it, right? I have to make money to be able to live. And by the way, if you needed proof that I worked on stuff yesterday, the comments have been destroying me about my house, but I started building it. I don't like the way it looks right now, and I'm going to fix it. But that's not the important topic for now. The important topic is it's okay to have a bad day, right? And it's okay if your mindset from the morning is just bad once in a while. Sometimes you just can't be happy. And it's specifically okay to have a bad day for no reason, right? Because there's no real reason that yesterday was a bad day for me. I woke up in my comfortable bed, went to my comfortable editing job where I don't even leave my house, and I then tried to make a video for a YouTube channel that's doing very well, by the way, and I appreciate all of your support on the channel recently. And I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling okay, let me actually start doing things because I'm doing the yap thing again. I wasn't feeling it. And it's okay to feel that way. It's okay because that's going to happen to you sometimes. You could be the most positive person in the world and you could have the worst possible day for no reason at all. And a great example of that is actually one of my roommates, right? My ex-roommates, rather. We're going to call this roommate, I'm going to call him Josh. Josh is a guy who I love dearly. He is probably one of the most pleasant people to be around. And he's a little bit of a cuckoo, annoying person, but I love him. I love him to death. I need sand. Where do I find sand? I think over there is a good start. I kind of want to make a water slide, low-key. Unlike Josh's bright side, which is very bubbly, very happy, very energetic, he unfortunately has a dark side, right? And his dark side is very, very grim in the sense of he won't speak to anybody, right? He will close himself off from the world for days at a time. He has a full shutdown. And you never expect that from that level of person. Because when I didn't know him, right, before he was my roommate, I've known him for a while, but I didn't know him. Like before I lived with him, I didn't understand how the inner workings of his mind were. And now that I get that, I can understand why everyone goes through these things. I can understand why everyone has a day or two that's just not good, right? Ironic, and unfortunately, his tend to go for longer periods of time. It's not just a day; it could be a week, right? And of course, that happens to many people, right? We all have different clocks on when we're sad and happy and miserable and mad or ecstatic. Our emotions just fluctuate, and that's a part of the human experience, right? But on the other hand, that fluctuation in emotions allows for the opposite to happen, right? You could just be having a good day. You could be having a good day for no reason. You just woke up on the right side of the bed. And you're just feeling good. You don't know why. You're just, the sun was shining brighter on that day. And same way with the bad day, you don't know why. But we don't tend to think of those days, really. You don't really tend to harp on why you're feeling happy because it's just that. You're feeling happy. You're feeling good. You're feeling energized and ready to take on the day. Your chemicals are all balanced in an equilibrium, right? So anyway, woke up yesterday, was trying to make a video, and my yap felt off. Imagine talking into a camera, right? Imagine you just talking into a monitor better, because I'm just playing Minecraft, to nobody. And it's your own thoughts, and even your thoughts don't feel proper. They just feel incorrect. And maybe one day I'll just post that video just so you can see what it looks like when everything's just off. I think that might be helpful for some people. In any case, time for me to do some smelting, as I do in pretty much every video. So I want you guys to think to yourselves, right? What's a day that you've had recently that's been like that? Where nothing was inherently wrong, but nothing was inherently right. Try and sit with that for a bit. Try and see what you can come up with. Wait, I don't remember. Can I dye things in this update? I think I need squids, though, because I want to make black glass panes. Oh, wait, literally squids right down there. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. So try to think of one of those days, right? Try to think of one of those days and try to think why that day was so incredibly wrong. or why you just felt the way you did. And if you can come to a conclusion, then maybe there was something actually bothering you that you didn't realize. But if you don't really come to a conclusion, you might say, hey, this is just my body needing a reset on this emotion, right? You have a shitty Minecraft house. You know, it could be anything. You could be having a bad day for anything. And you need to realize that you need to have those days. Okay, so I can make glass panes. Now, can I dye them? Does this exist in this update? I don't know. Okay, moment of truth. Can you do it? Oh my god, you can't even make stained glass panes. Okay, this is the limitation, guys, of playing on this version. It's okay. We move. Anyway, I wanted to do this. And the thing I realized about yesterday is that if you're having a bad day and a minorly shitty thing happens, like somebody says something wrong to you or something is just something is just not the way it's supposed to be for whatever reason, right? You tend to take that a lot more to heart, right? So my example for yesterday was that I had work to do, right? And the work ended up being very tedious that day for reasons I will not disclose, but I just really was fucking mad at everyone. I was mad at everyone who was involved in making me have to do that work. And the reality is it's not their fault that I felt that way. It's my own just bad day, right? Just be careful when you're having those days because you end up doing things sometimes that you probably shouldn't do, or you end up just being very irrational. I know I'm guilty of that. I don't know a specific example, but I know it in my heart well enough that I know that it's happened, right? I know for a fact that I've made irrational decisions on bad days, and some of them have probably cost me, but I guess we'll find out about that more in a different episode. There's this quote that I saw in some Tom Hanks interview. I'm not entirely sure how the quote goes, but it has to do with the fact of this too shall pass. If you're feeling sad because you did badly on a test, this too shall pass. If you're feeling happy because you got a promotion, this too shall pass. And if you're feeling any other way for that matter, that too shall pass. All right, let's talk about motivation a bit. Motivation is like a drug. It feels great at the start, but eventually it fades away, and you're just left wanting more. The only difference is that you can't just get more motivation. It sort of just comes and goes. You can't control it. And if you can control it, that's not called motivation. It's actually called discipline. Motivation is one of those things I've struggled with for quite some time. Honestly, I don't think I've ever not struggled with motivation. And the struggle with motivation especially came when I started doing YouTube. Because the reality is I wasn't good enough at YouTube for it to work for me. And when something doesn't work very well for you, you tend to not want to do it as much. Especially true when it comes to YouTube, right? For example, my old channel, I used to have these cycles of making like 5 videos and then disappearing for months at a time. And the reason for that was pretty simple. I was motivated those first 5 videos. I wanted to keep doing it. And by the time those videos ended, I wanted nothing to do with it because, plain and simple, I wasn't succeeding. And that's the difference between the YouTubers that succeed and the ones that don't. That's why you see a bunch of new creators flop very quickly after they start their initial rise to fame or whatever. The reality is you can have as much Monday motivation from Joey Diaz telling you to wake up and get your shit together, but it's not going to matter in the end. Nobody but yourself can get you up. You can read a bunch of self-help books on how to stay motivated. You can read a bunch of whatever the hell. You can't seek motivation because it won't come to you. Motivation comes to you when it wants to appear. And this is not, of course, a science. This is me kind of just talking about my experience. I don't know if you can really make motivation show up. I haven't found the way, and honestly, I'm not looking for the way. And the reason for that is because I've found discipline. Discipline is the only real way you can combat lack of motivation. An example of this is if you do something every day, like clockwork, and you don't miss a day, you don't skip a beat, odds are you're going to do it regardless of whether you're happy, sad, angry, or any other of the following emotions that make you not want to do things. For example, if you brush your teeth Hi there, creeper boy. Want to get off my fucking house? All right, come on, buddy. Come on. I know you want to... Yep, come here. Yep. Sorry, guys. We have a technical difficulty here called this guy wants to blow up my house. Yeah. Well... He kind of blew up my house, or my mountain. Anyway, so, as I was saying, let's say you brush your teeth every day, twice a day without skipping a beat. Chances are you have that locked exactly at the specific time you brush your teeth every night. And it makes you just do it. That feeling of just, hey, I should be doing this, makes you want to do it. On the other side of that coin, if you never brush your teeth and you're motivated to brush your teeth once, out of just sheer luck of the draw that today you're going to brush your teeth, you end up forgetting that you did it in the first place. You end up not doing it later on. You end up just slacking and not doing it, and that's why your teeth rot out of your mouth eventually. And that's just kind of true with everything. You might be motivated today, but tomorrow you're not. But if you build a habit out of doing something, regardless of whether or not you're motivated, that's kind of how success happens in life. And if you struggle to build a discipline and good habits, there's a great book, by the way, that I recommend you read. It's called Atomic Habits. I'm not going to spoil what it's about, but it basically helps you with that whole discipline motivation thing. I'll keep that in the description below. So to sort of come full circle with the motivation question, the answer to how do I stay motivated is that I don't. I don't stay motivated. In fact, I'm very unmotivated a lot of the time. Oh, wait, we have dark oak in fucking 1.7? Oh, I'm going for the dark oak, buddy. The reality is I don't stay motivated, not for too long. And it sucks because being motivated very much helps you do things. Very much helps you succeed in certain aspects of your life. But unfortunately, that's not the case for me. And I think the reason for my lack of motivation is usually lack of success. Lack of actual visible, tangible numbers that I can, put down and talk about. I think I'm going to change entirely what I was doing with my house now because of this dark oak forest. If you're not seeing results, it's hard to stay motivated. And the reality of life is, in most cases, you won't see results. The instant gratification that you get from a bunch of things these days kind of has ruined that for my generation. The constant dopamine hits of TikTok and YouTube and all the social medias. Those are measure instant gratification success. And when we don't get that in life from anything else, it's hard to really want to do anything else. For example, if you're working a job that's like, let's say you're working construction and you get satisfaction out of the fact that you finished the job. And finishing a job like, let's say road work, road construction. I'm sure that one is a pain in the ass. Road construction that takes forever. The reality is, if you're working in construction, it takes a while to get that gratification. Now, the good thing with something like that is that it's a job, right? You get paid for doing your job, you make money on it, and therefore you have a reason to stay motivated to do this job. Even if you hate it, it pays your bills. But let's say you actually enjoy being a construction worker, and you enjoy what you do, and you enjoy how it helps society. If it takes you a month to fix this pothole in the road, you're going to feel good about it. You're going to feel fulfilled. If it takes you a year, you might feel like you want to die because you just don't want to deal with the fact that you have to continue this job that's dragging and you have to go do things because you messed up and you just lose it. You just don't want to do it anymore. But if you're a disciplined construction worker, you're going to see that job through because you have to feed your family and you have responsibilities and a bunch of other stuff. And the gratification at the end of that job, after having dealt with said discipline, is going to be 10 times better than the gratification that you get from Instagram, TikTok, or anything else for that matter. But you kind of just have to battle through it. Oh my God. Am I going to die pretty soon? I think I'm going to die very soon because I have no food and there's no animals anywhere near. I guess I can cook this chicken. But anyway, I think I've given enough examples as to how motivation works and why. Oh, I think we're at the point of death. Hold on. There has to be something in here. Let's see if I can cook this fast enough. So right now, my character is not motivated to live because he's run out of hunger. Think of motivation as the Minecraft hunger bar. It just runs out eventually, right? But with the discipline of me cooking my food, I don't die. And now I need to go find more discipline of finding food because I'm going to die a horrible death once more. Discipline is a very different animal. Discipline is where motivation ends. And I don't know. I feel like an imposter talking about this topic because it just doesn't feel like I am disciplined. I feel like I always have this issue of not being able to do things that I don't want to do. And I'm sure a lot of you share that sentiment. I'm sure you also have that problem. But on a grand scale, you can see how big of an issue that is. One thing I will say that I was disciplined in always is school. I always was good at doing my work when it came to school because I liked the dopamine hit of getting a good grade and how my mother or my father would react to me getting good grades. So I guess a big part of discipline is you need to reward yourself somehow. And it could be small things. Let's say you're struggling to do a certain type of paperwork at your job. It's just form that you have to fill out, and you hate filling it out because it's boring and it takes too fucking long. So to combat that, maybe every time you finish a piece of paperwork or a piece of whatever you're doing, you give yourself a treat. It could be a donut. It could be candy. It could be a sip of your coffee. It could be anything. Now the trick with this is that you have to make it just a little too hard to obtain. Like you have to put it behind a cabinet, or you have to give it to one of your coworkers to give it to you after you show them proof. Something like that. For me, I have one of these things called Royal Milk Tea. Not sponsored, but I would love to be sponsored by Royal Milk Tea. And it's basically this little can of milk tea that just is so simple and tastes really good. And I drink one whenever I'm done. Whenever I finish a project, whenever I want to kick back and relax and give myself a pat on the back for doing something. And you might come back to me and say, this makes no sense because you need to have the discipline to not drink that tea before you finish your work. Yes, it's kind of a catch-22 in that sense. But, like I said, if you get another person involved, like your coworker or your mom or your dad or your friend to help you gain that discipline, eventually you won't need them and you'll be able to do things on your own without requiring a second hand to assist you in something that you should theoretically be able to do on your own. Okay, I'm like, seriously? I can't run. Oh, by the way, I figured out the glass issue. Thanks, comment section, because my dumbass could not figure out for the life of me that I had to do this to make the glass. Yeah, there it is. I'm going to start doing that now. So to summarize how I stayed disciplined, I guess it's more of I just use a bunch of tips and tricks that I learned on my way to this point in life. There really isn't one straight up answer. You sort of just have to find your way with it. For you, discipline might mean getting up in the morning. Or for you, discipline might mean doing 7 hours of uninterrupted work. Or for you, discipline might mean brushing your teeth at night. There's so many levels and things that you have to do for that to fully work for you, right? The one thing I know for sure is that you have to give yourself time to develop it. It all takes time in the end. But in any case, if you manage to build up that discipline, you will have eternal motivation. Because as I said in the title and thumbnail, motivation is temporary. Discipline is forever. All right, I'm bored of this. Let's go on to the next thing. So back in the early days of my beginnings in YouTube. Oh, shoot! Okay, that's quite the intro. Okay. Anyway, back in the early days, my humble beginnings of YouTube, I started taking an interest into redstone. And I thought, redstone would be a cool thing to make videos about, right? So I started making these videos about redstone, and I realized that I know nothing about it. So I naturally started watching this YouTuber named Mumbo Jumbo. Now, for those of you who don't know who Mumbo Jumbo is, that was his shtick back in the day. He used to just make a bunch of cool redstone stuff. I don't know if he still does it. Don't know if he still makes content. It's been a while since I've watched one of his videos. But he taught me a very important lesson without even technically speaking to me. And that lesson was Steal Like an Artist. Now, Steal Like an Artist, I think, is a book. I haven't read it. I'm not going to link it because I cannot recommend it if I don't know what it is. But the basic premise is that you want to make things your own. You don't want to copy others completely word for word. That's just basically plagiarism. You want to take inspiration from others and create things that are new and exciting. So back to Mumbo Jumbo, I did the exact opposite. I started literally word for word copying his videos. There was this 3x3 piston door that was really cool, and it would like spiral when it opened. And I decided that I was going to make a video doing the exact same thing. But I didn't change the recipe or how to make it. I just straight up copy pasted the video. In fact, I was literally watching the video alongside the one I was making. Straight up. And, I was 13. I didn't see anything wrong with this at the time. I didn't even understand that what I was doing was straight up copying someone's creation. Nonetheless, I continued and, I posted a couple videos that were redstone tutorial type videos where I just stole people's creations and claimed them as my own technically. But in reality, I think I might have given credit, but I don't even remember if I did. That's how out of it I was. So anyway, fast forward a few years, right? And those videos stayed on my channel. Nothing really ever came out of them anyway. But I started to realize that people were leaving a bunch of comments saying copy of Mumbo Jumbo. And I was like, huh, yeah, it is a copy of Mumbo Jumbo. This is exactly what I was going for. I don't know what people are commenting about this for. And eventually it just kind of hit me in the head like a bullet, like, oh, this is like not good. You're not supposed to do this to people. This is like somebody else's work that I've used and exploited for my own personal gain. But it was funny because I didn't know any better, right? I didn't know that that's what I was doing, and that's just part of learning. You learn from your mistakes, right? And the reason I'm talking about this today is that I see a lot on YouTube of people that like to take inspiration and do well with taking that inspiration, and there's others that just straight up just copy-paste things like I did with Mumbo Jumbo's videos. And to take this a step further, I've noticed that recently a lot of people have been trying to imitate this style of video that I'm making. Which is very cool, by the way. I don't really care. Go on, take it, do whatever you want. I didn't create this genre. It's an old genre, and I'm completely fine with it. What I'm kind of sad about is that I'm seeing a lot of hate on people for doing this. And I want people to understand that they should have empathy about this whole thing. Holy shit, I almost did it again. Like, you gotta understand, a lot of people are just doing this because they see it works. They're hopping on the bandwagon, and they want to see what it is, right? I've done the same. Every YouTube content creator has done the same. And a lot of them are getting hate. Like, I'm seeing a lot of hate coming from people that are saying, oh, they're copying me or whatever the hell. And the truth is, I'm okay with it, guys. Don't go hating on people for trying something. Don't go hating on people for, trying a new style of content or imitating a style of content that in reality is not even mine. What I will say to those of you, though, that are doing this is that you should make it yours. And what I mean by that is that I've seen instances, I'm not going to link them because I don't want you guys to go, hate on these poor bastards, but some people straight up copy pasted my actual name and then started copy pasting my thumbnails entirely. Like there was titles and thumbnails and topics. And I'm here to encourage you guys. I'm not here to hate on you guys for imitating this style of content. I welcome it because with this creation of content, we are changing the YouTube meta. And I think that's really cool that we can do that. Just make sure to not oversaturate it the same way that the Mr. Beastification is. Because I truly believe if you do this in a unique way, you can do better than me. Never mind, just do well. You could do better than literally anyone, honestly. And this does not only apply to YouTube, obviously. I'm a YouTuber, so therefore I'm talking in YouTube terminology. However, you could take this and apply it to any facet of your life. And that could be anything from you're making a painting, but you want to imitate Picasso. But you don't want to really imitate Picasso. You want to do something that's like Picasso's, but slightly different. Or you're making a movie about the Italian mob, and you take inspiration from Goodfellas. You can't really do the exact same thing Martin Scorsese did, right? You got to do something different. Now, you might ask the fair question of, okay, Nico, since you're preaching all this steal like an artist thing, how do you do it? The answer is not really black and white. It's not really simple. It takes a lot of attempts, it takes a lot of trying, and it takes a lot of developing your tastes first. This is why consuming art is important, because you need to develop taste. So if you want to be as good as, again, Picasso at making paintings, right, you need to consume a bunch of different types of drawings and art and paintings and all that kind of stuff. You need to see what's out there, and you need to see what you like about it, what you don't like about it, and then how you can sort of transform it to make it yours. There's nothing original under the sun. Don't expect to reinvent the wheel. It's probably not going to happen. And if you're going in with that expectation, you're going to fail miserably. That type of stuff usually happens accidentally. When the Wright brothers invented the airplane, they didn't expect it to become what it is today. In fact, I think one of them was even quoted as saying that these planes will never cross the Atlantic. And look how wrong they were. They created something that is now one of the basics of human travel to get anywhere around the world. So to go in with the mindset of that you're going to change the world, you're going to make a piece of content that is the best ever and it's going to be innovative and blah, 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 you can't do that. You can't just expect that that's going to happen. Not without paying your dues and seeing what's out there. That's why in a bunch of movies, when you see certain references to other movies, the reason those references are there is because the people who made said movie are paying their dues and showing where they got their inspiration for a lot of the things that they're doing. But there's something more important than developing taste and inspiration. And that something is just doing it. do it. And don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid. Sometimes you might even create an idea that's already been done without even copying it. An example of this is literally me. There's a YouTuber named FlowState that a lot of people are comparing me to, and I didn't even know who FlowState was. And apparently he's existed a year longer than I have. Again, not exactly the same content, not exactly the same style, but the premise is the same. And then the moment of truth comes when people start disliking what you're doing. And after you start practicing making this painting of yours, you're going to get a lot of people who are going to say, wow, this is great, this is amazing. But that's not the people you should worry about. The ones that you should worry about are the ones that are telling you that you're not doing it right. The ones that are critiquing you and in many cases even hating you, because those are the people who are going to let you know indirectly that you're doing it right. For people to actually start disliking what you're doing, people have to care about what you're doing. People have to be bothered or unbothered by what you're doing. If people are just saying, oh, your stuff is great, yeah, you should keep going, those are the people who in most cases don't really care, right? When you're talking to strangers or whatever, if they don't care enough to critique you, they're not going to say anything. But when they start seeing that you do something that's working and there's traction getting to it, you're going to start getting people who dislike it regardless. And let me tell you, that's when you officially know that you're starting to make a difference. You're starting to invoke emotions in people. You're starting to move people in a way that you probably didn't even think is possible. And every single one of us has the ability to do that, because we're all human and we have emotions, and we can create and make those emotions come and go away based on our actions and our words. And our actions might come in different ways, and so may our words. Our words might come out as a drawing on paper. Our actions might come out as a black belt in karate, or anything of that matter. I have no idea where my house is. I'm going to have to actually backtrack this video and find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. In any case, that's what I think that I eventually did. I think I did all of those things. I consumed enough YouTube videos, right, to see what I like and see what I don't like. I created enough YouTube videos on a different channel of different genres and different types to see what I liked and didn't like from them. And I eventually led myself here, to this Minecraft world, to this community, to this house that a lot of people don't like. But in any case, if you take nothing else from this video, just know to make it yours. All right, next meme or topic. I think I've tried recording this video about 3 different times, and I just can't do it. I can't stay focused. To understand how unfocused I am, I built this much of the house trying to record 3 different versions of some other video. So we're talking about focus, because I can't be bothered. Focus is one of those things that I think a lot of us struggle with, especially in this day and age. With TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, other things, flashing lights at concerts, anything at all. There's so many ways for us to not be focused that it's actually almost impossible to focus. I don't think I remember the last time where I worked a day and I didn't check my phone 10 times. And I don't even think I'm necessarily like that. I, in general, can be very focused. I can be very locked in when I need to. And it's part of the fact that I'm a workaholic, and I like that. But seriously, these days, I don't know, dude. It's becoming impossible for me. Oh, my God. Oh, how the f*** am I doing this? Okay. All right, I don't have glass to spare, so we need to do this properly. And if you're like me and you find it hard to focus, you might look on YouTube for ways to try and help you do it. And you might look up a book on how to improve your focus or whatnot. But the reality is, sometimes I don't even think it's possible. I think sometimes you just need to accept the fact that today you're not going to be focused, and you need to take the L on that day and just move on with your life. This looks like the Up House. It looks like it's about to fall off the mountain in about 5 seconds. It's so ugly. Let's see. I have food. I have chickens. I have everything. I think we're good to go on an expedition. What should we look for? We should look for... You know what? Let's find diamonds. That's today's task. We're finding diamonds. We have coal. We have this. We need torches. Okay. So these days particularly, right? There's been this video that I've been working on at my other gig. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It sucked. It sucked from start to finish. The process, everything was just shitty. I did not have fun editing this video. And it came to the point where it was impossible for me to focus. I could not focus on it because it was so problematically bad. And when I say it was bad, it wasn't necessarily the video itself that was bad. It was more that I had so many issues. I had corrupt footage. I had to redo certain things because of the corrupt footage. I had to deal with footage that wasn't good for content. There was just so many problems, so many dumb, stupid issues that all completely just made the process a living hell. That being said, here we are. I think I'm at the end of that godforsaken project finally, and I can finally focus on something new. But since I was dealing with that project that required so much of my time and so much of my attempted focus, today I find myself not being able to do that in the slightest. This is not where I'm supposed to be going. So for example, I tried to record 3 different Minecraft videos today. 3 of them. I tried doing 3 different topics and I could not, because I could not for the life of me stay on it. I couldn't do it. And I'm here to tell you, when you have that day, you need to embrace it. You need to let it happen. You need to allow yourself to take that break or something, because it doesn't work. You can't force, especially when it's a creative work, you can't force that type of shit. You need to let it happen. I was actually saving this focus video. I had this idea a while ago and I was going to talk about it at a different time, but I couldn't do it because today was the day I wanted to talk about it. And I think you guys will appreciate that more because it's from the heart. Not that anything I say is not from the heart, but this is especially prevalent for me today. Okay, this looks like an interesting little cave system. Let's go play some Minecraft, shall we? All right, is there any, oh, spiders. Now, when this happens, right, when you just completely lose all focus on the day, just take the day off. Just do something else. I don't know, do one of your hobbies or something. Just go outside, go for a walk, clear your head, something of the sort. Because sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a reset. In many cases, that might be easier said than done. I know a lot of you might work jobs that you can't just take the day off like I can. I'm very, very fortunate in that. Is that tree really just on one block? Seriously? So some of you might not have the luxury of just taking a day off like I'm very fortunate to be able to do. And to those of you I say, sometimes you might just need to take a personal day. You might need to take a sick day. You might need to use a vacation day for that stuff if you have that sort of thing. And if you don't, well, I guess you might just have to do it after work or something. But the honest truth is you need to give your body and mind time to reset. Now, where was this big hole? I remember it being in this general direction. Oh, here we go. Here's the ravine I was looking for. Okay. Now, this is where I died last time. Hopefully I don't do that again. Do I have a bucket? I do not. Let's see if I can dream my way out of this. All right, here goes nothing. Oh, I did it. Let's go. I'm nuts. Focus also doesn't always just include your job. Sometimes it might include people in your life. Maybe you have to focus on your relationship, or maybe you have to focus on school or anything of that sort. And to those of you I say, it's kind of the same thing. If you need to focus on your relationship, but you just can't, sometimes you might just need to take a break from that relationship. When I say a break, I don't mean break up with someone for it. I just mean communicate and say, hey, look, I need a break. I can't deal with this today. Or I can't give you as much attention as I would like to today. Please allow me to have this day to myself. Okay, I've gone to like 3 different caves. I cannot find die. Oh. Well, I guess I could go to the one I died in. All right. Yeah, Herobrine, we hear you. Imagine if I said Herobrine's name 3 times if he showed up. That would be cool, right? Oh, diamonds! What the fuck? Really? That easy? I say this now, but I'm going to fall in that lava pit if I don't. Be careful. So I can mine this one. Mine this one. To get my ass to the nether. Okay. Oh, maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll go to the nether. Guys, you know what? Maybe we'll just have some non-focused, peaceful Minecraft gameplay. How about we do that? How about we just Minecraft gameplay our way out of this? Okay? Let's do this together. Oh, wait. Redstone. Is it time? Is it time for me to go back to my redstone days? I think it's redstone time, gamers. I think it's time for me to put my redstone abilities back to the test. Time to copy mumbo jumbo shit once more. All right. Time to mine obsidian, gamers. I don't know, guys. I really don't have any... I'm really kind of just stumped here. I don't really have much to say about just... Are you kidding me, kid? The bat fumbled? COVID all over again. Anyway, after you give yourself the day to get your focus back, no matter what you were doing it for, whether it was your relationship, whether it was something... Oh, no! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I almost entered the norms right there. This is what I'm talking about. I can't focus, dude. So after you give yourself the day to recharge and, gain your focus back, you find that you can't... find that you still can't focus, you find that you're still having an issue with it, you might want to consider why. For some of you, it might have just been that day, you know? But for others, you might need more time. Or for others, it might mean that you need a change of pace in your life. And that change of pace can come in many different ways and versions. But for example, for me, there's times where I overwork myself. And that just kind of falls into the burnout category, which I'll get into more in a different video. But that's a very real problem for people, right? Burnout. And that's what usually leads to lack of focus. But it might not be burnout per se. It might just be that you hate what you're doing. It might just be that you don't want to be where you are right now. And that can be very true for a lot of people. Because let's say, for example, work. A lot of people work jobs they don't necessarily like. Okay, we have all the obsidian we could possibly need. And if you're able to have that mental clarity and realization in your time off, you might realize that, hey, I don't really... You might realize that you can't really combat it. You might realize that you might have to quit whatever you're doing. And so we got that example in the job, and that also could be true for the relationship. You might not enjoy yourself in your relationship per se, and you can't focus on it because you don't want to focus on it. It's very hard to train the human mind to do things it doesn't want to do because it creates more... Oh, hi, Mr. Creeper. It creates more stress on the brain. And the brain doesn't like stress. It actually tries its hardest to avoid stress. Now, if you find that you're somebody that's never able to focus, and I mean never, like you're never able to just sit in one spot and do anything, you might want to consider seeking the medical attention route or something of the sort. Because I don't think anyone can be completely unfocused all the time. There's something, everybody likes focusing on something. I think that's kind of our human nature or brain telling us that we kind of have to do that. Or maybe you don't, and maybe you don't ever want to focus. I don't really know. I don't know, guys. Today, like I said, I think this video kind of demonstrates my issue today. I don't have a profound message. I don't have a profound teaching or anything to say. So I'm just going to move on to the next topic. Every single one of us craves and needs love. And it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a man, woman. It doesn't matter if you are a child or an adult. As humans, we need love, and we seek it, and there's a zombie pigman here to interrupt me. But that's besides the point. The point is we are all looking for love in some way, shape, or form. And we're not all looking for love in the same capacity, of course. Some of us look for love in the more romantic sense. Others look for a companionship, a brotherly love, or a sisterly love, something of the sort. But we are all looking for love. But there is one thing about love that people don't tell you. And this one especially rings true in the romantic version of love. And that is that you need to love yourself first before you can love others. Now, this is a statement that people seem to not really fully comprehend. And you hear it a lot in life, but no one really explains to you what that means. It kind of just, people assume that you know. But loving yourself is not just necessarily loving who you are. Loving yourself can be as simple as allowing yourself to have a snack every once in a while. If you are one of those people who has an issue with their weight. Loving yourself can be giving yourself a break after working non-stop for 8 to 9 hours. Loving yourself can mean a lot of things. And in order to love others, in order to give others that type of a break and that sort of empathy in terms of love, you have to be able to do that for yourself first. And the easiest way to really put this into perspective is romantic relationships. Romantic relationships require a lot of time, effort, and of course love. They require the utmost of people in order to succeed. And when you can't give it your all for a relationship, they tend to fail. It's no secret that I recently broke up with my girlfriend a few months ago as of the time of this upload. Alright, hold on, we're being interrupted by... No, don't you kill my... Alright, seriously? Okay. I'm trying to have a heartfelt conversation with the viewers here. And one of the main reasons that relationship failed was that I couldn't put in effort in that relationship. But there's a part of me that's also in a state where I think that I didn't love myself enough to be able to love her. And to be clear, this was not one of the driving factors for the breakup, but it did play a small part. The way I mentioned that you need to be able to give yourself a break when you work too much, I wouldn't give myself a break when I work too much. And I feel like in that same light, if she came to me and said, I can't take any more of this work after, let's say, working less time than I had on any given day. Let's say she was doing a 6-hour shift and I was doing a 9-hour one. And she came to me and said, you know what, I need a break. I can't do any more work. I'm struggling here. My first immediate thought might have been, suck it up. I worked 9 hours and I'm not complaining. And of course I would never say something like that to her. Of course I would never shame her for being tired per se. But it's a thought that crosses your mind as a person when you don't love yourself and you don't take care of yourself the way that others take care of themselves. You find that certain things that other people do are either unnecessary or not at the same standards as you. But in reality, your standards might be the ones that are wrong or somewhat just more unhealthy. And now, while in my case, I don't believe that was ever an argument in my relationship, I think that could very much be the truth in a relationship of yours. You criticizing yourself for a behavior that leads to you criticizing your partner for a behavior. Things like that. That's what I mean. That's what we mean here by loving yourself. Don't allow the lack of love that you show yourself to affect people that you surround yourself with or people that you love. And right now, I'm not loving this creeper right next to my cows. An example would be me and these 2 cows. These 2 cows are pretty dumb. They can't figure out how and where I want them to go. And it's kind of a difficult situation because I need them to go in a certain direction. If I don't show them with this piece of wheat, also... Okay, seriously, bro. Okay, I'm trying to fucking describe this to people, but you guys are fumbling my bag. Why is there 400 zombies around here? Anyway, as I was saying, an example would be these 2 cows. Let's say these 2 cows are people you love. And you want to love them, and you obviously want them to love you. But it's hard because you can't just love people by telling them you love them. You have to show them that you love them. For these cows, their love language is this piece of wheat. If I give one of these cows this piece of wheat, it has a little love effect. But if I don't, like this one over here, this one is just kind of waiting for the love and affection and just turns away. That's the same thing, by the way, for yourself. You have to give yourself a break. You have to give yourself love in order for somebody else to love you. Because, hold on, I need another piece of wheat. So now in that same light, if you give yourself the love that you deserve, you will be able to actually reciprocate and give your partner the love that they deserve. And, you might be like these cows and have a little cow baby. But more importantly, you'll be happy. You'll become like these cows and then have something beautiful happen. But in all seriousness, I hope that example makes sense. You get what you give. And in this particular case, if you and the person you love gave each other the proper amount of love, then something beautiful like this might happen. Let's see if we can get you in there, though. I don't know if he fits through there. Come on. Can you? There you go. All right. And on that note, let's go play some Minecraft. I think I might need to make a new sword. I either need to go mining or I need to go to my house and get iron, because I think it's time for nether exploration. Another thing you should note, by the way, is that when you're on the journey of loving yourself, you have to be careful not to hurt others. Because I see a lot of people that go on the self-love journey and I'm in my self-love era. You're not trying to do that. Don't be like those cringy girls on Instagram that just post about it and then just end up being assholes, right? The thing about self-love is that you can't flex it. You have to just do it. Don't post about it on social media. Seriously, don't. Because there's no reason for it. There's no reason for you to go to everyone you know and tell them, oh, I'm in my self-love era and I'm helping myself do this. Like, there's no point. I think that just kind of defeats the purpose, because then you're trying to show people that you love yourself. The only person you need to show that you love yourself to, by the way, is yourself. In fact, the good thing to do when you're trying to learn to love yourself is to get off social media entirely. Social media is the bane of your existence, I promise you, when it comes to things like that. Maybe you can't get rid of it completely, but definitely put it on a do not disturb mode. Definitely put those notifications on mute. Because it's very hard to love yourself when you're comparing yourself to other people. Especially people that have photoshopped the shit out of themselves to make themselves look pretty, showcase their lifestyle. What is happening here, buddy? Okay, that was interesting. It's nearly impossible to love yourself when you're watching people who claim to love themselves and they just flex on social media. Those people don't love themselves. Don't make that mistake. Those people are imposters. Those people are the red sus imposter in Among Us, okay? Those people are just seeking your attention, okay? And they don't deserve your attention right now. You deserve your own attention. Oh, wait, there's a cow over there that just cooked itself. Can I have the meat? Damn it. All right, no meat for me here. Just a skeleton that wants to touch me. Anyway, and you have to also be careful not to hurt other people in your self-loving journey or whatever. Because I've seen a lot of people, a lot of friends of mine that went on that journey and came back just assholes, came back just narcissists. That's not the goal here. The goal here is to get yourself out of a mindset that is both a detriment to you and a detriment to others. But by going the route of full-on just, it's all about me, you end up going in the narcissism being a detriment to others route anyway. There's no point in doing that. If you're going to go and try and self-love yourself and just end up hating everybody else instead, that's going to make it 10 times worse, I believe. The final thing I want to kind of say about this matter, especially on the more the family side, is don't excuse your family, by the way. Your family also has to be in that same level of learning how to love you and you learning how to love them. Your family is also responsible for understanding that you might need some time. You might need to understand how to love yourself. And they might tell you that they love you. They might tell you that, you are loved, this and that. But the reality is you need yourself to believe this. And they're being helpful, by the way. This helps when you have that support system. Some people don't have that. But you need to be able to rely on yourself as well. You can't always rely on other people because people are unreliable. And that is true for you too. You are going to be unreliable to yourself. But you are the only one that can control how reliable you are to yourself. I'm going to repeat that in case it doesn't really make sense right now. You are the one that fully controls how reliable you are to yourself. If let's say you have a morning routine, right? You rely on yourself to complete that morning routine every single day. And if you don't, it's your own fault. No one helped you there. No one is going to help you there. It's your morning routine. It's your morning. It's you getting up out of bed. It's you needing to make your bed and brush your teeth. For if you don't do those things, you let yourself down. By the way, on a complete side note, does anybody else have this thing in Minecraft where if you start killing too many animals, you're like kind of low-key scared for the ecosystem of the place that you're killing all the animals for? I swear to God, like I genuinely have an issue when I start cutting too many trees or too many... Oh, hello, Spider-Man. These are not the ones I'm talking about, by the way, not the mobs. But when I start cutting like too many trees or I start killing too many cows, I have this like weird feeling inside me that I'm like destroying the environment. And it's so messed up because this is just completely a fake environment that was created by a computer. But yeah, I think it's nether time after this because all I needed from here really was some food. So I can go to the nether. Hey buddy, how you doing? Well, that kind of just screws it up for me. So in the comments right now, I need you all to type what you've done recently to love yourself. And it can be, like I said, something as simple as you allowed yourself to have a snack. It can be something as simple as you went out and had fun with your friends. It can be something as simple as you giving yourself enough time to sleep and get refreshed, even though you didn't get all your homework done because it simply just wasn't feasible. You just couldn't figure it out in time. Those things are all okay. Now I have to find out a way through the nether without passing away. I hear a ghast. I want to get, you know what? All right, my goal for the end of this video is to get the return to sender achievement. That's all I want. I hear so many ghasts too. All right, I guess this could be like my little pathway. Where are these ghasts? I hear them. Oh, there's one. Come here, ghast gamers. Hello. All right, let's do this. It's too far away. These guys are so shit at aiming at me. Just stop moving for a second. Oh my God, seriously? Come on, come on. No, I was so close. You're done. You're done for, buddy. You're kidding me. Just take it. Take it back. Return to sender. Come on. Yes! Let's go. Okay, I didn't get the achievement, I don't think. But it doesn't matter because I saw it in my heart. Here, I'll add it on the screen or something. Now, while I desperately try to kill this ghast, let's move on to the next topic. Life has been pretty stressful for me the past month. And there's a couple of reasons for this, but the main one is actually work. And work in general is the driving factor for most people's stressful moments in life. There's also been some turmoil in one of my friend groups, which doesn't help the case. And then there's the daily struggles of small things. Say, what are you going to wear today? Am I doing what I think I want to be doing with my life? Or what am I having for dinner? All of these things cause stress in your life. And when you get to the big things like work and friends and emotions and feelings, people tend to always try and steer clear of stress. But I'm here to tell you that stress is actually a good thing. Stress is necessary. Stress is actually a blessing and, of course, a curse at the same time. Nobody likes to look at it that way, though. No one you've ever known or no one I know has ever said to me, I'm glad that I'm stressed out today. I'm so happy about that. There isn't a single person that's going to say that to you. And for good reason. Stress is an unpleasant feeling. Stress is something that you feel when something is either wrong, something might be wrong, or you're anticipating something to be wrong. And of course, my feelings of stress have not been any different. They've been pretty garbage this month because I've been very stressed out about work due to deadlines and stuff that were being pushed back and not being met for a myriad of reasons, or just stuff not working out with my editing software and my computer, to the point where I bought a new computer. That's how stressful it was. And this is where the importance of stress comes in. Because I got to the point where I was so stressed out that it triggered me to do an action. And that action is a village. No. That action of buying the computer actually has now significantly decreased my stress levels. Because I was trying to edit videos that were very, very beefy, to say the least. What? Need some help there, buddy? All right. I was trying to edit videos that were very beefy, to say the least. We're talking like things that would make any average computer explode. I was editing these videos with a computer that had a 7-year-old processor in it. Now, I don't know what you guys know about computers, but that's the equivalent of trying to make a cake with a microwave oven. Okay, it's just not going to happen. That computer served me well for many, many years. But it finally got to the point where it was time for it to go. And I'm gonna be an asshole and take all of your stuff. Don't mind me, village boys. I'm just gonna, yeah. So in the grand scheme of things, that stress that was caused helped me out significantly. Significantly. I had been putting off buying that computer for, I don't even know how long. Pretty long time. And the reasons, of course, were because computers are expensive, parts are expensive, stuff like that. And these, of course, are all valid reasons to not make a purchase because it's not time yet, it's not worth it. But in my case, it had been worth it. It had been worth it to make the upgrade for a while. And the only thing that ended up pushing me over the edge was stress. The thing that backed me in the corner. The fact that I was so such discontent with what was going on that I just blew up and said, I'm buying this. I don't care if I can't afford it for the next 3 months. And the truth is, I easily could have afforded this piece of machinery at the time. But I was stubborn, and I thought I could still run with what I had. The truth is, I could not. I could not in the slightest run with what I had. I needed that upgrade so badly that I had the realization that I should have done this months ago. And this is just one of the ways that stress can actually be helpful to you. And now, this is a very extreme, extraneous case. But it is a story of my life and my relationship with stress. Oh, no, let's not look at the Enderman. Okay, all right. You know what? I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine now. Kick rocks, buddy. Get shit on, kid. I need to find like some sort of... I need to find saddles. I want horses. But anyway, back to stress. That example right there is one of the more extreme ones. Stress doesn't always work that way. And it's also one of the examples that actually had a solution. Stress doesn't always have a solution. Not a direct one, anyway. For me, this was more of a cause and effect type of deal. For you, you might have a way different issue with stress. And we're not talking about clinically diagnosed anxieties here. We're talking about straight up, you're stressed out about something that you know, something that is more evident to you, stuff of that sort. And in those cases, stress can be good because stress isn't just meant for one thing. Stress actually has many purposes in people's lives. Even though that people might not like the idea of it and might not like to experience the feeling, you can't deny the fact that you need it. Because if we didn't have stress, we would never have the sense of urgency to do anything. Ever think of that? One of the biggest motivators in life is stress. And when I say one of the biggest, I mean one of the biggest. You wouldn't be motivated to do your homework ever if you weren't stressed out about your grades. Because as a kid with a child's mind, for me, what purpose does homework have? Nothing, not a single thing. It's the bane of my existence. I don't want to be doing it. I don't want to have to do it. And I wouldn't do it without the stress of grades, and those grades meaning that I won't pass the class, and not passing the class meaning I have to redo it, meaning I'll have to stay in school longer, and school being the driving thing that I don't want to be doing for longer. You see how that's kind of just a domino effect of stressors. And even in the more like bigger ways of life, think about stress. Think about the fear/stress of the inevitability of death. Think about what we would do in life if we weren't afraid/stressed about the fact that we will eventually die. We wouldn't do anything for 1,000 million years. We would sit there and wait for things to just happen because we wouldn't have any sense of, once again, urgency. You can waste 50 years pretty easily. And I might not even be anywhere near the 50-year mark right now. But I'm sure there's many adults out there that will tell you that I wasted my life because I was just lazy or I just didn't feel like doing things. Like, how many times have you heard that story from some uncle of yours, or hell, maybe even your parents if you're unlucky? Okay, this desert doesn't seem to have any desert temples. That's what I'm looking for, by the way, desert temples right now. But I'm sure you understand my point. The urgency of life being short is what makes us humans do what we do. It's why we made it to the moon, for crying out loud. Another thing you need to understand about stress is people are romanticizing the shit out of it these days. And I don't understand why people like to do that. Obviously other than attention. Other than attention, I don't understand it. People love to talk about how, I'm so stressed out and I have so much anxiety. And some people will say these things to you, by the way, with like the most minute things. And by the way, these minute things are all stressors we have and experience. Everyone experiences most of them. That's why we talk about them. But there comes a point where you say, who cares? There comes a point in people's lives where they're going to go, why do I care that you're stressed out about the fact that you don't know what to eat today? These are normal people, by the way. We're not talking about people that are abnormal in the way their brain works. We're talking about the average Joe. People that will just sit there and have that conversation with you. I'm stressed about what I'm going to wear today. This is just a normal day, by the way. It's just a normal day where they might just have to go to school. They might just have to get the mail. And to you, I say, just put clothes on. It's as simple as that. Put a shirt and a pair of pants on. And once again, I'm not talking about somebody who has body dysmorphia, who doesn't know what's going to look good on them. We're talking about people who are average, who don't have the abnormalities that some others do. To those people, I say, you need to embrace it. You need to accept that stress and fear of whatever you're facing right now. Because you won't be able to survive life. It's simple as that. You will not be able to survive what life has to offer you. By the way, like, for example, right now, I'm looking at... Oh, that was a bad idea. Okay, that was a really bad idea. That was a really bad idea. See, this is what I'm currently stressed about. This Enderman is going to eat my face off if I don't stop looking at him, I guess. So this, by the way, this right here is a stressor. This is something that causes me stress right now because I might die and I don't want to die this far away from my house. But now that I'm fighting him, now I'm ready to... This dumbass actually fell in a cactus. Come here, bud. Come here, let me talk to you. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess he doesn't want to talk. He didn't want to smoke. Now, for some people, that encounter right there, right? That encounter right there might cause them so much stress that they can't even operate on a daily basis. You know how ridiculous that sounds to me? And I'm probably offending quite a few people right now. But you guys need to hear this. That right there, that is not something that you should be stressed about. That is something that you should embrace. If it makes you a little bit anxious, take it with you and use it to your advantage. Embrace it. Because guess what? Tomorrow, You might have 2 Endermen after you. And then what are you going to do? You're going to pass out at the sight of 2 Endermen? No, you're going to fight on. And that's the same with actual things in life, by the way. These Endermen are not a real problem ever. You can't physically die from them. And this can be applied to real life. If you're afraid to talk to strangers, and you're anxious about that, how do you think you overcome that? How do you think you overcome that anxiety? By talking to more strangers. If you tell me that you're not a people person, right? But you would like to be a people person. You would like to deal with people and be able to handle people and have conversations and be social. Okay, the stress of social anxiety, let's just say that. The way you overcome it is by doing it. Embracing it. Going closer to the source of what is causing you the stress. In my case, right, with my work stress, the way I overcame it was experiencing it at such a high level that I was forced to deal with it. I was forced to build a new computer because I couldn't handle it anymore. I hit a breaking point. And that could be true for you. You might hit a breaking point in your life and with your stress and what you're doing. And I encourage you to go towards that breaking point. Now, when I say go towards it, I don't mean to the point where you're making yourself physically sick, but you should at least try and make progress. Try and get to a point where you're happy with yourself. And I'm not saying that you're going to overcome these stressors, by the way, in like a day or anything. But in time, you can overcome them. Another example. I used to be very shy on cameras. Very shy. To the point where it would stress me out when I was on camera. Because I felt the need that I had to perform or something of the sort. And the reality was, all I had to do was be on camera more. And how did I overcome that, you might ask? I started a YouTube channel. And I started talking into the microphone. And I started recording my face. And I started recording my gameplay and stuff like that. And I'm not talking about this YouTube channel, by the way. This is very, very long time ago. But that's what got me used to cameras and not being anxious and all that stuff. It took me years of being on camera and talking on a microphone and doing all that stuff to get past it. And the one thing that is certain is it didn't happen overnight. It took years of trying and years of wanting to be able to do it. And we can also, of course, talk about the other category of stress, the category of which is just constantly there. The category of stress being friends, family, work, obligations, things that will always put some strain on your mental and bother you and just be a thorn in your side. That type of stress, unfortunately, you will always have in life. And there it is. You have to accept it. You will always have it. There will not be a time where you won't have that, because if there was a time where you didn't have that entirely, you would be bored with your life and you would look for that stress. People are actually stress seeking if you think about it. Because if we weren't stress seeking, we would take the easiest possible route to everything always. An example is making more money. If you're able to make more money, odds are you're going to be more stressed, because with more money comes more responsibility and work. And with more X, Y, and Z in your work life, you get more stress. It's quite literally an analogical relationship. So how do you do it? How do you just get through the daily motions if you're chronically going to have this problem? I can't give you that answer, because it's not the same for everybody. For some, it's actually taking care of themselves. Like I said recently in the Love Yourself video, you might have to love yourself more and allow yourself to feel and experience the stress and give yourself time. But sometimes you don't always have time. Time is actually one of your biggest enemies in life, because you don't always have enough. And the crazy thing is, as humans, we do have a lot of time. We have almost a century for the most part. Most of us anyway. The ones of us who survive that long. Okay. If you're like me, I'm a thrill seeker right now. So I might not survive the whole century. But you know what I'm saying. All right, there's quite a few friends down here. So you might not have the time. You might need to be not stressed right now. And to you, I say, you can't have your cake and eat it too. I don't know how else to put it. You're going to have to either compromise your mental or compromise time. And if you have the choice, you should always compromise some time. Because the truth is, we do have quite a bit of time. Yes, life is short. But in my opinion, it's better to live the short, good life than to live the long, bad one. The one where you didn't take risk because you were too stressed. Or the one where you let stress take over every decision you make, to the point where you just make the wrong decision. I don't know. I'm saying a lot of things right now. I'm hoping they're grasping. I'm going to look into the edit and see if any of this makes sense. Hopefully it does, because I really don't want to scrap this video. This one is an important one to me. It seems that everybody around me is always stressed, always whining and complaining about the fact that they are stressed. Which they're allowed to, right? I'm not saying that they're not supposed to do that, but I'm kind of getting tired of hearing it every waking moment of my life. Obviously, talk to your friends about it. Obviously, talk to your family about your stressors and what issues you have. But don't make it I don't know. Don't overdo it. It just feels like people overdo this stress conversation all the time. This is quite the cave system. I'm going to be in here for a while. Hopefully, I can make it out of this alive. I really would not like to die here. And I don't want this to come off as I'm complaining that my friends are confiding what they're stressed about to me, but I do feel that some of them just need to suck it up. Because it's life. And life is stressful, and you're going to have to deal with it. Make sure you're not spending every moment thinking about the fact that you're stressed. Enjoy life, you know? Yes, with the stress in it. Okay, who is hitting me on the other side? I'm getting double teamed right now. Goodbye. Alright, let's try and find a way out of this damn ravine. Okay, I don't think I want to fight the Enderman right now. Wait, maybe I just find diamonds. Because I'm on Y32. I may as well just look for them, right? Goodbye. This is... Okay. This is ridiculous. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. I have a lot of friends down here, huh? Alright, I might have to actually use the bow and arrow here. Alright, those ones are fun. Those ones are all dying. Shit. Okay. Alright, I'm alive for now. There's a lot of mobby boys around here, and I don't think I'm going to survive for much longer if I don't stop doing stupid things. But I want diamonds. How am I on food? I'm okay on food. I can make bread. Oh, there's bound to be diamonds in here, dude. It's like peak diamond location. This has just turned into a let's play at this point. Seriously, not a single diamond? This is like depressing. I love how redstone glows when you hit it. It was like such a nice touch when they did that. Then again, it might have been always a thing. I don't remember. Yeah, side note, if you're stressed out, play some Minecraft. That always helps me. Damn, not a single diamond in this whole cave system. Alright, I think it's time to leave. Here's another life lesson. You don't always get what you want. And in this case, I didn't get my damn diamonds. Yeah, I don't know if there's much else to say about the stress thing. I mean, I guess I just want to say, if you are stressed, if you're genuinely stressed, like, no BS, like, you actually mean it, and life seems just, like, very problematically stressed for you right now, embrace it. I promise you, if you allow it to come into your life and you think about it in a more positive way, just say, you know what? I'm stressed about this, but I'm okay with that. I understand that this is part of it. You'll be so much happier. You'll actually sometimes become immune to it. That's happened to me. Like, I've actually become immune to the certain stressors of life. And it doesn't happen for too long. And the stress, of course, comes back. But it's a step in the right direction. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to try and find my way out of this cave system. Oh, I see an opening right there. I guess that's it then. And yeah, stress is good sometimes. But anyway, new conversation. Loneliness is one of those feelings that we all experience at some point or other. Whether you're a kid and you just don't have that many friends to play with, or you're a full-fledged adult and all your friends have pretty much moved away. We will all feel loneliness at some point in our lives. An example of this is me. I'm an only child. And not only that, but I was an only child that lived in an area pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Like 40 minutes by foot from the town square, middle of nowhere. So I just had to find ways to entertain myself. And luckily I had many toys to play with, such as Legos, and video games such as Minecraft. And that's not to say that I was completely alone. I mean, when my parents were at work, my grandparents would watch over me, but there's only so much you can get out of your grandparents at a very young age. Sure, they could tell you stories and play games with you, but you really crave companionship from people your age. Another lucky thing for me was that I had friends in school that actually played games online. So one of the ways my generation bonded was through video games and talking online with Skype, TeamSpeak, or now Discord, and we would just have fun playing games like that. And while that might seem good and all, there's a fundamental issue with being online and talking to your friends online. And that fundamental issue is that you're just not present in the same way that you would be if you were in person. And it might not seem problematic at first, but if you're exclusively getting your social interaction from online conversations, you will most likely still feel lonely. Because you're still in the room talking to someone that could be anywhere from 1 mile to thousands of miles away. So I'm looking for horses, and this guy looks pretty cool. And I have saddles and horse armor. If you're wondering how I got that stuff, check out my latest video with Flow State. Let's see. This one doesn't have a lot of health, though. How about this one? This one has stupid amounts of health. So this is going to be my horse for now. And my next task is to grab a leash so I can have horses for my friends. So as I was saying, having your social interactions only be online, you'll probably still feel lonely. And that's a problem that Gen Z and Alpha Gen and everything probably after us is going to face from now on. Because I think we've lost touch in the sense that we don't know how to socialize and not be lonely. We've taught ourselves and been taught through these devices that we've been using for our entire lives at this point. Phones, computers, anything that has a screen on it, as a matter of fact, that social interaction can happen here. We've replaced every other kind of social interaction. And while that might not be the case entirely for everyone, I think we can all agree that any developed country that has access to these tools and gadgets is facing the same problem. In other words, you're not alone. I need to find a leash or a lead. Okay, my horse is running away. There we go. We were all having this problem right now. I promise you I'm having this problem as much as you. And this is all sort of going back to the Chronically Online video I made. Go check that out in the card above. But I'm always online, right? I'm always on the computer doing work or socializing, which makes it so that I don't leave my room and therefore don't get any actual real life practice on talking to people face to face. So as an entire generation, how do we combat this? I think the answer is limiting your use of social media. And honestly, anything that could be considered a messaging service or a service where you somehow communicate to other people globally. And as much as many of you will probably say, and I will agree with, that these apps and computers are all great tools for making the world go round right now, we need to limit ourselves. Everything is good up until a certain point. Cake is great until you eat too much of it and then you want to throw up. Or sitting in the sun is great for vitamin D, but if you sit in the sun too long, you get burned. And the same is true with social media and computers. They're great tools to advance our civilization and do things, but if we sit on them too long, we lose our human touch, physically and emotionally. So if you can deal with having, let's say, 3 hours of screen time a day, that's not, obviously, we're talking about screen time that you use for leisure, not for work and stuff like that. Other than work, if you can limit your screen time to, let's say if you're doing it for 5 hours a day, you go down to 4, or if you're at 4, do 3, or whatever it is for you personally. I know for me right now, if I look at my screen time app, actually, let me look at that. In most cases, I'm below the 2-hour mark, except on certain days, depending on what I'm doing. But, so if I go on my phone screen time, I'm at like 2.5 hours per day on average. However, I also sit on my computer all day. So then that just makes it go into stupidly long 12-hour days of just being on the computer, which is just not healthy, and I'm aware of it. But what I'm doing to combat this is now I'm starting to limit myself as to what I can use on my computer and on my phone. For example, the only social media that I use right now is Instagram. I don't use Snapchat, I don't use Twitter, I don't even have TikTok installed. And honestly, if I wasn't a content creator, I probably wouldn't have anything besides Discord and maybe like Facebook Messenger. In any case, I try to limit my social media use these days because it just is it's not necessary. And by doing that, what I accomplish is that I seek more actual human interaction outside of these screens. Because it's too easy when you're just in front of a screen. You kind of fall into what happened during COVID where, oh, we're all isolated, but we're forced to be isolated, so it's fine. Oh, great. My horse is... Yeah, this is not a thing to be doing while you're yapping. So now that we're not forced to be inside, just go outside and go talk to people. And of course, it's not that easy. But the fact of the matter is that the only real way to combat this loneliness is by doing so. By going outside, by talking to people. By kicking yourself in the head and saying, look, dude, if you want to not feel this way, you need to go out. You just have to. For me, I'm at a point in my life that if I could just not be on my computer, I would be. Straight up, if I could avoid going on a computer for 95% of the time, I would do it. But I can't because my job requires me to be on a computer at least 8 hours a day. But what that causes me to do is that I have to limit my other computer usage and other screen usage and go outside. Because the truth is, it does get lonely. It does get lonely when you're sitting on Discord and talking to people because you want to be near these people. You want to have actual experiences with these people. You want to be able to say, hey, remember that time when we XYZ? Remember that time when we went skydiving? Remember that time when we were at that cafe and so did this funny thing? You don't have that on the internet. Sure, you have the, oh, remember this funny moment when we showed each other a meme? Or remember when we hit this kill feed in Counter-Strike? Like, yeah, it's the same thing, but it's really not. And I can't explain it to you if you don't understand it at that level. I just can't. But I think most of us understand that there's a major difference. So just know that you're not alone. And if you do feel that you're lonely and you don't have any interaction and you just can't take it anymore, you gotta just kick yourself in the ass and say enough is enough and go to a bar. Go to a bar and just sit there. You don't have to even talk to anybody. And if you're someone that's younger, right, go to a cafe, go to a pep rally at school, go to anything that will allow you to be around people. And maybe you don't have to talk to these people. Maybe you could just sit there and watch them. You could just people watch. Even that activity by default would probably make you less lonely. And if you do it enough times and you sit and watch these people, you know, you keep going to this same event that happens every week, let's say. Let's say every weekend there is a Saturday night bowling event that a bunch of kids from your school go to. And maybe you just play with them. You don't really have to talk to them. Bro, the fuck away from my horse. Let me make some fences so this poor bastard doesn't die. So back to the Saturday night bowling event. That kind of eliminates the social anxiety of it. If you're doing like a sport or something, or you go to a chess table in a park, you don't really even have to talk to the people that you're dealing with. You're kind of just sitting there playing a game. That's one of the beauties of games and gaming especially. When we're playing a game with strangers online, most times we're just playing the game with them. And maybe we'll have a couple of chats about the game in-game. But where do you think that came from? That came from arcade rooms. Which before that came from playing sports. And you see how everything is socially tied into itself. So instead of playing Minecraft with your friends online, or playing Minecraft with a random person online, go to a basketball court and maybe play basketball with somebody. Or if you're older, go to a bar and maybe challenge someone at pool. There's just so many possible ways to avoid being lonely. Especially if you're someone who craves that extra human interaction. You just gotta want it enough. Got a little excited towards the end there, so let's tone it down a notch. You ever feel that you're stuck in place? Or that things are just not moving along the way you imagined or hoped for? Because that happens to me quite often. I'm in one of those places right now, I think. But not really. Because things are moving along in the pace that I want them, but they're not moving in the direction that I want them. And there's nothing really specific about that. There are things that I have accomplished that I'm very proud of by this point in my life, and that I deem to have accomplished early. And there are others that I still have not yet accomplished or have not yet been able to do that I feel like I should have done already. And I'm nearing the age of 23. Many of you might be watching this, might be older, might be in your late 20s, maybe in your 30s, or you might be younger in your teens and whatnot. But I think we all share this feeling of, I wish I was here instead of where I am. And I'm here to tell you that it doesn't really matter of the pace of what you're doing and when you're accomplishing things. It matters that you actually get there eventually. I mean, hell, certain people never reach those goals of theirs because they think it's too late. Whereas there never really is too late. Like, unless you're dying tomorrow, odds are you can still accomplish something that you've always wanted to do. A great example of this is Morgan Freeman. I think Morgan Freeman didn't make it in Hollywood until he was, late 40s? Even 50s? Think of that. A man that is now so loved and appreciated by everyone. Everyone wants to have him as a voiceover in their advertisement. Is a man that was not discovered fully until he was in his 50s. Which is a pretty amazing thing to think about. It's a pretty interesting thing to consider when you think of yourself. In that same light, if you're younger than Morgan Freeman, you technically can do anything, because Morgan Freeman's an actor. Acting is like one of the most unforgiving jobs you can do in terms of success rate and how long it takes you to get there. And usually when you're past your prime, people don't want to deal with you too much anyway. But it's not exclusively true. But to give you an example of this condition, like right now, I think I'm in a good position career-wise, but in other ways I feel like I'm not doing enough, or I'm not achieving enough. I don't even really know. There's one thing you have to understand about this, and it's that you can change your ways. You can make change, and you can get to the places you want to, but only if you really want to. You can take the old saying of, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And this is indeed very true. I can't really even express the amount of times that I've thought I wanted something, but I didn't want it enough to actually make the change. An example is exercising. I always want to think that I'm going to start exercising if I start going to the gym, but the truth is I don't want it really that much. I want the results, but okay, let's not kill the horse. I don't want the results enough to justify the means of obtaining those results, I guess. So you have to be honest with yourself. And you have to be really honest with yourself and ask yourself, is this really what I want? And am I really willing to do what it takes to do what it is I want? You might not like the answer you get, but it's definitely an answer you need. But let's say you get past that point. Let's say you are willing to do what it takes, but it just seems to be taking you way too long. And you don't understand why you're doing everything right. And you find yourself saying, shit, man. I wish by now that I would have made senior position in X job. Or I wish, say you want to be you're a junior partner at a law firm, and you want to become a senior partner, and you think it's taking you too long to get there. I bet you there's going to be somebody else who took 10 times longer than you did, trying to do the same exact thing. And that's okay. It's okay for both you and them to take longer, or to experience that job differently, or that direction differently. Because the truth is, people experience life differently. Life is not that simple. You can't just wish something into existence. You can't just assume that because Josh made senior partner at 22 that you're going to make senior partner at 22 as well. And by the way, I'm very well aware that 22 is not the age of reaching a senior partnership status at a law firm, but I'm using it as an example. You know, I expected by now, Wait a minute. Doggo? I want a doggo. And I want you to leave me alone. Hold on, do I have bones? I do have bones. Oh, we're hitting doggo. Oh, let's go. We have doggo. Alright. Cool. Now I have friend to help me kill Zambo. Hey, don't you kill my dog, little shit. So I can take myself for example. I thought by now that I probably would have had, I don't know, some form of major success on YouTube. And I'm not saying this to say that I'm not grateful for what I have. I'm very grateful for this community that we're building here, and I'm very grateful for the experiences that I've had along the way trying to be a YouTuber. But that doesn't change the fact that, I don't know, I thought I would be at a different place with this content creation thing. And that's okay. In any case, eventually I'll be where I want to be, as long as I keep at it. And that's all you really need to tell yourself, that it's going to happen for you eventually. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for a very specific mine shaft that I found earlier. Stop hitting my... There we are. Found it, finally. So, let's make a fence or two and just... There. Okay. Now, let's go down into the shaft. Alright, we got... Oh! And... Oh! Oh, this is nice. And we have a spawner for the cave spiders. Okay, yep. I forgot about these. These are important to not get hit by. Oh, of course. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead, aren't I? That was a mistake. This is kind of turning more into a let's play, but who cares? Did my dog die? Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll go find another one later. Oh no. This is dangerous. I should have brought better equipment. Very easy to get lost in these. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Creeper boy. Oh, you are joking me right now. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Okay, time to go grab my shit, I guess. Ugh, it's gonna despawn by the time I get there. Take the horse. God damn it, bro. Got one-shotted by a creeper with full armor. See, this is part of life. This is like exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes you fall down. Sometimes you fail. Sometimes you get set back a few steps. That's not a reason to feel defeated, I guess. It is a reason to find out what you did wrong. In my case, I got blown up by a creeper because I wanted to be cool and three-shot it, which completely bit me in the ass. Funny thing is, I didn't even really want to record this video right now, but I don't know. Something inside of me said I should do it, so I'm doing it. Alright, found all my stuff, luckily. Alright, let's try and survive this, shall we? Oh, shit. More diamonds? I guess I'm gonna try and escape this godforsaken place, but that's all I really had to say. Don't be afraid of being stuck in place. You can get yourself out as long as you want to, and as long as you try and do what's necessary. You can do whatever you want. Alright, let's move on before I die to all these mobs. Sometimes, in order to succeed, you need to fail. I got a comment recently that asked about talking about failure and how to overcome it. And for me, overcoming failure is pretty simple in one sense. Before I talk about failure, today's objective is to find a jungle. Hopefully we do find one with our trusty Bojack here, but we're going to go on a long expedition, so we'll need food. But as I was saying, failure is one of those things that is sort of inevitable. Okay, in order to succeed at anything in life, you have to fail at it first. You're not going to be the best Minecraft speedrunner unless you lose against Dream 10 times. You're not going to be the best race car driver unless you lose against Max Verstappen and his insane abilities. You're not going to be the best accountant in New York unless you've been an accountant for many, many years and made mistakes and failed at it first. Okay, this applies to everything. Hell, it applies to me. I failed at being a YouTuber for many, many years before I eventually got to the point where I am now. Not saying that I'm, the most successful content creator or anything, but I have seen some success on YouTube. but only after I failed at it for about, I guess, a decade, right? Let's say, for example, you failed. Let's take one of the simplest examples that everyone understands. You failed an exam, a test, anything of that sort. You had a math test, right? And maybe you're not so good at math. Maybe math is the bane of your existence right now. So you studied for this test. You kind of did okay studying, but you failed. You got an F. And now there are consequences with that. Your parents are not happy with you. Your teacher is not happy with you. And your grades are now a problem. So how do you fix this? Well, you take the test back. You see where you failed. And you study those questions. Right? You study the math problem that is 1 plus 1. And maybe you found that 1 plus 1 equals 3. Well, in reality, it's equals 2. Well, the only way to next time succeed is to take that 1 plus 1 and study it. Study why you couldn't figure out the reason that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. And when you study it enough, hopefully not too long considering the problem, you'll then understand it. And when you understand it, the next time you'll get it right. And this is true for everything. When you're at work and your boss tells you, I need this stack of paperwork done by Friday. And you weren't able to get it done by Friday because you, say, slacked and you didn't feel like doing it and you thought you could do it last minute. Well, guess what? You can't do it last minute and you failed and now your boss is mad at you. And just like I failed to keep my horse from not taking damage just there. The way you learn from that failure is next time you know, hey, I shouldn't procrastinate this. I should do it immediately or I should do it in a better, timely fashion. All that is simple failures that you experience in life and you have to learn from them and to overcome them. Now, it's easier said than done in many cases. I understand that fact. And I understand that some people might be failing at something more than one time. You might be a person who's taken your driver's license test 4 different times. And you just can't seem to figure it out. You just can't seem to understand why, and you just can't figure out how to drive. Can't figure out how to take that test. The truth about that is, even if you failed it 4 times, you haven't failed it until you've stopped trying. Does that make sense? Total failure requires that you stop trying to do what you failed at in the first place. And without total failure, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about the fact that you're failing because you can always try again in many cases of life. I don't remember what, there was this one movie I watched recently about this woman who was a swimmer, a professional swimmer. I think had won maybe Olympic medals and stuff. And she wanted to do this crazy feat of something that had never been done before, by the way. She wanted to go, I think, swim from the bottom peak of Florida all the way to Cuba in one go without needing to dock on a ship or anything like that. Now, this woman was retired and 60 years old. She was 60 years old and she wanted to accomplish this. Something that she couldn't accomplish when she was in her prime, in her 20s or whatnot. And guess what? She tried, I think, another 4 times at the age of 60 to 63 or something. I don't remember exactly. But the point is, this is a true story about a woman who actually swam from the peak of Florida to Cuba at 60 years old without dying in the process. She failed a few times. She definitely did fail, and those were hard failures. But she eventually did it. Think of that. Think of whatever you're failing at, and think that a human that was in their 60s was able to accomplish that. If she can do that, then you can succeed at whatever you're failing at. I'm not saying anything that's new. I'm not saying anything profound. But I am saying something that people need to hear. You need to fucking hear this, okay? You need to understand that life is full of failure in every step of the way. And that's what makes success so sweet and beautiful. Because you've had to fail. You've had to endure. You've had to do something 10 million times. That's what the whole point of you make things look easy comes from. Let's say you see somebody doing some crazy dance move, right? That you were like, oh shit, this looks so easy when this person does it, but it's so hard when I try to do it. That's because that person failed miserably for many, many years trying to do this stuff. And then one day, they were able to do this. One day, after all the training, all the suffering, all the pain and failure, they were able to succeed in doing that move
That looks so effortless to you.
Another example of mine, right now, I've traveled, I don't even want to know how far away from my house, and I have 3 Endermen staring at me, and I'm looking for a jungle that I might not find. But guess what? Me failing to find this jungle right now is not even really failing, because I haven't stopped trying. In fact, I'm going to make it my mission to find this jungle. Maybe not in this video, but in one of the following videos. Just to show you proof that I'm not going to fail this task. Now, while I'm searching, let's talk about actually overcoming failure. Failure brings, of course, sometimes emotions of inadequacy, sometimes emotions of just, this sucks, I don't want to do this anymore. So how do you stop yourself from just giving up? And the truth behind not giving up at something is, how badly do you want it? How badly do you want to achieve your goals? How badly do you want to get that driver's license? How badly do you want to beat Max Verstappen at a race? How badly do you want to get the Minecraft speedrunning record? Okay? And you'll find, if you ask yourself that question, you might get an answer you might not like. You might get the answer of, shit, I guess I am a failure because I don't really care enough to do this. And you need to understand something about that as well. If you reach your breaking point with something like that, if you finally figure out and say, damn, bro, I really don't want to do this anymore, that's okay as well. Guys, we're not meant to succeed at everything in life, okay? Because if we succeeded at everything in life, then there would be nothing left for other people to do. See, one person might be, their calling might be to be the best race car driver, even better than you. And you might find through that you don't want to try anymore to beat that record. You want to try and be a baker. You might like making bread and realize through the failure of being a race car driver that you might like something else more. You might realize that you don't want that anymore, and that's okay, because figuring that out requires you to fail. Okay? Figuring out what your true passion in life is requires you to fail at something or other. This is a cool little chunk that's loaded. Another story of mine about figuring out what my true calling is, right? When I was in high school, I thought I wanted to be a computer scientist. A computer scientist, like somebody that codes and makes programs and all that fun stuff. Well, guess what I found out? It ain't all that fun. In fact, it was pretty miserable. I took an AP computer science course. AP just basically means the equivalent of a college computer science course. And I took that course and I realized, oh my God, everyone is better than me and I hate coding and this sucks. But I finished the course, I figured out, okay, this is hard, but I want this. And so I kept going. I kept going in the computer science track. I applied to colleges based on the fact that I was going to pursue a computer science major. And then one day I went to a college tour and my life was forever changed. Damn it, so close. I thought this was going to be a forest. So I'm at this college tour and my mother tells me that they have this showcase at the communications department, which communications is anything that has to do with television, film, journalism, stuff like that. So I'm like, what the hell, why not? Keep in mind, by this point, I had already been making YouTube videos and editing and doing all this stuff. And I go to this tour of the communications department. They show you one of those feel-good videos about being a communications student and doing this major and this being your occupation. And when I tell you guys, my heart dropped because I realized, holy shit, I don't want to do computer science. I want to do this stuff. Which was, of course, entirely dependent on the fact that I had been doing YouTube for so long. And I liked it. And I liked content creation. And I like creating in that sense. So that content creation isn't really that different from television production in that sense, or journalism and all those things. They're all media in a sense. And that's all that I needed to figure out that I didn't want to do computer science. But I wouldn't have known the fact. I wouldn't have known that I didn't want to do computer science if I hadn't tried it out yet and if I hadn't failed at it. Seeing that communications tour might have not had the same effect on me if I hadn't failed at computer science. So that's a way to cope with failure. Cope with failure by understanding that by failing, you might find out that you love something else way more. Okay, I found yet another swamp biome. This is not good. Are jungle biomes like rare in this version or something? Watch, there's gonna be one like right next to my house and I'm gonna be so pissed at it. I've seen every biome at least 3 times besides the jungle biome. This is not a good thing. And I also don't exactly remember where my house is because I've kind of moved directions. I'm not exactly going in a straight line. So, yeah. I literally reached the end of, like, my current biome. Oh, God. Okay, well. See, this right here, this is failure. This is something that you can't return from. So, I guess that's another thing we should talk about, right? Failure at a point of no return. That's just a failure that you have to embrace. Okay, that's a failure that you just have to say, to take the punch and keep moving on. Life goes on. So like right now, I might be at the point where I have to turn around and find the jungle biome in a different direction. Because I'm starting to get to a point where I don't even remember the coordinates of my own house. And it might actually be worth for me to go into the nether and come back. Actually, that's probably what I'm going to do. Okay, so what we're going to do now, there's a change of plans. Instead of finding this jungle biome, or even, and maybe if we find it, I'm going to look for a lava pool. I'm going to try and make another portal. And then I'm going to use that nether portal to get back to my house because the nether is much smaller than the overworld. And that way I'll have the option of going in different directions. I found another dark oak forest. Jesus Christ, dude. At this point, it's like there's no reason for me to not build another portal. Oh, what the fuck? Wait. Did I? How did this? This is my bridge. I know exactly where I am. How the hell did we get here? Did I go in a circle? Is that even possible? Alright guys, it looks like through my failure of trying to get back home, I succeeded in finding a landmark I made. Wow, I know exactly where I am right now. That's insane. My house is right there. How did I even do? I literally went in a circle. I accidentally went backwards. That's actually so funny. Yep. See, this is how I cope with this failure. I guess whatever the lesson is there, learn from it. Next video, I'm going to try and find this jungle biome and see what we can do there. But as far as failure is concerned, just remember, success requires failure. Without failure, there is no success, and you haven't totally failed if you haven't stopped trying. Well, that was a nice little circle I made. Anyway, next topic. I just quit my job. And I didn't quit my job because I found a better one or anything. I didn't quit my job because I'm going to be able to sustain myself full-time from YouTube or anything. But I quit my job because that career path just isn't for me. Now, for those of you who don't know, I was a full-time video editor for a YouTube channel. And I found out that after a year of doing it, or realized rather after a year of doing it, that this isn't what I want to do with my life. Not in the slightest. I don't want to be a video editor. I don't want to be someone who sits in front of Adobe Premiere or whatever the editing software is for however many hours a day and barely talk to people and barely interact with people. And basically what I'm saying is it just wasn't the right fit for me. And no shade on the guys who I was working for. I love those guys. They gave me a great opportunity and taught me a lot. And I learned a lot about myself and about working full-time. And I'm just very grateful for that experience. And I wish that their channel becomes the biggest channel on YouTube. So if one of y'all are watching this video, thank you. I really appreciate you. But in any case, I quit this job because I didn't want to be a video editor anymore. Plain and simple. I just didn't want to do that anymore. It's not right for me. And I'm here to tell you about that. I'm here to tell you about the fact that it's normal for you to want to change career paths. And it's normal for you to want to stop doing something or quit. When I first started this gig, I thought I was going to be doing it for a couple of years at least. I didn't last a full year. I lasted 11 months. And the way I knew that it was time to quit is that it wasn't exactly that I wasn't happy or anything, right? You don't do a job because you're happy. You do a job because it fulfills you. You can't really keep chasing happiness. I'm starting to learn that now. It's kind of this American dream concept of chasing happiness all the time. You're not going to be happy all the time. But you can be fulfilled for most of the time. You can be excited about what you're going to do the next day if you have the right job. And for me, editing wasn't that. I wasn't fulfilled enough by video editing to justify doing it for the next 20 years, you know? In fact, I was working on this documentary a while back. And we were in this studio, this post-production studio, which is basically just like a place where they do all the editing, the coloring, they fix a bunch of stuff. And there was this guy, this colorist, who's in charge of color grading the film, right? And he was also doing some other like minor tasks of like getting rid of like dead pixels on the screen, which is something that 97% of people will never ever see. And it's the most annoying and minute thing that you shouldn't have to care about. And I asked him straight out, doesn't this get ridiculously infuriating having to remove like a singular dead pixel on the screen? And he's like, yeah, it can be tedious sometimes, but I've been doing this for 20 years. I love it. And that's when the realization started hitting me that I didn't love what I was doing. I somewhat enjoyed it. I liked the result of what I was doing. I liked the fact that I helped create some pretty good pieces of content and content that was viewed by millions. But it just wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't what I wanted to continue doing. And you will find that in your life too. It doesn't even have to be a job necessarily, but you will find that sometimes what you're doing is not what you want to be doing. It's not what fulfills you. It's not what's right for you. And this is very much tying into the video I made recently about failure and how you need to try things, right? This is kind of the same thing, although it's not a failure. I don't consider what I've done with this group of people a failure by any means. In fact, I consider it a great success because it worked out for a year, Oh my god, I found the jungle biome. Okay, there was this whole bit of lore last video that I was looking for a jungle biome. I went out for days and days on end and I couldn't find it. Oh, perfect. The reason I wanted to find this jungle biome is because I want jungle trees near my house. So I'm going to use the example of SpongeBob. SpongeBob is a fry cook. SpongeBob is a fry cook that gets paid shit money to flip burgers every day of his life. And that's all he does. He goes to work, flips burgers, goes home, talks to his little pet snail. And he loves his life because he loves his job and he couldn't care less what everybody else is doing. And on the other side, you have Squidward. Squidward hates his job. Squidward is miserable every day of his life because of it. Because Squidward's dream is to work in something with status. He wants to be an artist, a famous artist, or he wants to be part of a restaurant that has higher status than the Krusty Krab. He just wants to be someone. And that's what he thinks will fulfill him. But he can't be fulfilled by this if he stays in the Krusty Krab. He has to change. And of course, this is a cartoon. Squidward is not going to change. Squidward, in fact, will stay in the Krusty Krab. But if you want to be more like SpongeBob and less like Squidward, you have to take the steps that SpongeBob is taking. You have to work a job that fulfills you, that you love, even if it maybe won't give you as much money. You have to choose, am I prioritizing money? Am I prioritizing fulfillment? Am I prioritizing other things in my life? Only you know this answer. And honestly, the best way to find that answer is by doing something that you hate. Casey Neistat famously said this, right? Don't quote me on this, but I think he was cleaning pots at a Red Lobster, absolutely hated it, and realized that he wanted to make YouTube videos, or he wanted to make films, rather, because of the fact that he had time to think about what he wanted to really do. And in that same note, I had time to think about what I wanted to really do. I want to make more content. I want to go out and produce a documentary. I want to do a bunch of things that became more and more clear to me the more that I was doing a job that I wasn't enjoying as much. You shouldn't have to stay in a job that you don't like. Now, I'm fortunate enough to have built a bit of a monetary cushion for myself. So I'm not saying by all means that you should quit your job regardless of what your monetary capacity is and how your economic situation is. You should always consider everything, and you should always make sure that you have some place to land if things don't go out your way. Because right now I'm taking a risk, right? I'm taking a risk. I don't have current employment. I didn't find a new job before I gave my 2 weeks. But I'm okay with that, because it works for me in my current situation. And you should also apply this principle to anything else you're quitting, right? If you're quitting college per se, have figured out what you're going to do instead. Because you can't just not have a plan in the slightest, right? You need to have a plan. Because if you don't have a plan, you'll sort of fall into this weird in-between phase where you're like, I'm not doing anything, and I don't feel like doing anything, so I'm just going to do nothing. And a lot of people suffer very badly because of that. You need to have something, not say per se lined up, but you need to have a game plan. Because otherwise life will gobble you up very quickly. For instance, my game plan is to go full throttle on YouTube right now. I want to make more videos for this channel. I want to make more content. I want to make more interesting content. I want to try different things. The yaps will stay, of course. I'm not going to stop doing these because I love this. I love talking to you guys about life and all that stuff. But I'm going to do some more as I'm being blasted by skeletons. Anyway, as I was saying, I want to make some more content. And a couple of ideas I had are that I'm going to do a bit of it's like J/inbox series. I'm going to read questions from the comments and try to give advice the best I can to the best of my knowledge. And yeah, that'll be another video a week. And I also have a Let's Play cooking. Is that a melon I see? It is a melon I see. So I have a Let's Play cooking. I have an extra video a week. So that would be 2 extra videos per week. And I might start live streaming just more casually. Maybe I'll play some Fallout because that's popping right now. And that show is awesome. And I'm going to see where it takes me. That's a plan. I have a plan in place. I have things that I'm going to do just to give you guys an example. Anyway, I got what I came for. I wanted jungle saplings. So that's all I need from the jungle. Is that an ocelot? Oh, shit. I can make a fishing rod. I can have an ocelot. Hold on. So how do we do this again? We do this. All right, let's go fishing for a bit. Let's fish a little while we talk. Okay, you guys need to die because you're annoying me. Thank you. All right. Oh wait, I don't even really need to fish. I just need to get it. I need to leash it up and then I can do it. Here, kitty. Bro, speed running against me. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, this is so laggy for some reason. Okay, I got it. Okay, now I'm going to go fishing and try to tame this little guy. Because ocelots are great because, I don't know if you know this, you can defend against creepers with them. Anyway, as I was saying, I have a plan. And that plan might not be the smartest plan, might not be the best plan for me economically, but it's a plan to do what I've always dreamt about. Is that efficiency and feather falling 4? Whew! That's a boot. I gotta make diamond boots for that. No. Oh, wait. Oh, did it work first try? How do I fully tame you? Oh, there we go. Okay, now you're just running in circles. All right, I can't seem to figure out how to tame you, so I'm just gonna here. Let's Doesn't it turn into a cat when you do it enough times? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it turns into an actual cat. Also, another thing to know: it took a lot for me to do this. It took a lot for me to get to this position. It took a lot for me to feel comfortable with resigning. And it's a hard thing to do. But sometimes you just know. Sometimes it's just the right move for you. But you won't really know until you try. So today, here's what I want you to do. I want you to sit down and figure out what is something that you're doing that you don't like that you're having to do, or you might want to quit, or you're just not feeling right about. And ask yourself, why are you doing this thing? Is it a job? Is it a project? Is it a relationship? Is it anything of the sort? And think about the pros and cons. Think about, hey, do I want to continue doing this? Or do I not want to continue doing this? Do I want my job for the rest of my life to be as a software engineer? Or do I want to be a musician? And think about what it takes to be a musician and how you're going to get there. Think of all these things. Think of how you can get where you want to be. Think of how you can follow your passion. Just think. And after you think long and hard, and you make it that decision, because you're going to have to make a hard decision or two for you to follow that passion of yours, then it's time to take action. Then and only then is it time to take action. But be careful. Don't think too long because you don't have infinite time. You have a lot of time, but you don't have infinite time. What you do have time for is to watch the rest of this video. So recently I noticed that a lot of my friends are either in long-term committed relationships or are on the track to get married. Like I actually have some friends that are getting married this summer, others that are engaged, others that are getting ready to get engaged. And then there's me, fresh out of a long-term relationship, thinking about all of this and saying, wow, I'm glad I'm not them. And I'm not saying this to throw shade at my friends, of course. It's more to say that I'm not in that place in my life. But at the same time, I don't think people in my age group should really be in that place in their lives. Keep in mind, I'm 22 going on 23. And most of my friends with some error of margin are around a year to 2 years older or younger. And I'm talking about this because I'm seeing a lot of comments that are something along the lines of, I don't have a girlfriend and I don't know how to get one, or I can't find love and I've been looking and I just can't do it. And to those of you, I say, don't get a girlfriend. Don't look for love. Don't look for a relationship. Let it find you naturally. And I'm going to speak more on this in terms of the guy's side of things, trying to get a girlfriend rather than a girl trying to get a boyfriend. Mainly because I don't have much experience looking for a boyfriend. In fact, I don't have any at all. When you're in the younger 15 to 20 range, trying to get a relationship is in many cases pointless because you end up breaking up anyway. Sure, it's good for experience and to understand what it's like to be in one, but it's not usually lasting too long. Then again, I have a couple of friends that are 8 years together, high school sweethearts, engaged, and it worked out for them. So it's not to say that it doesn't happen, it's just very unlikely. But other than that, other than to just have a bit of fun and just experiment and understand what it's like to be in a relationship, there's really no point in doing the high school relationship type of thing. You know, focus on school, focus on sports, focus on friends and making friends. But if you fully understand all of this stuff, you're looking for hookups, you're looking for a short relationship or just to date casually, fine, run it. That's a completely different thing and go right ahead. And then as you get older, you're in college, you're out of school, you're doing life as a whole. Think about what your goals as a guy are first. Think of what your goals are. Think of what you want to do. Think of what type of lifestyle you want to lead. If you don't know what lifestyle you want to lead, if you don't know what your interests fully are, you probably don't want to bog any of that down with a partner or a girlfriend or any sort of relationship like that for that matter. Any sort of romantic relationship you probably don't want to have to deal with. Because the truth is, when you do enter a relationship, everything becomes slower and you do it less. And that goes from schoolwork to friends to sports to anything. Because you are so infatuated with some new person in your life that is making you feel all the good feelings of being infatuated and hormones and all kinds of fun stuff. Everything is going to take a back seat for quite a significant amount of time. I'm talking months here. And that's kind of a biological thing because as humans, as a species, our goal is to ensure that the species survives. That means procreation, that means being in relationships, that means just creating the new generation, making children, okay? So it is all natural. These are all natural things that go through our heads and why we do the things we do. But, okay, seriously, here we go again with the skeletons. It makes sense why everything else takes a back seat because we are doing the most important thing that we can for our species to survive. But with that comes the problem of the societal way that humanity has now grown to be. We now have jobs and have goals and aspirations for ourselves that all come to a halt when we find a partner. They all kind of take a back seat because our now primal goal of continuing the species comes first. And of course, that eventually fades away with time. And if that fades away in an aggressive way and you end up breaking up with that person, you end up thinking, wow, that was a year of my life. What have I been doing in this year? And then you start to realize that you haven't been really doing much of anything else other than hanging out with your girlfriend. And you try to go back to everything. Your friends are kind of annoyed at you because you haven't hung out with them. Your grades might have suffered immensely. Your boss might be pissed off with you chronically to the point where you might have been fired. A lot of things could have happened because of this relationship. So that's why I say don't get a relationship. On the other side of that coin, if you're someone who has a good understanding of what they want in life, you have a good understanding of how you want your life to go, what you want in a partner, then I would try and look for a girlfriend, right? Because it's more of a thing that's missing from your life rather than the sole purpose of your life. A lot of people go into relationships thinking that this is their only source of happiness and that this is the only way that they're going to be happy and find success in their life. And the truth is that is the worst possible way to think about it. You should look for someone and think of them as an extension of happiness of your life, not the sole reason. You should say, hey, I have a career that I want. I'm going out and having fun with friends. I'm doing X, Y, and Z, but I think it would be better if I could actually add another person, a partner to this. An example is maybe you were going to take a, pottery class. And you thought to yourself, this might be a fun thing to do with someone. But you were going to do it anyway, right? You were going to do this pottery class. You were going to do it regardless. But adding a partner, adding someone to share that experience with will most likely make it more fun. In that same note, maybe today you thought you were going to watch a movie. But hey, maybe watching a movie with a partner might be more fun. You were still going to watch the movie, but you thought to yourself, this would be more interesting to do with somebody else. And that's when you start dating. That's when you start looking for people that match your interest and match things you want to do. Or you're looking for someone that's different than you completely. And maybe that's what's missing. You need someone to add some of that more interesting change in your life rather than looking for someone that you want to share everything with. All right, little side note. I want to upgrade the face of this house and make it out of jungle wood. So let's see how that looks. And that's how you start looking for partners. That's how you start looking for what you want and what you don't want. But you can't do that if you haven't at least started building a foundation of understanding who you are as a person. This kind of falls into the Love Yourself video, which I have linked above. You can't really know what you love in someone else until you love yourself. And on the same note, you can't know if you're going to like someone if you don't know what you like. Because guess what? The physical appearance of someone is not enough. And as a guy, you might think it's enough, because with guys, it's kind of a 50-50. You need to like what your partner looks like a lot of the time to actually be attracted to them. But guess what? Looks fade over time. You get older, you get wrinkly, you get white hair and saggy skin and all kinds of other fun stuff. So what's left? The person's intellect, the person's personality, the things the person likes to do. People are still themselves when they get older, maybe a little different as they get older, but they still are themselves. Unlike looks, personality does not fade, intellect does not fade. And once again, if you don't know what you're looking for, if you don't know what you like, other than knowing what you want your partner to look like, you're not going to find someone that you want to be with. And that's a mistake that a lot of people make. And I hate to be the person that says find yourself first without finding a partner, but you don't have to fully find yourself, okay? You just need to have a good understanding of what you want. Take me, for example. I've had one relationship, one serious one anyway. And I learned a lot of things from that relationship. I'm glad that I had that relationship. And I'm also glad that when I got into that relationship, I wasn't necessarily looking for one, but I was definitely not opposed to having one. But before entering that relationship, I had a good understanding of what I wanted, who I wanted to be, and what I was doing, okay? I understood that, hey, I want to be in the media industries. I want to be a YouTuber. I want to do this. Or, for example, these are my hobbies. I like playing video games. I like to travel to new places. I like doing X, Y, and Z. And logically, with those things in mind, I knew what I kind of needed in common with a partner. Start figuring that stuff out for yourself, and then you'll see how easy it is to meet someone. For example, let's say you're like me, and you like to play pickleball. If you go to a pickleball court on the weekend, odds are you're going to find people that also like to play pickleball who you can join. Maybe you like these people so much that you start doing it more consistently, and you form a friend group, and all of a sudden you say, hey, maybe we should all go out for drinks together. And then you get this group together, you go out for drinks, and you find that you like talking to this one particular girl. Now, you might have not really thought about this particular girl in this way. You might have said, hey, I just want to hang out with people, I want to have friends, and then you say, oh, okay, this one's pretty, this one is interesting, she has more things in common with me than I knew. What if I ask her out on a date, right? That kind of sucks, doesn't it? It needs something more. I can't just be straight down like that. I don't know if it's because of this thing, but hold on. Maybe the glowstone is bothering me. This is turbo boring. I don't like this at all. Let's try that again. Anyway, back to the pickleball group. So after you go out for drinks with the whole group, you pull this girl aside. Let's call her Jane. Pull this Jane Doe aside and you say, hey, I think you're attractive. I think we have things in common. We should get a drink sometime by ourselves. And if she says yes, then great. Go on a few dates. Hopefully you like her and hopefully she likes you back. And if she says no, guess what? You don't have to go out with her again, but you can still play pickleball with her because nothing's really going to change. And yes, you might say to me, but I could catch feelings and all that stuff. And that stuff, that will all pass. And you'll say, I like this one more now. The other one bores me. There's always somebody new. There's always somebody else you're going to find attractive. Hell, if guys talked to every single woman they found attractive, they wouldn't have jobs, okay? That's how easy it is to find someone that you think looks cute, right? But this is all besides the point. This here is only for the people that have figured out, hey, I like this, I don't like this. If you are someone who has not figured any of that out, you need to sit down and figure it out first. You need to go out and figure out what you like. You need to go out and embrace the unknown, as I said in a different video. Embracing the unknown in terms of relationships is only good after you've embraced the unknown in your own personal life, okay? Then figure out what you like in other people. But you might say, hold on a minute, Nico. I already met someone in my yoga class. Do you expect me to stop talking to this person? I started talking to her and I was just trying to figure out what I like hobby-wise, and I kind of like yoga, and I met this woman, and I'm going to say to you, there you go. You didn't have to try. You didn't even have to look for someone. That someone just showed up. That someone happened accidentally. You found someone you clicked with, you started talking to, you might start dating. That's what I'm trying to say this entire time. You don't have to try so hard. When you're in your teens, when you're in your 20s, and you're trying new things and experiencing life and understanding what you like and building a foundation for yourself, that's when that person is just going to show up naturally. As long as you're putting yourself in situations that will allow yourself to meet people and allow yourself to experience new things while also bettering yourself and building upon yourself, a person will show up for you. And vice versa, you'll show up for somebody else. Okay? You'll be on someone's radar just the same way that you have someone on your radar. Now, take everything I said here with a grain of salt. I am no expert on relationships in any way, shape, or form. I'd like to think that I understand relationships, and I'd like to think that I understand people and how they're working, but all I have right now is a foundation of who I am. At least I think I do. All I know is that before I had this foundation, I didn't really know. I didn't really know what I wanted or looked for. That's when I started testing the waters. Maybe for you, trying to find a relationship is a better approach. And to you, I say, run it. Let me know in the comments how it went. If it worked, if you think that your approach is better, please let me know, because I'm open to being wrong, guys. I'm open to being wrong about things. But regardless, in my opinion, don't look for a girlfriend. Let her find you. Let her find you by developing yourself as a person first, understanding who you are, what you like, and how you want to live your life. All right, if you're still watching, comment what your favorite Minecraft block is. Next topic. So before I start exposing colleges and universities, congratulations to the class of 2024 and all my friends who just graduated as well. I'm hoping that you will all do well in your future endeavors and that you will all find jobs with these degrees that you got. Because after all, that is the ultimate goal of college. But while I eat my bread here, I'm going to explain to you why colleges are a scam. Okay? We've all been sold this idea that if you go to college, you're going to get a high-paying job and you're going to find success, and there's no other way. You have to go to college or you're kind of screwed into being the worst occupation you can think of. And I'm here to tell you that this is not true. Okay? This is not true, especially now. And by the way, I don't know if this is the case worldwide. I'm just talking in terms of the United States' perspective. It used to be true, you know. I think ever since 1944, or whenever the GI Bill was passed, that colleges and everything of that sort were the way to go. Veterans were coming home, trying to go to school, settle down, make families, and all that stuff. And it was true. These veterans were now given access to colleges and universities, which wasn't just, you couldn't just go to a college and university. You used to have money, right? These were prestigious institutions. Only the top people would go to them because not everyone was educated, okay? Before the late 1940s and 50s, having a college education was kind of rare. You could only go if you had money. There's only so many colleges that you could actually go to. And that's just kind of how the world was operating at the time. And so when people were given more access to it in the late 40s and 50s and just basically given a better opportunity, you know, more colleges, more funds, more people going to them. It was just an overall good place to go. But that was eventually bound to dry up as we see now because... Hold on. Is this like kind of in the way of the house? I don't like that it's in the way of the house. I think I need to rethink this. And throughout the 70s, 80s, and I would say even the 90s, college was pretty good. But there was this one issue that started popping up. Colleges started becoming ridiculously more expensive than they used to be. And there's a reason for that. It's called everyone then started wanting to go to college because they were sold this idea, which was true at the time, that you would get higher paying, more prestigious jobs. So they had to build more colleges, they had to build more competition, they had to satisfy the demand. But you get to a point where there's too many colleges, okay, they're all competing with each other, and they need to start differentiating. And how do they differentiate? They give people extracurriculars, they give people clubs and activities and all kinds of fun stuff that cost a lot of money to build. And who's going to pay for the price? It's going to be the students who go to said colleges and universities. And of course, fairly so. Why wouldn't you pay for what you're getting? Okay, let me move this horse because blood is just in the way of everything. Here, you can just... Okay, don't fall off the map. Okay, you just like instantly went to jump off the map, Bojack. I know your name is Bojack, but you don't have to actually act like the one from the show. Now, with all these extracurricular activities and stadiums and other things that are not based on the academics, the college price tag goes up, which means in turn that people who have to pay the college price tag are also becoming more concerned. So colleges start giving out scholarships and grants. They probably were doing them before, but I'm assuming it was at a lesser extent. But not everyone can have a scholarship, right? Not everyone can have a grant. Not everyone can just do college that way. Okay, somebody is going to have to pay eventually. And how do you pay when you don't have money? You take out loans. Loans, ladies and gentlemen. The thing that is the curse of everyone's existence. You can take a loan for as much money as you want if you have your parents co-sign, or not exactly as much money as you want, but you can pretty much take out a significant amount of loans in the hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to pay for college. You can't get a loan on a house, oh no, but you can do that for college. So anyway, you take out the loan, you start going to school, you're having fun, you're doing your thing with all these new additions to colleges, and it's a great time. It's a great time. You're doing well, you're having a great time, your grades may not be suffering or anything, but here comes the time for you to graduate, which also means that here comes the time for you to pay up. That's right. So you're like, okay, whatever. I did all this college stuff. I knew I was going to need to start paying off the loans eventually. What could possibly go wrong? I'm going to find a job regardless anyway. Well, here's where you're wrong, sonny boy. The problem now is that since people have found out the way for everyone to go to college, which means everyone now gets a cushy office job with air conditioning, right? Wrong. You have the issue that there aren't that many jobs for everyone to take. Not every piece of labor can be skilled labor in the sense of, mentally skilled labor. You have to have people that are doing the hard labor. You have to have people that are outside building homes, or you have to have people that are plumbers, or you have to have people that are electricians, people that go to trade schools for that sort of thing. How many people do you know that said, oh yeah, I'm going to go to trade school instead of going to college? Probably if you go based on the percentages of your high school graduating class, most of them wanted to go to college. And you understand why. It's because not everyone wants to go to trade school. It's not seen as prestigious, or people think you can't make enough money in physical labor, or people just don't want to do the physical labor, plain and simple. Or at least they think they don't. I was one of those people, by the way. I'm one of those people that doesn't want to do the hard skilled labor. Okay, my father is actually a woodworker, carpenter / roofer. And I did that work with him. I did that work with him for a couple of summers when I was in my teenage years, and I didn't like it. I didn't like working in the heat, okay? I didn't like doing that outside of work. I didn't like fixing people's roofs, okay? So I decided, I'm going to go to college because I don't like that. I don't know how I feel about this stable. I feel like there's some issues with it, but I think now it's time to start making... Whatever, this'll do for now. Ouchie. Okay, I see my error here, and I see my error there. Okay.
So anyway, everyone just like me doesn't want to do manual labor work.
But there's a main difference here between me and a bunch of other people who said, I don't want to do the hard labor of working outside kind of work. A lot of people never even really tried it. Okay? A lot of people never got to see if they actually like doing this stuff. A lot of people never actually tried to do anything other than the schooling. Because there's a lot of people who aren't good at school naturally, okay? There's a lot of people who just, you don't realize it, but they're not meant to do the cushy office job because they probably just won't even like it in the first place. But parents also play a big role in this. Parents have seen, of course, the labors of their mothers and fathers. Okay, they've seen what it's like to do the skilled outside labor, and they say, okay, this is hard, and I don't want my kid to have a hard life, or I don't want my kid to do X, Y, and Z. Okay, the horse just escaped. All right, that's cool. You're getting the defense treatment until I update this version. So when parents adopt this mentality that, doing the hard labor is not good, you won't make money in it, or you just won't be able to afford the nice things that you want, these are all things that are not true. Have you seen what construction workers make in the United States right now? Like, have you actually seen what they make? And of course, I'm not saying right off the bat. They're not making hundreds of thousands of dollars right off the bat, but they can make in the six-figure range if they stay with it and they become skilled enough to the point where people need them, because this country loves building shit, okay? The United States loves building stuff. They love just making their massive skyscrapers and new houses and things, because guess what? We have nothing but land in this country. All we have is land upon land upon land, and we like to mostly build in like very condensed areas anyway. And I don't have actual stats for this, but I'm sure if you look this up and see, okay, I see what my issue here is. This horse has like no room to actually move. So, I'm just going to close it off. me just do this. Bro, you're like the real Bojack. Pain in my ass. Anyway. Try to make you a nice little house where you're staying instead of on that peg that I had you on, that wood log, that wood fence. And this is how you repay me? You just escape every time I try to make you the house around you? I didn't even take you out of the house for most of the time to shield you from the snow. But no, you just want to sit there and be a d*** about it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, Bojack. You little alcoholic bastard. In any case, there's always work in construction because you're always building things, bro. People are always building things and knocking things down. Let me give you another example. I used to live in a house with about 5 roommates, and of course, being in a house, you needed to have maintenance done once in a while because A, B, or C would break. And there was a couple of maintenance guys that would come over. General handymen, if you will. And what I noticed about these general handymen is that none of them were below the age of 50. Okay, there was about, I think, 2 or 3 that came. Okay, maybe one was about in his 40s, but every single one of them was in the older range. And you might say to yourself, okay, that's probably because they're more skilled, they're older, they probably know how to do more. But the thing is, I don't think you could find the young ones if you tried. Okay? I don't think you could find them if you tried because everyone is going to college. College doesn't breed electricians, construction workers, handymen/handy women. It doesn't breed any of those trades that require you to go to trade school, right? Which are all ridiculously necessary for anything to operate. You can't have lights without electricity. You can't have water to shower if you don't have plumbers. You can't have a house without construction workers. And this handyman, let's call him Josh, right, was probably making shitloads of money because he's not competing with anyone, okay? He sets his prices because the competition is so low. Part 3, we had to call a plumber one time. Okay, we had to call a plumber one time because we clogged the toilet so bad from some party we had. This plumber, I shit you not, the pricing, if I could find the texts I had with this guy, this is like the only young guy, by the way. This guy was like new in the business in his like 20s. And he was charging us just like a $50 dispatch fee, I think, plus like whatever it would cost to do the labor actually, plus the parts that it would cost if we needed to replace the toilet. Luckily, because I'm that guy, I was able to unclog the toilet myself. But not everyone's that guy like me. It would have been like a $300 job for something that ended up being a 2-hour-long fix. And for him, probably 20 minutes. This guy would have been paid $50 to show up and another at least $50 to do what he was supposed to do. Just because there was not that many plumbers in the area where I lived. Basically what I'm saying is, if you think that money is your issue, it's not. Because you will make so much money, okay? And depending on what you're doing, if you're in construction, you're going to be part of a union. So yeah, you might pay your union dues, but you get insane time off, you get benefits, you get all these fun things. You know what you don't get with the corporate cushy jobs? You don't get unions or even video editing like I was doing. A lot of times you're an independent contractor. A lot of times you're working in corporate offices that want you to work through the night. A lot of times you're getting things that are just ridiculous considering this is what everyone wants to do. They want to be part of corporate America. They want to be part of the cushy office job. Yeah, well, it ain't that cushy, bro. It ain't cushy because, yeah, you might be looking prestigious with a suit and tie and doing all your office paperwork, but your friend, the construction worker over there, is making more than you. And he's probably doing things that are contributing more to society anyway. And the most important part is that trade school is infinitely cheaper. You most likely won't even have to take out loans. However, it is true. You don't get to work in air conditioning. You don't get to work in the nicest conditions. You're outside in the heat or in the snow or whatever the hell it is. And it's hard work. No one said it was easy. Nobody at any point said that doing the laborer job, the blue collar, is going to be easier than the white collar. But it's a hell of a lot better than doing the white collar if you don't like what the white collar provides. It's a hell of a lot better than paying out student loans for the next 20 years. It's a hell of a lot better than going to school, failing at school, doing extra college just so you can do a job that you probably won't like anyway because you didn't like what you had to do for it in school. And let's not get this twisted. The only reason anyone ever goes to college is because you want a job. If you want a job, go to trade school, bro. I'm not even lying to you. I think trade school is the way to go. And I'm saying this as someone who got the dream version of college, okay? I went to college, I had scholarships, I avoided loans, I'm doing okay, and I found a job right out of college. I'm saying this as somebody who did it, okay? I'm saying this as somebody who actually achieved the goal of the college graduate.
And I did it in the film industry. Okay, the film and video and all that stuff, also known as the industry that you don't make money on. Yeah, I made my bag. I did it. I succeeded in the college dream. And I still don't think you should do it. I don't think you should do it because I don't think you need that many people in college. Unless those people aren't necessarily going to find jobs, but they're going to be educated, which is a whole different ballpark. If you want to learn about something and you don't expect to make money on it, go to college all you want, okay? Spend the thousands of dollars. But if you don't fall in that minority, then I think you need people who are self-aware enough to understand that A, the schooling isn't for them, B, the type of job that the schooling provides isn't for them, C, that they don't want thousands of dollars of debt, and D, just swallow their pride and ignore their parents. Because even though your parents might think they know what's good for you, they don't always know what's good for you, okay? They want what's good for you. There's a difference. There's a difference between wanting what's good for you and knowing what's good for you. You are going to be eventually the only person that knows what's good for yourself. Because no one knows what your goals are, okay? No one truly knows what you want to do with your life and how you want to live it. So stop letting others tell you how to live it. Stop letting others influence if you're going to college or not. Okay? Because college will also always be there. Okay? The colleges and institutions aren't going away. They'll get more expensive in time, but you can always go back. You can always go back to college and say, okay, you know what? I did trade school. I tried it out. I don't like manual labor. I want to pursue a college education type job. And yeah, it's going to be a harder thing to do. It's going to be harder to go from that point back to college. And another thing I almost forgot about the trade school argument, you could just say to a local plumber, hey, I want to try out plumbing. I want to be your apprentice for a bit. I don't have any trade school experience, but I will do anything just to understand and learn from you. You think that guy's going to say no to you? Just offer to do it for free for a couple of weeks, or even just have him pay you minimum wage, because he'll probably do it. He has nothing to lose. And if the first one says no, go to a second one. Go to an electrician. Go to a different trade. Someone's going to say yes eventually. When your free 2-week trial of attempting trade school is done, and you say, okay, this isn't for me, then go to college. My overall message here is, I'm not saying don't go to college entirely, okay? But know that colleges at this point are becoming ridiculous. They're becoming stupid. They're charging stupid amounts of money for the parts that aren't even really the college experience. They should make it, you know what they should do? They should make a college experience package. They should make it that students, okay, pay a different price tag for what they want. Maybe you just want the academics. You just want the part where you go into a classroom, you have a professor teach you, and you go home. You don't want all the extracurriculars. You don't want to do all of the extra stuff. You don't need to go to the pool every day, or you don't need to be part of the frat and do that part, or you don't need to, I don't know, live in the dorm. A lot of colleges force you to live on campus your first year. Do you know that one? That's a fun one. Seriously, let's see what happens when the colleges do that. Let's see how quickly the college price tag would drop and how quickly those institutions would be facing severe issues. Yeah, it's not going to be as fun, but college isn't meant to be a fucking vacation, dude. It's meant to be a part where you work your ass off to get to your next stage of life. But it shouldn't cost you 10 years of monetary sadness to do so. Regardless, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me, and if you do disagree, please have a conversation with me in the comments. I would love to hear your side of things. Maybe you'll change my mind, okay? Because I am no longer convinced that college is the way to go for everyone. Let's move on to something else. Nobody cares what you're complaining about. Okay, I said it. Nobody cares about the fact that you didn't get enough sleep last night. Nobody cares about the fact that your sink is leaking. Nobody cares about X, Y, Z of whatever is happening in your life right now. I see people all the time trying to tell their entire life story to a barista in Starbucks. Or people will call up customer service and tell them a whole myriad of things about their issue that is not even necessary for them to fix said issue. In general, people don't need to care about your problems, okay? Those are your problems and your problems alone. Now, do you want to talk to your friends about your problems? Sure, that's a good idea. Do you want to talk to your therapist about these problems and complaints? Sure, that is a paid professional that is meant to do that specific thing. Perhaps your parents or even your coworkers if you're friendly with them. But most other people don't need to hear your complaints and problems. Don't go to school tomorrow telling your random acquaintances about the fact that you didn't sleep well and you're so tired and trying to make it sound like you're bragging about the fact that you got less sleep, okay? People see right through that. People are not stupid. I guess what I'm trying to say is stop complaining to get attention, because that is the stupidest reason to complain about something. People will eventually get fed up with your shit, and don't think that your friends, family, and coworkers won't also be fed up, because they will. Okay? There's only so much complaining you can do before people just don't want to listen to what you have to say at all. I have a few friends who I don't hang out with anymore because they used to complain about the same thing every day, all the time, and that's all they would talk about and all they would do. Okay? And they wouldn't even try to fix what they were complaining about. They wouldn't even try to better themselves. They wouldn't put in the effort. And any advice people would give them, they would just flat out either ignore or dismiss. So what's the point? What are you trying to achieve here? And by the way, I'm also guilty of doing this to an extent. I'm not saying that I'm perfect or I don't complain about things to people that I shouldn't necessarily be complaining to. But I try and catch myself. I try to limit how much I do that. And now let me preface this. There is a difference. There's a difference between complaining to someone about a genuine issue that has an actual way to be fixed and a complaint just for the sake of complaining. So for example, you and your partner have this argument about who leaves the toilet seat up and who should be putting it down and whatnot. That's fine. That's a normal thing to complain about. That's a thing that you can fix and something that can be addressed and has an actual reasoning behind said complaint. And on the other hand, there's this type of complaining. Damn, man, my feet hurt so much from walking yesterday. And then my friend can go, oh, did you go on a hike or something? And then I say, oh, well, I was just on a walk, but they hurt so much and blah, blah, blah. And then you keep repeating the same complaint over and over just to get the attention of saying your feet hurt and you did a thing yesterday and blah, blah, blah. We get it, bro. We get it. We get that you're this cool, big walker. You walked the mountain and came back and your feet hurt. We get it. That's what I'm talking about. I remember this distinct story. And the story is pretty funny to me because it's about a good friend of mine who got a ticket and decided that he wanted to complain about said ticket to, I don't know, the parking police, whatever the hell they were. One day, my friend and I, who hadn't seen each other in a while, decided, you know what, let's go get bagels from this local place. And mind you, this local place was kind of in a busy, in the middle of town kind of area. So you had to pay for metered parking. And of course, we paid the meters. We said, you know what, we're only going to really be here for half an hour. Let's just pay the half hour rate. Because it was either that or you paid for an hour. And we knew that we weren't going to stay for a full hour. So why should we pay for the full hour? Now, anyone who's ever done metered parking before knows that that's a big no-no. You always want to pay the one extra because the ticket that you're going to get for that extra 25 cents is never worth it, right? And of course, we're like, whatever. The parking was right in front of the bagel place. Would have been fine. We'll be fine. We were not fine. Contrary to our own beliefs, we were not fine. So, of course, we get our lunch, right? We leave the bagel store, and I cannot describe to you how unlucky we actually were. Like, it was actually comical how unlucky we were. Outside of the store is where my friend had parked, and right a few spots behind him was where I had parked. And, there was somebody writing tickets. Right? There was a parking enforcement officer writing tickets. And of course, we had just passed the half-hour mark by 6 minutes, which means that both of us were getting tickets or about to get tickets. And of course, she had already left a ticket on my car, so there was nothing that I could do about it at that point. But my friend was more lucky, or so he thought. His car was just about to get the ticket. The parking enforcement officer was actually just about to write his. And he was like, I'm right here. And she just shrugged at him and proceeded to leave the ticket anyway. When I say to you, my friend looked more stunned than he had ever looked in any previous endeavor. Keep in mind, I've seen some pretty funny things with that guy, and he had never looked that stunned in his entire life. This man sat there staring at this ticket that was on his car with this kind of rage that I could not describe to you if I tried. So, of course, I kind of just laughed it off because it was so funny that my car was literally the one right next to his and I had gotten the ticket just right before him. I was like, oh, whatever. Shit happens. So anyway, I think that ticket was about for $40 or so, and it wasn't a big deal. For me, it was actually my first parking ticket, so I was like, whatever. Sucks to suck. But my friend, oh no, he was not having it. He was going to let them know. He was going to call them and tell them that this was a violation of his human rights or whatever he was going to tell them. I don't know what he was going to tell them. But he seemed prepared to get Harvey Specter from Suits to litigate this for him. I mean, this guy was mad. Keep in mind, this guy's like the kind of guy that believes in human decency. I don't necessarily believe in human decency all that much. I believe in it to an extent, but when it comes to parking enforcement officers, those people suck. Like, and those people, of course, I'm sure don't like their job. You know, they don't want to be there, but they're doing it because they need a paycheck, similar to many other people. But it's on a different level because nobody likes parking cops, okay? Anyway, so he's like, I'm going to call them. I'm going to call up the city, and I'm going to tell them about this whole situation. And I said to him, you know they're not going to do anything, right? You're in the wrong here. So was I. Like, we didn't pay the meter as long as we had to. And yes, this is true, but my friend didn't really care because in his own words, he, quote, wanted them to know about his displeasure. So I was like, okay, so I guess call him and see what happens. So my friend calls the city, and this lady picks up, and he says the dumbest thing he could have possibly said in that scenario. He, and I quote, says, I don't expect anything to come from this. I just want to complain to someone. So now this woman on the phone he was talking to, right? This woman that he called to make a complaint to the city about the fact that he got a ticket that he was in the wrong for, sat and listened to my friend complain to her for literally no reason other than to get his satisfaction out of it for, I don't know, a good 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I have a recording of it on my phone actually somewhere. And those 10 minutes were a 10-minute literal monologue about how this parking enforcement officer who gave him this ticket didn't acknowledge that he was there, and there's no human decency anymore, and he was only parked there for an extra 6 minutes over the meter timer or something, but it didn't matter. Do you guys honestly think that this woman listened to anything that this guy had to say? Do you think that my friend got anything out of this other than somewhat of a satisfaction? Even though he wasn't looking for that, right? He wasn't looking for anything other than for someone to hear him complain, which is fair, fair. Good on him for actually admitting to that. Most people wouldn't. This woman probably, as she heard the words, I'm just looking to complain, I don't want anything done from this, probably just put the phone down or put it on speaker for the entire office to listen to, and then proceeded to just laugh on mute. That is probably what happened. In fact, I could probably bet money that that's what happened, okay? This is a situation where this woman is being paid to listen to a caller's problems and try and fix or deal with this issue if there is something to be dealt with. There was nothing to be dealt with here. This was purely a call for just attention, which wastes her time, okay? Wastes her time and wastes his time and wastes everybody's time. Because it's just an empty complaint. There's nothing else that's going to come of this. And this is a reality of humans wanting to be heard for A or B reason. We just want to feel heard. We want to feel like we're important and that our issues matter. So we want to be heard. And even if other people don't necessarily want to hear anything we have to say. It's just a fact of human psychology, I guess. Call it. In addition to the complaining for attention, you kind of have the complaining that is just unnecessary. Every minute little thing that you might be going through, sure, you could complain about it, but why? Why just be miserable? Why always think about it? If you think negatively about the fact that, say, you don't have that much money or you want to be making more money every day, you're constantly going to be in a state of mind of just like being miserable because you don't have enough money. Right? Complaining also does that to you. You kind of fool your brain into being more miserable than it actually is. Okay? And on the contrary, you can fool your brain on being more happy than it actually is. It's kind of the same idea, same concept. So why not do that? Why not just try and fool yourself into thinking you're happier than you really are? And of course, this only goes as far as you allow it to. There comes a point where it becomes this thing that I like to call toxic positivity. The world is not all sunshine and rainbows, okay? There's no point on trying to make yourself think that it is. But you can do it to an extent where it's healthy and you can allow yourself to say, you know what? So what that I have a headache right now? So what that I don't have $1 million in the bank? So what that I don't have what I'm looking for in life fully yet? So if you can even fathom living with that mindset, why not do it? Why not allow yourself to see the good things in life for once? I think I want to go back to that forest and see what's good over there. But first, I'm going to make some jungle trees. Jungle saplings. Where are my jungle saplings? Did I get jungle saplings? Do I have to go back to the jungle forest? I only have 3. Oh, this might be a problem. So here's a prime example of what I was just talking about. I don't have enough jungle wood saplings to, I guess, make a jungle tree, or one of the big ones, which I want to make one of the big ones. What am I going to do? Sit here and mope and complain about it all day? No, I'm going to go to the jungle. I'm going to go to the jungle and get myself a jungle tree. Or I'm just going to make
The small one. So while I'm on my way to this jungle biome, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to think of something that probably bothers you on the daily, probably something that you complain about on the daily, that you don't need to complain about. And it's going to be something small, right? I want it to be something that is minute, something that doesn't really contribute to your life. If you complain about it, something that is just a minor inconvenience that you feel the need to complain about. And I want you to leave it in the comments, and I want you to then read other people's minor complaints that they also leave in the comments. So you specifically, you Josh, you Joe, you Maria, you Lucy, whatever your name is. And I want you to read enough of them to the point where you say, okay, seriously, like, who cares? And then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Then you will understand, you will see it from somebody else's eyes. You'll kind of see how ridiculous and how minute it is, because I guarantee you a lot of you will have similar complaints about life. And I know a lot of you are going to take the opportunity and try and say, well, you know, this is not fair. This is not a fair comparison because my thing that I'm complaining about is not necessarily going to be the same. Not everyone is going to feel it on the same level as I do. That is a fair thing to say. But there's always levels to this. There are certain things that just I can probably guarantee that everyone should have no reason to complain about. Like this sound effect in Minecraft, okay? It's very loud in my ear, but I shouldn't have to complain about it. It's part of the game. I could just turn off the sound if I really cared that much, but I don't care enough. Also, I think I spotted a desert temple earlier in one of the other playthroughs. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the second half of this into some sort of a Let's Play. And I'm going to just deal with that desert temple when I get to it. By the way, I guarantee you that the less you do this, the less you'll feel inclined to do this, okay? If you make it a habit to not complain every day about the minute things in life, you'll probably find yourself, A, being happier, B, being less annoying to people that you, I guess, associate with, and C, you'll start to see how other people's doing it makes you feel and how you don't really want to associate with certain people because of it, okay? And in turn, I'm also going to do the same. I'm going to try and be cautious of how I complain and what I complain about, because I know for sure that me doing it all the time is also annoying, okay? Hey, Piggy, do you wanna become my lunch? And now to find this jungle temple. Again, I don't actually know if I saw it. I think I saw it in some I think it was diagonally from where I was walking, but I might have actually imagined this. I don't know if I don't remember the last time I naturally found a jungle temple. And I also don't really remember how good the loot is in them. I know that they have some good redstone stuff, but I also need more diamonds. I want to do like a full diamond armor set already. I think after I do full diamond armor, I'm going to go back. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I should start thinking about enchanting and going to the end and all that stuff. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should get this world cooking? By the way, something about this don't complain thing. I am aware, okay? I'm aware that I'm going to be a hypocrite in this particular case, but I'm willing to sacrifice seeming hypocritical by trying to help others, you know, get over these things, and by trying to, I guess, help myself get over this, because this is a thing I struggle with too, you know? Okay, I think we're out of jungle biome. You know what? I'm going to still look for is that an ocelot and its baby? There's 2 baby ocelots? Where's the mom? They're so fast. Anyway. Okay, so we reached the end of the jungle. So, the good thing is, now I can go around the perimeter of said jungle. Did I keep thinking I'm going to see Herobrine because I've been playing the fog recently, and it's like, now I'm actually seeing him like I'm imagining him existing. Oh, here it is. Oh, let's go. Okay, I knew I had seen it. God damn. This is far. Watch me die here. Can I do this? Can I pull this off? Oh, I'm nuts. I'm so nuts. I'm insane. Okay, so I have to be very careful in here, because there's a bunch of traps. Okay. Let's break all this. 2 iron ingots. Nice. Ow! Well, that wasn't very pleasant, now was it? I'm pretty sure there's TNT somewhere. Okay. I could have sworn these had TNT in them. Gold and iron. Ugh, this is a bad one, isn't it? Well, okay, well, that was a waste of my time. Anyway, so I guess the moral of the story is, there's always going to be something to complain about. But find something in your life that you're willing to not complain about. Find something that's just not worth complaining and say, enough is enough. Doesn't bother me. This doesn't have to be a thing that I am bothered by.
Enough about complaining. Let's talk about confrontation.
Generation Z has a problem. And that problem is pretty simple. We are afraid to confront each other. We are afraid to confront each other. We are afraid to start arguments. We are afraid. And I don't understand why. I have a lot of friends that do not, by any means, want to start arguments, no matter what the case may be. Tom over here could seriously wrong Jane, and Jane won't say anything. And vice versa, Jane might...
Oh!
Okay, well, didn't know that was a problem. And vice versa, Jane might seriously wrong Tom, and Tom will still do nothing. Why are we so afraid of confrontation? Guys, confrontation is necessary. We have to confront people. We have to say when things are bothering us. We have to set boundaries. Now, this comes easy to me because I consider myself a very confrontational person, okay? There have been many times in my life where I've actually been asked to confront others because of my confrontational nature when it comes to things that are a problem. I have a very specific example of this. Back in film school, I was on the executive board of the film club, which in nerd terms basically means I was one of the people in charge for how the club ran. And this was a serious club. We had a budget of about $10,000 to $20,000 to work with to make short films and movies and basically pursue our passion of filmmaking. Now, the problem when you give people money is that you have to actually get results with said money. You have to show where that money is going and that things are happening with said money. So we had an issue with one of the producers who was on one of the films that we used our budget to create. And the issue was that it was stuck in post-production, which basically means it was stuck in the editing process. Now, the way the hierarchy works is that there's the executive board, then there's producers and directors, and then there's everybody else. So we basically had final say on what happens with the project and how it really ends. But in reality, that's usually just a formality. It's mainly so we can keep things running so that the film doesn't get stuck and never get made, ever. And the creative control stays with the producers and directors who actually worked on the project. So all we really had the authority to say was, hey, we need this done by a certain time. That's all we needed. We just needed the film done by a certain time, a certain deadline, because we had to show it at the end of the year for our yearly premiere. The issue was that this director could not adhere to deadlines because every year we would have a film premiere for all the films we made during the year, and we tried to get the films created throughout the year and get them done for said premiere. Now, sometimes films wouldn't make it into the premiere because they wouldn't get done in time, and that was fine if it wouldn't get done for 1 year. But this particular film had been pushed back through 2 different premieres, and it still wasn't done. And it wasn't done because it hadn't been edited. Now, why hadn't it been edited? Because the editor was also that same producer. But the problem was this producer would leave things to the last minute and would always miss our deadlines, asking for extensions because he was, quote, so busy and doing all these things, which in reality was bullshit. He wasn't doing anything. And even if he was, it didn't matter. He signed up for this, he had to get it done by a certain time, and he wasn't getting it done. And this guy did not like that we kept asking him for cuts of the film. He did not like that we told him to speed up the edit, even though he had 2 years to edit it, something which should have taken him a month. He blatantly ignored all the deadlines we gave him and the requests and everything of that sort, to the point where the president had to take action, like serious action, and tell him, look, this film is not making it into the premiere yet again if you don't bring us a cut of the film by this deadline. And of course, he did not meet this final deadline. And he, of course, did not like this. He went apeshit. He said, well, this deadline is a fake thing that you guys made up, and there shouldn't be a deadline. It should just be the day before the premiere happens. And, of course, that's not how things work. We have to watch over the film, make sure you didn't leave any major mistakes, make sure you didn't, start blasting porn in the middle of it or whatever the hell, because we don't know what you might do. You might be crazy. You might be X, Y, and Z. We can't show the club something that we haven't vetted first. Because at this premiere, there could potentially be children. We have to make sure that everything is either appropriate or inappropriate. So we had to have an intervention with this guy. And now, there wasn't really an issue with this intervention, but the president at the time asked me to help intervene because she knew that I was good at confrontation and she was not as good at it. And of course, this is not to hate on her. She did great as a president. It's just that certain things, certain people are not great at.
So I was asked to be at this intervention. And of course, the intervention started well and, it was all cordial and whatnot, but it very quickly developed into something that wasn't as cordial. And it required me to put my foot down in ways that I think a lot of people wouldn't these days. It required me to say in a professional manner, look, man, your film is not making it in because you keep blatantly ignoring us. Straight up, you keep blatantly ignoring these deadlines and you are going to be held accountable for your actions. Your film is not making it in this premiere. And he tried to give us his sleazy little work with me routine and compromise and this and that. And we were through with compromising with him. We had given him 2 years. We were done. It's over, bro. You either have to give this film to somebody else or you're going to have to wait another year or whatever the hell. And he was irate. He was so pissed off that all his hard work and this and that was not getting made. And we said to him, whose fault is that? If it isn't the consequences of your own actions, pal. And then the intervention ended, the call ended. We had this whole back and forth on emails and accusations and threats, like such man-child behavior. It was insane. Like I'd never seen such a man-child behavior in my entire life up to then, but I guess there's a first for everything, right? This guy just thought he can blatantly disrespect us and get away with it and have his way. No, that's not how the world works. Clearly, this guy had never been told no as a child. Anyway, where am I going with this? The reality was we had to confront this guy. We had to confront him because he was being disrespectful, he was not adhering to what we asked of him as the executive board, and we had to put our feet down. And if we hadn't done that, we would have continued that same cycle of missing deadlines and him doing whatever he wanted, and in the end, maybe making a film that could potentially embarrass the club, embarrass everyone who worked on it, which would have been unfair because it wasn't only the director's project, it was everyone's film who worked on that project. Because he wasn't the only one that technically funded this project. Everyone that goes to that school technically funds that film club because part of our tuition actually goes to the club, right? The money that we get from the student government came from the money that we paid the college as students as part of our tuition. So naturally, you can't just let people do whatever they want with things that cost money. Now, after all of that, what happened? Well, the film never got made. The film never got shown. That producer kid hijacked the film for, I think, the next year, by which point my administration and executive board had been switched over to a new one, so nothing really ever happened with it. Now, you may be asking, what the hell was the point of all of this? What the hell is the point of this confrontation? It doesn't seem like anything happened and everyone seems to be unhappy. Well, actually, something really good came from this confrontation. And that thing that's really good is I now know, and everyone who worked on that film and everyone who worked with this guy on that film knows not to work with this guy, not to hire this guy, and not to recommend this guy when he goes into the film market. One thing you will come to find out if you ever pursue filmmaking is that it is a very, very small world. People know who you are. People will know who you are by association and by other people mentioning your name. Okay? If this guy were to ever ask me for a job at some point, let's say I'm a big film guy, big film director, and I have my connections and I got all my friends from college to work on this big $40 million film. If this guy asked me for a job, I would not give it to him. Why would I? He caused so many problems for me when I was in school with him. If this guy asked me to be on a job with him, I would not join him. I would not help him because I know how much of a pain in the ass he is. If somebody asked me about him and said, hey, is this guy good? Should we hire him? I would say, no, he's not. Because yes, he might be good at X, Y, and Z as a skill, but he's a pain in the ass to work with. That is like career suicide what he did. And while it was career suicide for him, it was a great thing for us to know before we spent a huge amount of money on something. Because in the film world, the budget that we had given for his film, I don't know, I think it might have been around $2,000. $2,000 in the film world is nothing, okay? So I'm glad that it happened there instead of on a huge film production where we had actual people's jobs on the line. Now, was the outcome a good outcome? Not necessarily. But was the outcome a necessary outcome? Yes. So I guess there's two lessons in one here. Confrontation is necessary. And part two is if you deal with that confrontation in a way where you will not compromise or you will not be considerate of what the other party has to say or wants to do, you will end up burning bridges, which is not a good thing in life. You don't want to burn bridges, okay? Even when I quit my job, which is pretty much a confrontational thing in most cases, I made sure that I was respectful. I made sure that I didn't burn bridges. I made sure that my employer was good to go and was going to be able to move on from me being an employee there without much trouble. Confrontation doesn't always have to end badly. And the result of that, if I need a reference, if I need someone to vouch for me, my bosses from that job will vouch for me. And in the same way, I would vouch for them because they were respectful, they were good to me, and they let me go in a way which didn't cause any turmoil. But I guess that's technically not really confrontation. So let me give you an example of confrontation that ends on a good note. I had a friend in college, let's call her Lydia. So Lydia and a couple of other friends were hanging out in it was one of the university buildings. And we were talking about things and we came to the topic of relationships. Now, recently Lydia had gotten into, I don't know if it was a relationship yet or she had just started dating someone. And Lydia, poked fun at me for liking some girl, and I also poked fun at her back for the dating situationship she had at the time. Now, the thing about Lydia, which of course I didn't know at the time, is that she did not like when people talked about her personal life like that, because I was one of the few people who actually knew about her dating someone. So she came up to me after we weren't in the group anymore and said, look, don't expose my personal life like that to others. I don't like that. And while I was a bit annoyed because it was a bit hypocritical of her to kind of not be able to give what you get, it didn't really matter that much because it wasn't my life. It wasn't my personal stuff. It was her personal stuff. And I'm sure if I said to her, well, I don't want you saying X, Y, and Z about my girlfriend, that she would, of course, listen and not do it. And so I apologized. I said I wouldn't do it again. And we just moved on. And that way, this friendship of ours didn't get strained. Because all it was a simple confrontation, a simple ask, a simple, hey, can we talk about this because I'm uncomfortable with this. That's all it really is, a simple communication. Confrontation doesn't necessarily always have to be a bad thing. You can just talk, okay? You can talk with your friends. You can talk with your boss. You can talk with your parents. And sometimes it can get ugly, like it got with the film producer kid. And sometimes it ends up going well, and there's no issues, and you get what you asked for. But you have to ask, okay? You have to ask. Because if she hadn't asked me this, by the way, if she hadn't asked me to not say things about her personal life or her dating life, I wouldn't have known, and I would have kept doing it to the point where she would have resented me, and I wouldn't even have known why. Okay? That is a stupid thing to do. Not doing anything, not confronting someone when shit is bothering you is a stupid thing to do, because then you end up resenting. And you resent, and the person you're resenting doesn't even know why. I feel like that's also why so many relationships fail. Lack of confrontation, lack of saying something, and then just exploding one day out of nowhere. And I still think by far the best part of confronting someone is that when the confrontation happens and you see a person's true colors, you understand who they really are, okay? We understood who the film director kid really was. And in that same light, my friend understood who I really am. And on the other side of that coin, if you confront someone and they just choose to ignore you or they choose to not participate in the conversation, then that makes things a whole lot easier for you, because that is a person that is not worth your time. That is a person that will be a thorn in your side, and you will not be able to ever get anything done with. Relationship, job, nothing. So in confrontation, you see who people really are. Okay? Confrontation is a good thing. It needs to happen, because without confrontation, people stay miserable and nothing gets done. So do yourself a favor. Next time you have an issue with a friend, a family member, a coworker, a boss, tell them. Just tell them. Don't be blunt about it. Be respectful. Say things in a way that you would like to be confronted in. Are you in your 20s and your mom is overstepping your boundaries? Tell her. Are you at work and your boss is making inappropriate comments to you? Tell him. Or better yet, tell HR if you can't tell him. Is your partner breaking a boundary that you set at the beginning of a relationship? Tell them. Please tell them. Because if you don't, you will eventually regret it. So yeah, confront people as I am confronting myself right now to switch topics. As people, we like to feel included. We like to be part of the popular group. We like to hang out with our friends and be included in their plans. We like to know the gossip and dirty secrets going around the friend group. We just want to be part of the fun. And I've gotten a few comments from you guys asking me about the fear of missing out, also known as FOMO, which is basically not being included, or fear, rather, of not being included. This is a very real and prevalent phenomenon in our species. We've probably experienced this stuff ever since the primal stage, because missing out in the primal days probably meant that you were going to die. So we have it ingrained in our DNA at this point. We in general do not want to miss out on things, at least the things that we want to be part of. Now, the difference with the fear of missing out is that you might be afraid to miss out on absolutely anything. You might not even really want to go out with your friends tonight, but you still go because you're afraid of missing out on what potentially could happen. And the fear of missing out is especially prevalent when you're in school, say elementary school, middle school, high school, anything in between. But I have a prime example of my high school years and the fear of missing out. So when I was in high school, I was part of the bowling team. Now, bowling was a varsity sport in my high school. I know, I got very lucky, and it was very fun to be a part of. But as fun as it was, there was a group of kids the first couple of years that were part of a clique. They all kind of hung out with each other, and it was hard to really be part of the joke or cut in on the fun, you know? And I tried, of course. I tried to be their friends, and I tried to be more part of the group, but it just never really happened. I don't really know the semantics, whether they didn't like me enough or I wasn't funny enough or whatever the fuck it was at the time. I don't really care. The point I'm trying to make is I didn't fit in. And in that sense, I missed out on a lot of things, and I didn't want to be missing out on those things because I liked those people to an extent. But later on in life, I realized that it didn't really matter because I didn't like them enough to the point where I wanted to be their best friends. I just wanted to be included in whatever they were doing. And this was really evident when I attended a pasta party they were having. Now, if you don't know what a pasta party is, it's just a party where you have a lot of pasta. There's really not much to it. But the whole bowling team was there, and we all were hanging out. And I actually got to be part of the group for once. I got to be part of the cool kids or the function or everything that they were doing. And I found out it wasn't really all that. It was just a small get-together. The kids, while they were friends and all, didn't seem to have that much in common, and even the stuff that they had in common with each other, I didn't really have in common with them. So it was kind of like, oh, I was afraid of missing out on this because why? I didn't care in the end. In the end, it didn't matter. I didn't want to be part of it. I didn't realize I didn't want to be part of it, but it ended up not wanting to be part of it. Now, this could have gone a different way, of course, but it goes to show that you don't have to be part of every event / function. You don't have to always hang out with your friends. You don't always have to do what everybody else is doing. You can miss out on a few things and you'll be fine. Trust me. I'm not saying miss out on everything, but it's okay to not go out with your friends once in a while. It's okay to decide to stay in and watch a movie instead. It's okay to not go to this big party because you feel tired. It's okay to work on your passion project instead. The one thing about missing out on things is that you sometimes miss out on things that you actually want to miss out on and get to do something that you know you like, or you get to do something else instead. I think a general rule that I have when it comes to these things is I don't attend events or I don't ask to be invited to things I'm not invited to. At the most, I'll maybe ask about the event that is happening. So let's say my friends Josh and Steve are on their way to a bar and they start talking about it openly. I'm going to say, oh, which bar are you going to? And they might say, oh, we're going to this bar, and just leave it there. I'm not going to really ask to tag along because I wasn't invited. Now, it's not a great thing to talk about your plans with somebody else in front of other people, but it happens sometimes. Now, if on the other hand I ask, oh, which bar are you going to? They might say, oh, we're going to so-and-so bar, would you like to come with? Then I'll say, oh, sure, because I was invited, okay? I was invited to the outing, I was invited to the cookout, as they say, and it's fine and it's comfortable and you don't have to bother. Whereas if you kind of ask, like, oh, can I come along? They might not really want you to come along and say, oh, sure. That to me is 10 times worse than not being invited. Because not only are you not invited, they are indirectly saying to you, oh, well, we didn't really want you there, but I guess you can come. It just makes you feel bad about yourself. It makes you feel like you're a burden. It makes you feel like they really don't want to hang out with you. Whereas if you use my method and ask them specifics about the outing and then they invite you to come with, then everything is fine because you didn't ask them to be part of the thing. You kind of just asked out of curiosity. And then they might think, oh, wait, this guy actually should come with us. Why didn't we invite him? Or whatever else could be going in their head, and they ask you. And it feels good because you didn't have to make things unnecessarily uncomfortable. And you don't really have to apply this method to everyone. Like if it's your best friend in your inner circle, you don't really have to do all that. But I like to do it because I think it works regardless of the group you're in. But let's say in this hypothetical that I didn't get asked to go hang out with them at the bar. They might be going to the bar and hanging out for a very specific reason. They might have to talk about something important. They might have to discuss something about work that is confidential. They might want to watch a pro golfing game and know that I don't want to watch pro golfing. Or there could be a myriad of other things. It really doesn't matter, okay? Because it's none of your business why they're hanging out or the fact that they want to hang out by themselves. And I have another prime example of this with my previous job with my ex-bosses. I would be in Discord calls with them all the time. And sometimes they would ask me to leave and say, look, we have to discuss something in private. Could you please step out for a bit? And of course I would. It's none of my business most of the time. It might have been business, or in cases where they were laughing, it might have been something private about one of them. And I didn't know them that well. Now, did I want to know what they were talking about? Of course I wanted to know what they were talking about. Did I ask them sometimes? Most of the time, no, unless they were trying to prank me and I knew it or something like that. And on the other side of that coin, there's things that I wouldn't tell them because I wasn't that great friends with them, right? There's things that I wouldn't share with them or wouldn't really feel like talking to them about because I had a different friend group for it. I have friends that I like to hang out with on one day and I don't like to hang out with on the other day. I have different friend groups for different things. Like I have a couple of friends where I'll say, oh, we should go to the bar. And I have other friends that I'll say, we should game. Because I know that I like doing one thing better with one group of people, and I like doing the other thing better with the other group of people. It doesn't really have to be that deep. I remember I had a friend in college who had a massive FOMO. Like she would do everything. She would go to the student government meetings. She would go to, let's say, I don't know, engineering club. She would go to Bible study for whatever I care. She would go to everything. And what started happening was she had no time for herself. She was bored with most of the things she was doing and eventually stopped doing anything because nothing was interesting to her anymore because she did too many things that she didn't want to do. So she was like, what's the point of me going out and doing another thing I don't like? And that's because she tried to do everything with her friends, roommates, whatever, because she didn't want to not be part of the equation. She wanted to feel included. Well, here's what happens when you're too included. You get dragged into things that you don't necessarily want to. You might sign up for a gym membership with your friend because you think you want to go to the gym, but in reality, all you want to do is say that you work out and that you're working out with your friend. And then you stop going to the gym because, the novelty's worn off and you don't really want to go. You just wanted to kind of feel included. Well, now you're paying for a gym subscription that you're going to have to pay a stupid amount of money to cancel. It's funny to think about because that's one of those issues where people overcommit too much. We all like to talk about the fact that this generation doesn't like to commit to things. Well, there's people in this generation that like to overcommit to everything and then end up committing to nothing. In general, don't be afraid of missing out on things, especially things you're not invited to, especially things that you don't think you even really want to do. Now, what I will counter with is if you're feeling that you're missing out on your friend group and your friend group is not inviting you to anything, like anything at all, then I would say, okay, I'm missing out. This is annoying. But at the same time, that just means that you really shouldn't be hanging out with them. Okay? Because if you're missing out on all of their events and their stuff, start inviting them to things. Okay? Let's say you want to go to a cafe and just hang around for a bit. Okay? If you invite those friends of yours and they say, oh, I'm busy and this and that, that's okay the first time. The second time, it's a little annoying. The third time, well, you just don't ask them again and find different friends. Because if they're not inviting you to their events and they're not coming to your events, that means that they probably don't want to hang out with you anymore. And it's a harsh truth that you're going to have to accept. Now, you could confront your friends about this. I did make a whole video about confrontation the other day. Go watch that as well. You could confront them and say, what the fuck? And from there, you go and figure out what's going on. But if it's just occasional events and occasional things that are happening, don't be afraid of missing out, okay? Now, I want to bring your attention to another side of FOMO. There is a side of FOMO that's actually a great motivator. So, let's say, for example, you heard that your friend works at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Now, for those of you who don't know, Madison Square Garden is this huge stadium where all kinds of sporting events, concerts, and other things happen. So let's say your friend works there, and by working there, this friend gets all these perks. Maybe free tickets to certain events. Maybe they get to have free parking in New York City or something. There could be a myriad of things. And maybe they brag about this to you once in a while. This might make you say, damn, I want to do that. I want that job. That sounds sweet. That might motivate you into trying to figure out the best way to get this job because of the perks and the things that you can do at said job. Maybe it incentivizes you to do research faster to achieve that goal, or maybe it incentivizes you to ask that friend for a reference and say, hey, could you put in a good word for me to your bosses? Maybe I could also get a job there. It could be any number of things, but there are positives to the fear of missing out. But don't try too hard and think of those positives because in general, I think it just causes more anxiety and distress rather than a hunger for, achieving a goal. There's always other things to do or that you might rather be doing. Now, if you really struggle with the fear of missing out, like it's not that simple for you to just get over, you might want to consider where this stems from. It might have come from your childhood, from actually missing out on things all the time because of different factors, whether it be your parents not being able to afford a field trip or your friends not really being your best friends, or it could be something completely different, right? You might just have this genetic predisposition to fear of missing out. That's one of those things that you might want to consider consulting a therapist or some licensed medical professional about, because it's not always that simple of an answer. In any case, don't be afraid to miss out on things, okay? I'm sure you have other things to worry about. Things like getting rest, which is actually what we're going to talk about next. So today I woke up sick, okay? I have a sore throat, I'm coughing, I'm fatigued, and yet my stupid self is here trying to make a YouTube video. What I really should be doing is getting rest. I'm one of those people who hates getting rest. I hate sleeping. I need to never, if I could never sleep, I would do it. Surely because I think it's just a waste of my time. But the reality is that it's not a waste of my time, okay? All humans need rest because that's how we regenerate. It's how we regenerate our minds, our spirits, our muscle, everything. Everything regenerates with sleep and rest. So then why am I here preaching for you to get rest while I myself am not getting rest? That's a great question, Johnny boy. Let me explain to you the mathematics of my stupidity. Ever since I was in high school, I would rather go to school with a fever rather than miss class and have to get all the homework and deal with all the catching up work. Basically, I don't like having to catch up. And this, of course, moved on into college, where I would multiple times go to class with a fever that was not manageable. And one time I went to class with a fever during COVID. And I wasn't showing positive or anything, and I don't even really think I realized I had fever at the time, but I was definitely feeling a bit off. And this might seem a bit extreme. I didn't always do this, okay? There were times where I didn't care about missing class, or times where I didn't go to class even when I wasn't sick or anything of the sort. And I'm sure it wasn't only the fact that I didn't want to play catch up in class. There's probably some more subconscious trauma response to this entire thing, but I'm too fucking sick to figure that out right now. So now you might ask me, why are you making this video anyway? You're not working anywhere. There's nothing for you to miss. No deadlines, no nothing. What gives? Well, the reality is there is a deadline. I post every week. I want to have at least one video a week go up, and I will have that video go up on a Wednesday. And I already had to catch up because I was away for about a week on a trip. And of course, I woke up with a fever. Fun stuff. But I actually haven't been sick in a while now that I think about it. Probably at least a year. Although it's pretty crazy that I haven't gotten sick because I've led a pretty unhealthy lifestyle overall the past year. Before I quit my job as an editor, I used to not give myself enough rest. And what I mean by that is that I would just work and work and work nonstop. And in many cases, I wouldn't even take weekends off, mainly because I didn't have time to take them off. Or rather, not I didn't have time, but I just wanted to be ahead of it. So if I wanted to, I could take a whole week off. And sometimes I would get a random day off that I didn't take off because I was afraid that I would be behind if I didn't do something productive. What that caused you to do is that caused you to burn out, no matter what you do. But when you're sick, it does not matter, okay? It does not matter how much you try and push through it. Your body is telling you no. Okay, you will be miserable no matter what if you're sick and you try and get through a day of doing work and stuff. Now, I will say I've successfully done work many times throughout a day, even though I've in some cases had a high fever, but it's not healthy. It's not a good thing to do for you or the people that surround you. In fact, I think I went to class one time during COVID with COVID, which was a very stupid idea of mine, but I don't think I even realized that I had it at the time. I just was in denial because I didn't have a test that was showing positive. In any case, if you don't get the rest you need, especially when you're sick, things start to not work very well. In some cases, you'll be sick for longer. Another thing that happens is that you will basically be off your game. Right now, I'm off my game. I don't know in what direction this video is going to go. So I'm going to use my lack of clearness and consistency with this, or my lack of being able to stay on topic, to show you how important it is that you get your rest and that you do things the proper way. I think a good example of this whole get your rest thing is from Mike Menzer. Mike Menzer was notoriously known for doing the least amount of work and getting the most amount of rest when it came to bodybuilding. Apparently, when he was training for Mr. Olympia, he would only work out 30 minutes a day, 4 times a week. Can you imagine that? Arnold Schwarzenegger would have fucking lost his mind if he heard that back in the day. When Mike's other bodybuilding counterparts would work out 5 to 6 times per week, 2 to 3 hours per session, Mike would just train 2 hours per week total. That's it, because he worked smart, not hard. And you can of course apply this to other things as well. If you force yourself to work 12 hours a day while feeling sick and not being in the game, you'll probably get an hour's worth of actual things being done. But if you choose to work 4 hours a day and you're locked in the entire time, you'll probably get 4 hours of work. It's not necessarily about the amount of time you put in, it's about the efficiency and the actual usefulness of putting in that much time. So no matter what I say, no matter how much I think that I don't need more rest than I actually do, I most definitely do need it. But I'm a stubborn bastard, and I don't like getting rest. So this is me telling you, don't be like me. Get your rest. Do what you're supposed to do. Because otherwise, you will have a higher likelihood of failing. Don't go to school with a fever like I did, bro. It's okay. You can catch up. You can miss a day. This is one of those do as I say, not as I do type of situations. I hate having to point out my own hypocrisies in life, but there we go, you know? Also, fuck being sick, dude. I went out one time, okay? I went on a small vacation, and I got sick. Instantaneously. And for all of you that are about to jump at me for complaining after I made a video about not complaining, I don't care. Jump at me. Today, I'm making an exception. In any case, here I am making another video. Because I love doing it, and I'd rather do this than to just sit on the couch and do nothing. And the funny thing is I have the most busy day ever. Like today I'm recording this, I'm probably going to edit it and make all the packaging for it. Then I'm going to go help a friend of mine film his own video. And I have to do some other stuff that I cannot talk to you guys about yet because it's a big old secret. Now, something I didn't mention though throughout this entire video that I just thought of, back to me being disorganized today. People also sometimes have responsibilities that they can't get away from when they're too tired and they're sick. Okay, sometimes people don't have days off when they're sick and they need that paycheck. Or sometimes people have something that is super huge that's due that day, like you have a big event that could cost your company millions of dollars if you don't attend, something of the sort. When it comes to days like that, by all means, go in there, bust down the door with your 110 fever and try your best. But be warned, because nobody is worth your health, okay? Nobody. Not your job is worth your health, not your friends, not anything at all. Because without health, you have nothing. Without health, you can't do your job. Without health, you can't hang out with your friends. Without health, you can't do jack-a-diddly squat. If you're a professional basketball player, you break your arm and you try to get back out there too quickly, you run the risk of never playing basketball again. And that applies to any other kind of thing. If you work in marketing and you're about to lose a client because you have a deadline that you're going to miss because you're sick, that client and his business is not worth you being sick for an extra month, 2 months, or however long because you made the stupid decision to go into work that day. So if you have an unhealthy relationship with being sick and getting rest like me, here's what you should do. First things foremost, sleep. I had a friend back in middle school who apparently would get a fever, right? And then he would proceed to sleep for a full 24 hours, and no matter what, he would be ready to go back at it again the next day. Seriously, he would just sleep for a full 24 hours. No waking up, no meals, no pee breaks, nothing. Just a straight-on onslaught of rest. And bro is always healthy a day later. I'm not sure if that carried into his adulthood, but hey, I'm sure there was a reason for why it worked as a child. Another thing, and I stress this with the utmost importance, don't be a stupid motherfucker. Go to the doctor if you think that things are bad, okay? I'm not saying go to the doctor for every chance of fever you get or every sniffle you get. But if you think that you're actually having a straight up total organ failure, you need to call a hospital. I don't care what country you live in. I don't care what the deal is. If you can get yourself extra help, you should go get it. Humans were not built to deal with their own illnesses by themselves. We are notoriously bad at that. And I say this coming from a family that does not trust doctors for a variety of reasons. But at the end of the day, they will most likely know more than you, okay? Unless you're some crazy savant that knows the entire big book of medicine from Fallout 3 somehow. And I'm sure my American audience will give me the insurance question, the health insurance question, and that's going to cost thousands of dollars. Again, if you die, nothing is going to matter. No amount of debt that you would have been in will matter because you will be dead. There are plenty of times where people have just gone for a normal checkup and realized they have walking pneumonia. Like fully functioning person has walking pneumonia that could have killed him if he didn't go to the doctor every once in a while. And the final thing, don't medicate with bullshit. Okay, don't just go and read up on everything and say, oh, I need this medicine because I read up my symptoms. Because guess what? Most symptoms of virus A are going to be the same symptoms as virus B. So on top of going to the doctor, don't take medicine that you don't know is going to work. Okay, don't go buying over-the-counter medication for no reason if you don't have any clue what you're trying to treat. Now, does that mean don't take fever medication or cough syrup? No, that's not what that means. But don't go buying some crazy thing that you saw online because the fucking medicine guru said it to you. Go to a real doctor. Anyway, I don't really have that much else to say about this right now. Just get your rest. Don't fucking be stupid like me and ignore your body and the signs and the warnings. Go to the doctor. Get the medicine they prescribe you. Get your rest. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Next topic. So a few months ago, I made a video about privacy and how it's important. And I'll link the video above, but it basically talks about how I had an invasion of my privacy online and how certain things got leaked and I didn't want them being known. Ever since then, everything's been smooth sailing, no major invasions of privacy, mainly because I've been more careful, I've concealed certain things about my life, and I don't have them online anymore. But what I realized is no matter how much I conceal these things, sometimes people might just get access to them regardless. And I realized this because recently I found this video by Virtually Vain called African Rebel Horrifies Gamers with Their Real Location. I'm just going to show you a clip of this video explaining what I'm talking about.
What is your name, huh?
My name is...
You are trying to make fun of me, huh? Where are you from, Dean?
I'm from Los Angeles, buddy.
You told me you are from Los Angeles, but you are not.
Where am I from then?
It says here you are from Claremont.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but that's pretty scary. To be fair, I think this video is very entertaining because this guy was being a total jerk to the voice impressionist here. And this got me thinking about something that happened to me a few years ago. You see, when I was in college, I was in a Discord call with a couple of people. Now, these people were in a public Discord server. I didn't know them. I had just met them a few days prior and, I was casually talking with them and one of them sent me a video link to my DMs. So now I'm sure you know where this is going, but I clicked the link and little did I know this link contained an IP grabber. And this was of course a little concerning, I'm not gonna lie, because he straight up said, "You're from X location, right?" And of course I played it off because I was in a college dorm room with the potential of being any one of the 200 rooms between 3 different buildings. So safe to say I didn't really care if this guy came to my dorm, good luck getting past campus security and whatnot. But I no longer live in a college dorm. I no longer have campus security to come to my aid if somebody shows up at my door, especially now that the channel has grown to 90,000 subscribers. I'm sure at least one of you would like to show up to my door like a weirdo. So this got me thinking about different ways that I could protect myself better online. And I stumbled upon a bunch of different things, such as creating strong passwords and making sure my firewall is enabled. But I also found out that VPNs seem to work pretty decently when it comes to people just straight up finding out your location. Now VPNs are great and all, but that's not the only way you should be protecting yourself online. You need to be very careful when you're online. You have to be very careful about what you're doing because it seems to me these days that people try really hard to get themselves in trouble. Like my mom was telling me this story about this coworker of hers who gave his bank information to this dude who claimed to be, I don't know, some sort of anti-hacking or virus person, basically trying to sell your information is breached. Please provide us with all the information that was already breached so that we can help you and assist you. And we will require payment in Google Play gift cards. I'm sorry, but if that doesn't sound sketchy as shit to you, then you are probably brain dead. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, of course, certain older generations won't get that. If you're 80 and this happens to you, you probably don't even know what the Google Play Store is. And this is a real fear of mine considering my grandfather has a smartphone now. And he is 87 years old, mind you. In fact, fun story about that, he got a smartphone because his other senior friends got smartphones and said, "Look how cool this is. You don't have one of those." Seriously, that's the actual reason he got a smartphone. Because his friends had the smartphone and he needed to show off. It's actually the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. So you can only imagine that I'm a little concerned that some Google Play Store hacker is going to figure out how to get my grandfather's information. And stories like that are kind of head scratchers, but it gets worse these days. It's kind of impossible to avoid some version of data leaking and hackers because it happens all the time. I mean, how many times have you heard that some bank has gotten their stuff leaked or some event happened which caused people to lose so much information? It happens too often for you to not really be aware of it. So besides VPNs, what can you do, right? Well, the one thing that I see a lot of people avoiding these days is people don't really change their passwords. You know how people will make passwords and then you'll get a prompt to change it every 3 months, and then instead of making it different password, so your password is I like Minecraft 1. People will make that password I like Minecraft 2 and then expect to be safe. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're not safe at all. So the way you do it is you make a new password, but you make it a completely different password. Better yet, you should use two-factor authentication on every type of important password at least. I have two-factor on pretty much anything that is important that uses my credit card or money or anything of that matter. So if you want to buy Robux tomorrow, make sure that your Roblox account is protected by two-factor.
Another friend of mine who used to work in like cybersecurity type stuff told me that make sure that you don't put your credit card in anything that doesn't have two-factor authentication, because that's the only real way to stop people from getting into things, by making it unlockable with two different devices. Now, I'm sure eventually there'll be something such as three-factor authentication, because two-factor might become less secure, but until then, two-factor is pretty much your golden standard for not getting your stuff yopped. And if you want more proof about this two-factor stuff working, I get emails all the time from my Microsoft accounts that people are trying to log into said account. But it doesn't matter, because even if they have my password for that account, which is unique to my Microsoft accounts, they need to get through two-factor authentication. And it stops there, because they need to confirm via text or a certain code and emails and whatnot about this whole two-factor thing. And I'm curious, comment down below if you have any stories of people hacking into your stuff, because I'm curious to see what everyone else is experiencing in terms of this. Another thing I love watching is like those, when you see those interviews that podcasters do with hackers, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm hacking your Wi-Fi as we speak. Like, as I walked into the building, I'm hacking your Wi-Fi. Like, that's how crazy shit has become when it comes to this stuff. So do yourself a favor. If you don't have two-factor on everything you own that's important, do that. And also change your passwords to be unique for every single website. Unless it's stuff that you don't care about. Like, I'd say, for example, that I don't really care about my, I don't know, Epic Games account because I don't buy games there. I've never put my credit card there. Then that's fine, you know? Just use a very easy password there that you don't have to bother about remembering. But you can always have something else remember it for you. You can always have, like, Google authenticators instead of just having actual passwords you have to remember. Because guess what? If you can't even remember your own password, imagine the hacker trying to guess what that password is. In other news, if you're wondering what I'm doing in this cave, is I'm looking for diamonds because I lost all my stuff last week, or 2 weeks ago at this point, in the advice giving live stream. Also, something else I just remembered. Don't download third-party antiviruses. Like, if you're downloading Norton antivirus, you're basically downloading a virus to your computer that makes your shit actually less safe. Windows Defender is perfect for this stuff right now. You don't have to download any third-party stuff, and it works just fine. Now, I know what you're thinking. Since when is Windows Defender any good? Trust me when I tell you, bro, in the past few years, they've made Windows Defender pretty good. Like, it's actually a force to be reckoned with for once in its life. Because I remember the days of having to have, you know, what was I using back then? Kaspersky or whatever the hell? Yeah, I don't need that stuff anymore, okay? The only exception to this rule is that Malwarebytes is pretty good if you want to do like a scan or something of your computer, because it's really good at finding stuff. But overall, you don't really need the third-party antiviruses anymore. Let's go, gamers. In any case, be smart with your internet usage. Don't go putting your credit card anywhere that it shouldn't be, especially online. And, yeah. Time for some hot takes on the friend zone and how to get out of it. People love to talk about being stuck in the so-called friend zone. This place where potential relationships go to die before they even begin. But the truth is, the friend zone as you know it is not real.
It's fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust. It doesn't exist.
As Matthew McConaughey just said, this is all just fairy dust. It doesn't exist. But before I go deeper into this, today's task is to move all of these cows and animals to a bigger, better farm that I'm going to make down there, so that I have, well, more food. You're gonna get eaten, little buddy. In any case, the friend zone as you know it is not a real thing. If you're friends with a girl or a guy, whatever you fancy, I'm gonna go with girls for this example, and say you ask this girl out after being friends with her for many, many years, and you decide that you like them a little bit more than just friends, but they don't share the sentiment. People will go and say, oh, she put me in the friend zone, she just wants to be friends, whatever, this and that. But there's one thing that's wrong in that entire sentence. And that thing is that the person you asked put you in the friend zone. That is all false. They did not put you in the friend zone. No, no, no. You put yourself in the friend zone. Now, bear with me with this because it's very important that you distinguish the difference, okay? The friend zone is not something anyone can put you in other than yourself. You have to get there by acting friendly, by being friendly. You have to treat people like friends to be placed in the friend zone. So the next time you ask yourself, why did Melissa put you in the friend zone? Ask yourself this. Were you being her friend? Were you pursuing her as a friend? Or were you pursuing her as a potential partner, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, whatever? Why were you pursuing Melissa? Okay, or how, rather, were you pursuing Melissa? And when you sit and ponder that for a second, you're going to get a couple of answers that you probably don't like. Okay? Because you might realize that, oh shit, I wasn't actually pursuing Melissa as a potential partner. I was pursuing her
as a friend, as someone who is going to be there for her when she's crying and, have a tea party with her or a play date or something like that. That's why you're in the friend zone, my friend. That is why Melissa sees you as a friend, because you yourself are treating her as a friend. I'm going to let that sit with you guys for a second. You yourself are the one putting yourself there. So you might say, okay, smartass, then since I'm putting myself there, how do I get myself out of it? Well, that's a great question, Johnny boy, and let me explain something to you. If you want different results, you need to try different methods, okay? As I believe Albert Einstein once said, the definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over and expecting different results. You can't keep pursuing your romantic interests the way that you have if you want them to actually see you romantically. You have to treat them as non-friends. You have to treat them as acquaintances that you find attractive, okay? When you change that mindset, that mentality, you'll see that things become a lot more clear. For example, let's say you and Melissa have been best friends for many, many years. You and Melissa have memories, experiences, all these fun things, but Melissa is just not interested in you. She's not interested in being more than just friends. And of course you know this because you have gone up to her already and expressed your feelings and said, look, I want you to be my girlfriend. I have feelings for you. And she says, I'm flattered, but I'm sorry. I see you as a friend. So at this point, you're going to have to make a very difficult decision. Do you want to maintain that friendship? Or do you want to actually make it a relationship? And when I ask this question, I genuinely mean it. You can't just say that you want to make it a relationship because you're going to have to take some drastic measures to make that a relationship. Now, keep in mind, there's a very big chance that you will lose a friend by trying to do this. I'm not guaranteeing that your relationship will go unscathed if you pursue this route, okay? But the truth is, you don't want a friend. You want Melissa to be your girlfriend, okay? You want Melissa to be your person. But she can't be your person and your best friend. Or rather, she can't be that in the way that you've outlined it for her. And once again, this is for both men and women, okay? This works both ways. So, okay, you wanna calm down, pal? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Take that knockback, you baby zombie. Oh my god, I hate those things. As I was saying, you have to make that decision. You have to make the decision of potentially losing a friend to gain a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever. So, if you've decided that it's not worth it to do it no matter what, then that's fine. But you don't have to watch the rest of this video. But as I suspect, most of you are not going to just give up that easily. So, what should you be doing? Because Melissa might like the way you treat her. Melissa might like the way you are a friend to her. She might like the fact that she can call you up and tell you about her problems with other boys or girls. And she might like that you're dependable and all this stuff. And she might like all these things about you to the point where she even says, damn, I wish I had a boyfriend or girlfriend that's like you. And that's like the biggest kick in the head. Okay, that is the most annoying, frustrating thing that someone you're romantically invested in or romantically rather interested in can say to you. Because you're like, why can't it just be me? Well, it can just be you. Okay, it can just be you. But in order for it to be you, you have to employ what I like to call the free trial boyfriend method. Now you might ask, what does this mean? Well, a free trial boyfriend is basically someone that is doing all the boyfriend activities, all the boyfriend responsibilities without actually being in a committed relationship with the person he's interested in. Okay? You're sitting there doing all these things like being on late night calls and being there for her when she needs you all the time and dropping everything to be the knight in shining armor. You're dependable, you're being good, you're treating her like your mother told you to treat her, you're treating her like people treat each other in movies and stuff, and it's all fun and dandy until it hits you that she only likes you as a friend because of that. But the funny thing is, she actually likes all these attributes about you. That's why she is your friend. That's why she likes you. But she doesn't want to date you. She just likes having that attention. She likes having a person who she can just have at her disposal whenever she wants. And of course she does. Why wouldn't she? It's the same way that a golden retriever would treat its human. We love it, right? We love it because they're giving us attention and they're so happy to see us and all this fun stuff. And this is exactly where you employ the trial method. After you've asked her out, after you've explained to her what you want, she's not giving you what you want. So you're not going to give her what she wants anymore, okay? She's not going to get the boyfriend package for the friend price. So her free trial of having a boyfriend is over. You're not going to be at her beck and call. You're not going to spend every living moment with her. You're not going to answer her every single time when she's having problems and this and that and wants to vent to you. And you're never, ever going to entertain conversations that have to do with, oh, this guy I'm trying to date is giving me issues and why isn't he responding to me? You're never going to entertain those conversations. You will either switch the subject or you're going to straight up just say, oh, I'm sorry, I have something to do. Maybe we'll talk about this later. And you will never talk to her about this, ever, because you have to switch it up. You want to not be her friend? You want to be her boyfriend? You have to not act like a friend. You have to not give her any of that stuff. If she wants all these things, if she really wants to maintain all these things, she has to make a commitment to date you. Because I'm sure that nobody else gets this treatment from you. I'm sure that this is the only person that you're willing to basically sacrifice time and effort into for no results. Because let's think this is your other friend. Let's call him Bob. And you're not romantically interested in Bob. Do you spend the amount of times and sleepless nights talking to this guy? Do you sit there and listen to all of his relationship problems 24/7 or, lack of relationship problems? You probably don't. Because you probably don't want to hear all of that because you don't want to date him. You don't really care that much about him, okay? But you do care about Melissa like that. So you're going to treat Melissa like you treat Bob on a consistent basis. It might be a little bit hard to do in the start because you're, like I said, moving away from the friend category and going into the, more than friend category. You're trying to do more. Or rather, you're moving out of the best friend category and you're going into the acquaintance category, I guess. So when you put yourself in this acquaintance category, you will find that things are very different. You'll find that you don't spend as much time with this person, even though you might want to. And things are going to be annoying for a bit. And you're also not going to be totally happy about this because, like I said, you like this girl. You want to talk to her. You want to be with her. And now that you have all this extra free time and you're not spending as much time with this Melissa, you're going to spend time with your other friends. And you might even find yourself spending time with other girls, other women that you might not necessarily have to like romantically. And those girls you can basically just be friends with. You can go kind of friend zone, but you might also benefit from being flirty with them. Seeing them as more of a potential partner as well. Now, of course, you don't want them to be your partner, but, practice makes perfect. If you flirt with more women, you'll get better at flirting with them and you'll get better at getting yourself out of this friend zone. And you'll see how that dynamic changes because they won't look at you as Michael, their best friend. They're going to look at you as, oh, Michael, I kind of like him. He's cute, or he's funny, or he's interesting, anything of the sort. And once you start giving other girls attention and those girls reciprocate that same attention back, Melissa is going to see this and, of course, get jealous because she used to get all of that attention from you, and now she's not, and she wants that attention back. So she's going to now try and figure out a way to get it back, or she's just not going to be bothered. If she's not bothered, chances are she really doesn't care that much, and she even doesn't care that much that you're her friend. And if that reigns true, like you're confirming that reigns true, then you might actually want to consider flirting with these other women for real and talking to them for real, because I don't think Melissa is going to really ever be that into you. But once again, this is case-by-case basis. Take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt in terms of how she feels, because every person is different. So anyway, Melissa gets jealous, and she's getting even more pissed off now, to the point where she might even call you out about it and say, why are we not hanging out? Why are you hanging out with Anna so much? And you might say, oh, sorry, I've made some new friends and I've spent some more time with them. And we can hang out more, say tomorrow, say next week, or even make specific plans, like force it to be a planned thing because you're more busy now. And even if you're not even necessarily that busy, just do that and see how different, again, the tone gets. Now, she's going to be even more annoyed, and she might not even really say anything about it past that point because it's going to hurt her ego, especially if she knows that you like her, right? Especially if she knows after that you've asked her out that you want to be with her, and she kind of holds that card. She's going to start now thinking, wow, does he even like me anymore? Like, what's going on? And I have a personal story with that. That actually happened to me. Okay, that actually very much happened to me where I friend-zoned myself with a girl, and I started saying, okay, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to start pursuing a different girl because you're not worth my time if you're going to just be my friend, because I didn't want her as a friend. I wanted her as something more than a friend. And I showed that to her by not responding to as many messages, not going out with her as much, not wanting to hang out with her as much. And she got livid to the point where she started saying to certain friends that I was fake because, I showed my true colors and what I really wanted. And to that, I will say now, yes,
Those are exactly my true colors. That is exactly what I wanted. I was only interested in you romantically. I was not interested in being your friend. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. People stigmatize that. It's like, oh, you show your true colors. It's like, oh, you only want to date me. You don't want to be my friend. You don't really care about me. Well, those don't have to be mutually exclusive. I can care about you, but not want to be your friend. Okay, can you get out of here? Yeah. That's what you get, kid. So anyway, back to, there are monsters nearby. Please tell me another one didn't spawn under this thing. Bro, what is it? Why is this a spawn point? All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put a torch here, okay? And then we're going to just yoink. I'm nuts. Did I not knock him over? I didn't knock him over. Who are you? Okay, we're going to have some issues, aren't we? So back to Melissa. She's annoyed, okay? She wants to get that attention back. She wants to do X, Y, and Z. And what you're going to do is you're going to keep going out with your other friends. You're going to keep talking to other women. You're going to keep leveling up with your hobbies, your gym subscription, whatever you're doing. And you're not going to completely stop talking to her, okay? You're not going to go no contact. But you're going to talk to her more casually. You're going to be less close with her. Maybe you'll even try and flirt with her once in a while. But not too much. Give her just a little bit of the attention. Because, after all, her trial has ended. And by this point, the tides have drastically turned in your favor. Because she's going to be thinking about you now. You're going to be in her head rent-free. And she's going to question so many things and so many changes. And for once, you're going to be the one that she talks to her friends about. Why is Mike not talking to me that much anymore? And, oh, he's talking to this bitch Alyssa, who's not good enough for him. And slowly but surely, she's now starting to see you in a different way. She's starting to see you as a romantic partner. She doesn't really have that idea of you being her friend that much in her head. She's kind of pissed off that now she can't really have you in that same way. She might have even developed the notion in her head that if I can't have him, nobody can. And this is going to build and build and build until one day she can't take it anymore. She's going to send either the text or she's going to say in person to you, we should talk. Now from this point on, there is no return. From this point on, Melissa has made a decision. Melissa has either decided that she doesn't like you anymore, she doesn't want to be your friend, and you're in her head and you can't be bothered and she's pissed off and she hates you. This is where you basically lose the friend. Because she doesn't want a friend like you. And that's basically what you're going for. This is the risk of this method. Because even though she might be thinking of you in a different way, as more of a potential romantic partner, as more of a person that's not best friend material, it doesn't always mean that she has a positive notion or she has a notion that she still wants to date you. She might not want to date you still. That is a possibility, and I'm going to warn you about it now before you come at me later and say, I lost my best friend, and I don't even get a partner out of it. But the other side of this coin is that Melissa might come around. She might actually say something along the lines of, look, I miss you. I want to talk to you more. What can we do? What has changed? Why are you treating me differently? And this is where you're going to be completely honest with her. You're going to say to her, I don't want to just be your friend. I want to date you, okay? I want to be in a relationship with you. I'm not going to treat you like you're my girlfriend without you being my girlfriend. And the exact words and the way you say this might differ a little bit. You might even choose to be more flirty about it if she's not as serious. But be honest with her. Just say to her, I don't just want you as a friend because I can't just have you as a friend. And from that point on, she might be willing to try. She might be willing to try for a relationship. Because through you not being around her as much, through you not being her shoulder to cry on, she might have actually developed romantic feelings for you. And entirely changed her view on you and want you back in an even bigger way now. Because as they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And you might not love this. By the way, you might not love the fact that you're doing this to this person, but this is truly the only way. This is truly the only way to actually get what you want here. Because the truth is, if you stay friends with her long enough and don't do anything about this friendship, you're going to get really hurt. Okay, you're going to get really hurt when she eventually finds a boyfriend or a girlfriend or whatever she's interested in of her own. And you're going to stop being friends with her anyway, because the reality is, and you're going to realize, is that you didn't want to be her friend. You wanted to be her boyfriend. And trust me, it's 10 times worse to do that. It is 10 times worse to go from being friends to being not friends,
because of them getting into a relationship. Because then you can't even do anything about it. You can't actually do the acquaintance thing that I'm talking about right now, this child boyfriend method. And you might say, well, that's fine. I guess I'll just be friends with her and just be her best friend. And boy, are you in for a ride. Because the same thing I've just been describing of pulling away and being less close to her is going to happen from her side now. Because now her time is going to be taken up by this new boyfriend. You see what I'm putting down here? It's almost inevitable for you to stop being as close friends with each other, especially if there's a one-sided romantic interest. Or she's just going to come cry to you and talk to you about her boyfriend problems every time she gets into an argument with him, which you and I both know that you do not want. And come to think of it, this reminds me of a personal example. There was this girl that I had a crush on for the longest time. The longest time. I'm talking like elementary school into middle school, and it was ridiculous, okay? That was the turbo friend zone. That was not going anywhere, no matter what I did. And this went on, I saw her date different guys or have like hookups or whatnot with different guys. Of course, they were like the bad boys and whatnot. And I was fed up. I was fed up with it. And I didn't really care to be her friend that much because I didn't want to just be her friend. So I changed the way I went about it. I didn't necessarily employ this method that I'm saying to you right now, but I became more flirty and less friendly. But I moved away from my hometown, right? So it was kind of inevitable. But regardless, when I went back, and visited the hometown and would hang out with her every once in a while and, other friends in that group, the dynamics had changed, okay? And she knew the dynamics had changed. And she confronted me about it, just like I was saying to you. Because she would text me, whatever, she would try and reach out and continue to be friends, but I wasn't having any of it because I did not want that. I had no absolute desire. To the point where she said to me, you're being a fake friend. And by the time she even came back to me with this, I had lost all interest in dating her as well. Like that was like a whole different separate category, which is also why I didn't really care to be that present. So she's like, you're being a fake friend and you don't reach out and you don't do anything. So like, what's the point? And I straight up said to her, look, it is what it is. I mean, I'm busy. I have a life. I'm doing other things. And, sorry, but not sorry. That's kind of just how the cookie crumbles right now. And this is not one of the success stories, right? This is one of those stories of it kind of didn't work out for me. It kind of dragged out too long to the point where I lost interest. And that could possibly happen to you if you don't make a move earlier. But I have another follow-up story for you. And this is about one of my exes. When I had originally asked her out, I hadn't known her before. I wasn't in the friend zone. But I asked her out and she said that she had a boyfriend. And that sucked, whatever. But I chose to stay friends with her because we were in a class together and there was, someone to talk to, whatever. So one day we were hanging out. I was, being casual friend, whatever. And she had mentioned that, it was her birthday in a couple of days. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. So those couple days passed and I'm like, oh, let me wish her a happy birthday, And she was like, thanks. And we chatted a little bit. And then she mentioned that her boyfriend had not wished her a happy birthday all day. Keep in mind, it was like 5 p.m., okay? And little word of advice for all you guys in relationships, just a quick little tip. Remember your girlfriend's birthday and call her / text her happy birthday. Because if you don't, as you see with this example, somebody else most definitely will. In any case, she tells me that her boyfriend has not called her / texted her to say happy birthday yet today. Now, this is where the crossroads came. This is where I could either make the decision to say, oh, what a douchebag or whatever, and this and that, and you deserve better, and, just be like that friend, that shoulder to cry on. What I actually did was say, look, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe he's just busy, but I hope you have a happy birthday anyway. And I just left it there. I didn't want to be a shoulder to cry on for yet another woman. I gave her my trial of remembering her birthday, and the trial ended the moment she needed a shoulder to cry on. I didn't entertain the whole my boyfriend is an asshole thing. And at that point, I had actually given up on pursuing. I wasn't trying to homewreck or anything. I wasn't trying to take her from her boyfriend at the time. But I also wasn't putting myself in the friend zone. I was kind of in that weird acquaintance neutral zone. See what I'm putting down here? And after that, slowly but surely, the relationship ended and, my relationship with her started. And there's a lot more there, but honestly, it's not relevant to this whole friend zone thing. I'm simply using this as an example of you have to act like someone who's interested romantically. You cannot act like someone who's interested platonically. And that's the only way you're getting yourself out of the friend zone. You do it by taking friendship off the table and by leaving only the prospect of a romantic relationship. But that's all I have for that. Now let's talk about money. People love to complain about the fact that they're broke. It doesn't matter who you are, what country you live in, or what social circle you're in. There is always someone who has trouble retaining their money. And chances are, that person is you. So today I'm going to share with you some of my personal methods that I've worked that I use to keep money in my pocket almost daily. And now before you go asking me for credibility on money and saving money, I'm no financial advisor. I'm not going to argue that I know how to trade in stocks or how to invest properly or how to do a myriad of other financial things. But the one thing I am good at is saving. I have enough money saved that if I live frugally, I could probably survive a year. And I don't care what the finance gurus keep telling you that you shouldn't save money because inflation and investing and this and that. You can't invest your money. You can't do anything those finance gurus are telling you without having some money. And to have money, you have to be able to retain it for more than 5 seconds. Okay? And one of the main things that people spend their money on, especially in the Western civilizations, is food. People waste so much money on restaurants. It's insane, bro. It's insane how much it costs to just go to a restaurant 9 times out of 10. Okay? If you go to a restaurant in the United States, on average, you're probably going to spend, let's say, if you're going to a fast food place, you're probably spending around $10 to $15, depending on what you're getting. If you go to an actual like diner or some mid-range restaurant, you're spending anywhere between, $15 to $20 a person, maybe $25. And depending on what you're getting, it could go upwards of $30 per person. So, if you're spending $10 a day or $15 a day on eating out, and if you're eating out multiple times a day, the number just goes up, you have no idea how easily that compounds into a stupid amount of money at the end of the month. Let's say you're spending $20 a day on food, okay? $20 a day times 30 days. That's $600 a month on just food. And this is an extreme. Most people don't eat out every day. But I know quite a few people that do it multiple times a week. Now, if you're eating out 3 times a week, still, it's a stupid amount. You don't have to eat out that many times a week. For me, I go out once a week maybe to eat. 2 times if I'm like really struggling to get things done and I don't have time. But the reality is I could make time. Most of the time, I'm just lazy if I go out more than once a week. And the other thing people tend to do when they go out and eat so many times a week is that they also buy food from the grocery store. I can't even imagine how many times I've seen myself, or caught myself rather, go to the grocery store, buy a bunch of food, and then, oh, shit, it expires before I have time to eat it because I would rather go eat out instead of use the materials, or rather the ingredients, to cook my own food. And I'm very well able to cook, by the way. I'm very well able to cook. I have at least 10 things I can make off the top of my head, and they're 10 tasty things. It's not that I'm making boring food. I'm making interesting food that in many cases doesn't take much for me to cook or make rather. But nevertheless, like most people, I get lazy. And it's fine. It's fine to acknowledge that you're lazy and that you're spending a little too much money on food. But there comes a point where I see certain friends of mine that just eat out every day. Like every day. Some of them even have their parents cook for them, right? And they still eat out every day. Like, what's the point? At that point, you're just wasting everyone's money. You're wasting your own money, you're wasting your parents' money, and you're wasting food, honestly. Now, normally when you say this to people, they'll either say, oh, well, I don't know how to cook, and it's hard, and I don't have time. Well, let's unpack each and every one of those. Not knowing how to cook is not an excuse. You take the time and learn how to cook. Learning how to cook is not that hard. If you can figure out how to cook an egg, you pretty much have half of the cookbook open to you. Because you can make omelets, you can make sunny side eggs, there's so many things you can do with eggs that make your food interesting. If you learn how to cook rather eggs and pasta or spaghetti or whatever you want to call it. You can make carbonara if you learn how to cook eggs and pasta. You could cook higher quality ramen with hard-boiled eggs in it, which I love to do. You can make deviled eggs. There's so many things you can do with just eggs, and most of it is relatively easy. All you need is a pan and some creativity and some ingredients. You want to make your eggs more interesting? Add some onion into them. Add some garlic powder. Add some spices and seasoning. You would be amazed to see how the most boring of foods just become so much better with some spices and seasoning. Another great food to make is anything with chopped meat. I make tacos so often. You know why? Because all it is for tacos is putting it in a pan for 6 minutes, cutting up some tomatoes and some onions. Or if you don't feel like cutting up tomatoes and onions, go buy some salsa, like some store-made salsa. It's still cheaper than you going to a taco truck. Then add some cheese, maybe some beans, some sour cream if you're a bit of a wuss and can't handle spice, and you're golden. It probably will cost you like $1 to $2 per taco rather than like the $10, $15 you'll pay at some restaurant for 3 of them. So stop eating out and cook your own food. It might suck for a bit. It might not be the best food you've ever had, but it'll definitely keep you fed, and it'll definitely become better the more you do it. Okay? I personally love cooking. I don't do it as often as I'd like, but I should do it more. And the number one thing when you're a lazy person and you want to start cooking, cook things that you think you'll like. Don't cook the thing that your mom forced you to eat when you were a kid, okay? Because there's always that one food that moms would always make that you wouldn't like, okay? There's always one. And that one is the one that you never want to have. So you're not going to cook that. But what you might possibly cook is the favorite thing that your mom made for you. Or you go and find stuff that's not necessarily hard to make, but can also be tasty. You can buy a crock pot. You can buy an air fryer, and things become so much tastier with such little effort. It's insane. And if you say to me you don't have time to cook, that's bullshit. Straight up. Because unless you're working 3 jobs, there's no way you don't have enough time to cook. Cooking does not take that long unless you make it take that long, unless you're trying to make filet mignon every 10 seconds. If you choose the right recipes and you prep your meals for like a week, it will take you maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours per day or per week, depending on, like I said, prepping or not prepping your food. But in any case, let's get off the food topic. Because some people might not eat out. Some people might be aware of the fact that eating out is a problem and you shouldn't do it all the time. That's fine. Well, here's number 2. Number 2 is you don't need to go out with your friends every single time they invite you to go out. Okay? You don't have to go to the bars, to the clubs, to the rock climbing gym every weekend because that costs money. Okay? You can do things that are cheaper with your friends. Or you can just skip a day. I understand that FOMO is a problem. I understand that you want to hang out with them. But if you're broke, you most likely won't be able to do everything with your friends. However, you can do other things. You can do cheaper activities. You can go to a park and maybe you can toss a frisbee around or something. Frisbees are cheap. You know, they shouldn't cost more than $5, honestly, in most cases. You know, go outside, maybe go for a walk. Go hiking. Hiking is one of the cheapest things you can do, and it's usually free. Unless you're going to some like major trail that has like a entrance fee or something, which I haven't personally gone to. National parks don't require an entrance fee, I don't think. I need to find Enderman, by the way. This is why I'm out here. Oh, shit. Let's not die here, because I really don't feel like walking all the way back here. Come here, pal. Come look at me in the eyes. Look at me in the eyes. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. You're not pretty. You're a bony-ass mofo. I can't even express to you the amount of times I said no to going out with my friends, because straight up, it was just too expensive for me to do it. There are times when they would say, oh, let's go to Philadelphia. Let's go to New York. Let's go to one of these places that requires us to take like 2 trains, a car, pay for Ubers, all kinds of things that I just straight up couldn't afford. Or other times where there's been a party and I just had to drive there, spend a lot of money on gas, then maybe spend money on alcohol, and I just didn't do it because I didn't have the money. And by doing that every once in a while, you don't have to skip every outing with your friends. But if you skip a couple, you're not going to miss out on all that much. Sometimes the outing with your friends isn't even that worth it. I can name so many times where I've gone out with friends and it just hasn't been worth the amount of money I spent to go do said activity with them. And there's other times when I've gone out with friends that we didn't do really much of anything other than hang out in a park, and it was 10 times more fun. And if your friends aren't understanding of the fact that you don't always have money, well then you need to start hanging out with different people. Or you need to explain to them like, hey, I'm not as breaded as you guys are right now. Can we please do something else? Method number 3 of saving more money. You need to conserve energy. Now this really goes for people that are paying rent, utilities, and all kinds of things and have a house or an apartment or something of the sort. But when you leave a room, turn off the lights. There's a reason your parents used to yell at you every time when you left your lights on in the room. Turn off your fans, turn off your computer, turn off your monitors, turn off anything that you use that requires power. You'll save energy, which means you'll save money in the end. And this is especially for the more Western developed countries. If you leave your air conditioner on 24/7, you're going to spend so much money on that power bill. It's insane. Like I remember when I had an apartment, or not an apartment. I rented a house in my last year of college, and we had internal air, like internal air conditioning. The first air conditioning bill, because we left that thing on 24/7, was astronomically ridiculous. Like the guy whose name was on the bill for that was livid because I think it was like $2,000 that month or something, because we were stupid and we didn't realize how much we were spending. We had to go on a payment plan to pay off that bill. So don't leave your shit on. Another great thing that's been instilled by my mother.
shop for things on sale, okay? There are sales happening all the time. There are sales that are happening with coupons. There are sales that are happening with just straight up stores wanting to sell more items, or like they have too much of some certain stock and they'll put it on sale for 50, 20% off. When you're looking to buy things, buy them on sale. And by the way, don't buy things that are on sale just because of the fact that they're on sale. Buy them because you want them and they also happen to be on sale. You don't have to buy everything that's on sale just for the sake of it being on sale, okay? That's the mistake. That's the trap. But if you buy things that are on sale when you want to actually buy them, or like you remember that you want to buy this thing and it's on sale, that's an actual way to save money. A way I save money is on video games. Every year, I really wait for the Steam sales to happen so I can buy certain games that I don't think are worth the amount of money that they're selling them for at full price. I bought the entire Half-Life collection for $4 on the Steam summer sale. You know how much of a steal that is? And that wasn't even really a necessity. That was kind of a want. Now, there are certain countries where you can't rely on sales for things. Not every country has the amount of sales that, say, the United States have. But let's say in my home country of Greece, we have sales twice a year for like major things like clothes, and I think there's like a summer sale, and then they do like a Black Friday thing these days, I think. And that's when my mother would buy clothes. That's when my mother would do all her shopping for that type of stuff. And I'd follow up on the clothes part. You don't have to buy name brands, okay? Name brands are literally just logos on the same quality of clothing as the non-name brands. And you may not believe me, but it's true. The only difference between the name brand and the non-name brand is the logo. Okay, you're paying for the advertising and the marketing. Because guess what? Every shirt you buy, by like 90% of the time, unless you're like outsourcing it to some like, cornfield in Iowa that specifically makes shirts because they want to save the environment and not do it through sweatshops. They're all made by the same guy in the same sweatshop in either China, Vietnam, or one of the 5 countries that show up on labels these days. They all come from the same factory. The only difference is one company pays them more to put their logo on it. That's the main difference, okay? And of course, it's not exactly that black and white. You, of course, can't trace it to the exact factory, but I'm sure there's like 5 or 10 factories in a row. One of them is the Adidas one. One of them is the Adidas discount brand version, which happens to be the factory right next door and uses the same schematics and the same fucking everything other than the logo. And if you do want to get brands, go to thrift stores. Go to thrift stores. Not every country has access to thrift stores, but there's pretty much every country has some sort of second-hand market, okay? We didn't have thrift stores where I grew up, but we did have this bazaar that would happen every year in October, and they would sell, name brand things. Some of them were fake, some of them were real, and they were just either used or they were just, discounted or whatever the hell. And if you're really stuck on buying the name brands, just wait a little bit for them. Buy things when they're out of season or when they've existed for a year already and they're not as, popular. Sure, you won't have the most newest Nike swoosh shoe or whatever the hell, but you'll have more money in your pocket, that's for sure. And speaking about things that are, a little bit older and you buy them secondhand or buy them, a year later, you don't need the newest iPhone every damn year, okay? iPhones don't change. They have been the same thing every year with the exception of a better processor by 0.5% and a better camera by another 0.5%. Most consumers don't need 8K video and photo. Okay, consumers don't need that stuff. Leave that for the professionals. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with the 47 cameras that the iPhone has, the newest iPhone has, versus the one that was the year before? Or whatever, the quality that it has. What are you going to do with the fact that it's the newest one? It might last you maybe another year extra, and the warranty might be a little bit better. But in reality, there's no difference. It's the same phone with minor differences to the average consumer. Better yet, buy an Android because in almost every way other than iMessage and FaceTime, they're better. Why are there so many creepers around me, bro? Like I could build a crate. You know what? Let's build a crater. This is what an iPhone is going to do to your bank account. Okay, the crater is not working very well, but you get what I mean. And by the way, this is not just about phones. This is about anything technology-wise. Like, do your research and see. Okay, why is this better? Why is this one better? Don't just buy an Alienware computer because it's an Alienware computer. Buy the HP computer maybe because it has better specs and better output and better whatever than the Alienware actually does have. So, don't buy the latest iPhone. Buy the one that is, a couple years old. And if it's a Droid, buy the, an older Samsung or Huawei or whatever the hell phone brand you use. I've had a Samsung Galaxy S20 ever since 2020. And before you ask me, yes, it did come out that year.
but it was given to me by a different YouTuber for free, and I've kept that phone for 4 years. And I could buy the same phone today and be completely fine with it. I wouldn't need to buy a new phone for a while because this thing is still so good and honestly has treated me great. Now, I might upgrade sooner or later to something new, but I don't necessarily have to. And last but not least, the best way to save money on things is to learn how to do things by yourself. Okay? Recently, I posted this picture of my computer, and I was pissed about it because I had to buy new parts for my computer. Okay? I had to buy new parts and replace them because something was wrong with it, whatever. I had to buy specifically a solid-state drive and new cooling for my processor because it was overheating. And now the purchase itself cost me about, $180-ish, $190 with tax. And I spent another $40 diagnosing the computer with what issues it had. Now, I wouldn't have even spent the $40 on the diagnostic if I knew what exactly the issue was. Because normally I can figure that stuff out myself. But unfortunately, this was one of those times where it was worth, spending money on figuring out what the issue was exactly. And luckily I'm tech savvy, and I've always have been. Bro, I found 0 Enderman in this entire video. Like, what? Where are they? But other than the parts themselves and that diagnosis on the issues, I didn't spend any money putting it together because I taught myself how to do it through YouTube University. And that's right, I learned how to build my first computer, and I learned how to upgrade my other computer a couple of times just by looking at YouTube videos. And it was so much cheaper to do so, because had I asked for somebody to install these things for me, I would have probably spent another $100 to $200 just on installation fees for something that would have taken, in most cases, probably an hour to do, because it's not too hard to install computer parts, because all it is like knowing where to plug certain things in, and maybe a couple screws here and there. Sure, there's a couple of delicate pieces, like you shouldn't bend the pins on your motherboard for the processor, but that's not that big of an issue. You learn to be careful with things like that. So $200 is a stupid amount of money to save on something that would have taken you an hour, or have taken some professional an hour or two to do. Plus, I would have waited like 3 to 4 days for them to do it because I'm not the only customer, right? They have other people that they have to accommodate before me. So learn to do things yourself. I understand that there's certain things that you can't do yourself, but there's a hell of a lot of things that you can do yourself. And it also makes you feel so good about yourself. It's so much more rewarding. Like, it makes you feel like you have this new skill when you learn how to do things yourself, and this new, usefulness as a person. It's insane. I have not found more than 1 Enderman in an entire Minecraft night cycle. What the Alright, enough of that. Next topic. It's so refreshing when you finally meet your people. Like, people that you actually want to talk to, hang out with, or just genuinely be friends with. And for me, many of those people have actually come from online communities. There's this common misconception that if you meet someone online that you can't really be friends with them. And the truth is, that's not always necessarily true. Well, yes, most of the time you're only really interacting online. How close can you really be with someone when you have never actually met them or never actually talked to them in person? And the truth is, you don't have to meet up with them in person to be friends with them. You don't have to have that specific type of human interaction. While it is much better to get actual real-life interactions with people, it is also pretty good to have people online that you can talk to when your friends in real life aren't around, or when you're struggling to socialize with people in real life. Oh, and by the way, we're in the desert at night because we're hunting for Endermen, because I think it's finally time for us to go to the end. And oh, there's a desert temple, let's go. But back to making friends online. For me, a great example of this is gaming, and specifically when I was very into Counter-Strike. When I first got into Counter-Strike, I was very into it. Like, I would play it every day, and I would queue in lobbies and multiplayer and all that fun stuff. But the thing is, most of my friends weren't playing Counter-Strike. They were playing either League of Legends, or they were playing some other Fortnite or something else that I didn't really want to play. I wanted to play Counter-Strike. So it was hard for me to do the IRL friends that play Counter-Strike and all that kind of stuff. But at some point, I met a couple of people online in a random Counter-Strike lobby, and we bonded through various means to the point where we even made a little Steam clan for our Counter-Strike group. And we played for a few weeks like that nonstop, and we were having fun, and I bonded with these guys. Unfortunately, for that specific group, it didn't last too long because we were all on very different time zones, very different schedules and points in our life. But 4 to 5 strangers had met online through a video game and were able to bond just from that. Just from having that one common thing that they like to do, and became friends. And you can do that too. Maybe for you, it's not Counter-Strike. Maybe it's Call of Duty. Or maybe it's Minecraft. That Counter-Strike group was the first time I had ever actually made friends online. And through that, I saw that there's more potential to actually bond with people through the niche topics that I'm into. Okay? One big niche topic for me was the fact that I loved YouTube. I watched countless content creators, make my own videos. I genuinely live and breathe YouTube. But when I was a kid, people in my hometown didn't really share that with me. I had one friend who kind of liked making YouTube videos, but he got bored of it very quickly. I was the only person who was like the self-proclaimed content creator that was doing it at any capacity. Even if it was still just a hobby, I took it seriously. And I wanted to find other people that also took it seriously. Now, fast forward quite a few years, I actually applied for a video editing gig. And this editing gig was for, at the time, quite a mid-range small channel. Honestly, basically where my channel is right now. And through that job, which was online and remote, I became closer and bonded with the owners of the channel. And of course, I never met these people in real life. But I spent a year with them. A year of my life on calls and trading comments and opinions back and forth and all kinds of things. And I got to know them pretty well, even though I had never actually seen them with my own eyes. We bonded through our love of YouTube and video creation, which were things that I don't really get to bond to with people in real life that much. In any case, through working with these guys and bonding with them, I was then open to their inner circles, and I met people that they knew that were also content creators, and I got to bond with them. And I actually even met up with some of those people in real life. That's right. I never actually even got to meet my bosses in real life, but I got to meet the friends that I made because of those bosses in real life, which is one of the coolest parts. Because nobody says that you can't hang out with people in real life that you had originally met online. Now, of course, this is easier said than done. People online are sometimes different than they are in real life. Sometimes people online try to harm you. So that's why you kind of need to wait a little bit or quite a bit to meet people if you've met them online. In addition to that, it might be hard for you guys to meet each other because the distance is just huge. I've had my fair share of issues with that as well. But it's such a beautiful thing when you actually do find people online, people that share your common interests and people that share common goals, because you can actually make things so much easier for yourself in your life when you surround yourself with those people that you would consider like-minded. In fact, I would argue that the success of this YouTube channel is very heavily dependent on all the people I met throughout this entire year, because I was constantly in calls with people that all understood the industry, and I was motivated by all my friends and others around me that were doing the same type of work and working really hard at achieving a similar goal. So quite honestly, I owe a big chunk of my success to the online friends that I made along the way. And that could be you too, with your online friendships and connections. And by the way, that was not the first time that I had met with people in real life that I originally met online. In fact, my former roommate and I had actually met someone on Fitz's Discord server. Fitz from the Misfits, great content creator, would love to talk to him one day, actual GOAT, but that's besides the point. One day we were on his server, which has a great thriving community even to this day, and we met this one girl on that server, and we decided like a year later that we were all going to go hang out with each other again. And that's a second instance of me meeting up with someone from the internet. But by far the coolest version of this, the coolest time of me meeting people in real life because of my online connections actually occurred recently. About a month ago, I went to this event in New York City, and the only way I found out about this event was actually by being in a Discord server. The Discord server in question was Colin and Samir's Discord server. And if you don't know who Colin and Samir are, they're two great content creators. If you care at all about being a YouTuber or a content creator at all in the creator economy, you should go definitely watch their videos. But in any case, I joined their server, honestly on a whim because I wasn't really that interested in it. But they put up an announcement for an event they were hosting in New York City. And I was like, that would be pretty cool to go meet other content creators finally after all these years and maybe network a little bit and see what other creators I don't know about or cool people. And when I tell you, that event was the coolest thing I ever attended. Like, for me specifically, that was one of the coolest things I had ever done because I was finally surrounded by people who had the same obsession and thing that they wanted to do with their life as me. Right? Everyone in there was some version of a content creator, YouTuber, TikToker, Instagram Reels poster, anything at all was in that room. And I met a few people that even recognized me. I met up with a guy that knew of my content, and I also knew of his content, which is a crazy concept to me. Two people that respect each other in the content creation world kind of just met up by accident at some random free event, by the way. This was a free event. So anyway, I talked to a bunch of people there, took down a bunch of Instagram, social medias, whatever, and I talk to these people now on a weekly or even daily basis. People from that event that I, again, only joined because I was in the right Discord server at an accidental time. And to take that a step further, I actually, this past weekend, got breakfast with a creator that I had met at that same event. And the creator in question is a tech YouTuber that goes by nothing but tech. Great content. You should definitely go check her out. But we got breakfast together, had a great conversation, time flew by, and we might even actually collaborate on a video. Now, I don't know about you, but that is insane to me that I joined a Discord server, decided to go to this random free event, and met up with someone that I am bonding with and having a good time with and potentially collaborating on something that we both love to do. Like, how cool is that? All from a push of a few buttons to there. I think that's literally the definition of the butterfly effect. One small action leads to a crazy and much larger, complex other action. In any case, this has become a little too YouTube specific. All you basically need to know is, if you're careful and you understand how the internet works and how people are a little bit, you don't have to be afraid of online strangers, because those online strangers can become friends, business partners, and everything in between if you just put yourself out there in this digital world we live in. Whether you join a Facebook group about people who like hiking in your area, or you follow an Instagram page that posts about all these garage sales that you want to go to and buy things from, or it's a Discord server or Reddit, anything from all the various social media tools that we have to our disposal, you can do it too. You can have digital relationships that can be added onto or even become some of your most precious real life relationships. But anyway, let's talk about rejection a little bit. So this week I'd been feeling a little, bored. Wanted to have some excitement in my life. So I decided to do something that I don't often do. I went to a bar. But I didn't just go to a bar. I went to a bar that I'd never been to before. And I also went to that bar by myself. Now, I don't think I've ever gone to a bar by myself. At least not willingly. I think I've gone maybe one time to kill time. But it was in the middle of the day. I was kind of just there getting a drink by myself. But this time it was more of a social reason. It was kind of awkward at first because, I was alone. Lone 23-year-old guy, no friends around. Just got myself a drink. Kind of scoping out the area, scoping out what I'm working with in terms of people to talk to and whatnot. And by the way, I went to this bar to make some friends and meet new people. I wasn't specifically trying to get with any girls. I wouldn't have been opposed to it, but that wasn't really the end goal. In any case, the night started progressing a little bit. People were drinking a little bit more. There was a band, pretty decent band, but they were just playing covers. They weren't doing anything original, I don't think. So as the night progressed, people started getting more comfortable and more talkative, and including myself when I had some alcohol in me. And I started talking to women. I started talking to them just to, and genuinely, I would go up to them and say, "Hey, what's your name?" Looking to make friends, no intent other than that. Although that might have been kind of a stupid move, because I don't think women buy that most of the time. I think they kind of see right through it. I'm sure they get that a lot. But in any case, I was trying to be genuine with that intention. And I'm sure some of you in the comments are already saying massive cap, to which I say, you don't have to believe me. I don't really care. But the point I'm trying to make here is that even in the eye of trying to make friends, I got rejected. I got rejected a lot. I talked to, I think, 3 different groups of girls, and most of them were like, "Oh, we have boyfriends." And I was like, okay, that doesn't matter. I'm not here to chat you up and rizz you up, as they say. I'm just here to talk to new people. And now you might be wondering, why didn't you talk to the guys? I don't know. I think it's just sometimes hard for me to talk to guys in that setting. It's somehow more awkward. I don't know how to explain it. And I don't know. I also have very bad resting bitch face. That could have been not helping my case. But it got me thinking, though, because those rejections didn't really feel good. And obviously it never feels good to be rejected. There's no point in your life where you're going to get rejected and it feels good. But what I am here to say is that rejection is important. And it's important because that's how you sort of understand things you're doing wrong. You understand what people are receptive to, I guess is what the word I'm looking for is. We get rejected every day in things. People get rejected from jobs, get rejected in relationships, get rejected in a myriad of different ways. And I think people are so afraid of rejection. But the truth is, after I got rejected multiple times that night, yeah, I felt kind of shitty. But I was still having fun. I was still hanging around, doing my thing, talking to girls. Met some guys that seemed pretty cool. And through all that rejection with girls, I made a friend, a guy. And dude was chill. I tried to help him. I tried being his wingman for a bit, and I think I succeeded. I think he may or may not have secured the bag, as they say. By the way, I'm looking for the end portal. We're slowly but surely going to get to the end. But anyway, as I was saying, made a friend. Dude seemed pretty chill. Maybe I'll go out with him again. Maybe next time I won't solo queue the bar. Maybe I'll duo the bar or whatever. And that's what kind of made that night worth it. I got myself out of my comfort zone, talked to people, got rejected a bunch, and even made a friend. So that kind of just goes to show, like, even through all that rejection, it's important to get rejected because you get used to it. You get used to it and you become less afraid of it. So now I'm going to be less afraid of going to a bar by myself because I did it once. It wasn't that big a deal. It was a bit awkward at first, but I don't really care that much about the awkwardness. Through all that awkwardness and through all that... Oh, wait. Is it behind me? Oh, no, it's this way. Through all of that, something good came out of it. It's also a learning situation because clearly what I was doing wasn't working with a lot of these girls. Now, in fairness, most of them did say they had boyfriends, but most of them probably lied. So it doesn't really, matter in that case. So another big reason why I did this is because I've been talking a lot recently about, just go out, just go meet people and you'll be fine. And I found myself kind of being an imposter because I don't really do that much. Not these days anyway. So I was like, okay, let me put my money where my mouth is. Oh, okay. It has to be close. It has to be like right here. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. So I found that in putting my money where my mouth was, the experience wasn't that bad. There's nothing really to be afraid of. I mean, the awkwardness is like, it can be a little unpleasant. It's not always great putting yourself in situations that you're not used to and uncomfortable in. But that's how you grow, and that's how you move on in life. You become better at things. So in getting rejected now, I know, okay, maybe I need to maybe I need a different approach when I'm looking for friends. Because I think talking to girls with the intention of being their friend, they get kind of suspicious about that. So maybe I don't play the friend card. Maybe I just talk to them as I would when I'm trying to flirt with them, I guess. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's very interesting how that works, how that plays out. And of course, I might have just not been interested anyway. Why is there bedrock here? We're not at bedrock level. We're at bedrock level? Bro. What is happening? I just randomly found diamonds. Anyway, what I learned from this experience is that the more you do it, the more you try, the more you practice getting rejected and whatnot, the easier it gets. Look, I just found another diamond. Like, I'm not even looking for diamonds, and they're just kind of spawning. I had a whole live stream where I was looking for diamonds and nothing would show up, and now they're just popping up. It's always when you're not looking for shit, dude. That's another life lesson. Whenever you're not looking for something, that's when it pops up. It's always how that works. Maybe that's part of the wrong part of my strategy. Maybe because I was looking for friends, I wasn't finding them. Dude, it feels like I'm getting rejected by this damn end portal. God damn. Where is this thing, bro? Is it here? Oh, finally. All right, so here's the end portal. Let's see how many eyes we need. Oh, it has only one, so I literally have to leave and come back. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, see, this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is like a form of rejection, in my opinion. This right here, getting rejected by the end portal. Sometimes you just need to work a little bit more to get to what you need, right? In my case here, I need to work to get 5 more Eyes of Ender. So, when you get rejected, use that rejection to work on yourself. Use it to kind of figure out what you need to do and where you need to go from this point forward. And then when you come back from that rejection, you come back stronger. You come back more educated. You come back knowing more than you did before. And then after that, after a few times, of getting rejected with that girl, with friends, with anything of the sort, you'll eventually come out on top. Just like I'm coming out on top right now. Well, technically. First I have to go kill some more Endermen. But, I don't know. Just don't fear rejection, guys. Don't be afraid to go out and get rejected, because it's part of life. And trust me, when you do actually get through those moments of rejection, you'll be fine. Everything is fine. Feels shitty in the moment, but you'll feel much better having tried and then getting rejected rather than not having tried and never knowing if you would be rejected. So ask the girl out. Walk up to someone and see if they want to be your friend, because you never know. You never know what might happen. And by doing that simple task, you might find a raise, you might find a new group of friends, you might even find your soulmate. But anyway, let's move on to something else. So the other day, I was coming home from a friend's house. I'd slept over there, and this friend lives about an hour and a half to 2 hours away from where I live. So, of course, I get in my car, get ready for my trip, put in my GPS coordinates, and then I notice that on my phone, I have 8% battery left. And I was like, okay, no problem. So I try to plug my phone in and not think about it. And then I noticed my phone started making this weird noise, and all of a sudden I read, "There's been moisture detected in the charging port. Please unplug your phone." I'm like, well, that's not good. Good thing this feature exists on my phone so that I don't burn it out. So I, try and clear out the charging port, blow into the charging port, try and, stick the little thingy for the SIM card in there and just clear everything out. Wait a couple of minutes, and then I try again to plug the phone in, and it still doesn't seem to work. And I'm like, well, this is a problem, because I was already on the highway when this had happened, and I'd already put in my navigation, fully expecting that this would have been resolved a few minutes later. But it wasn't resolved a few minutes later. And then I sat to myself and thought, this is a bit of a predicament. I'm going to get lost if I don't have this GPS on right now. So what I did what any normal person would do, and tried my best to memorize the route from my friend's house all the way to my house. And luckily, my friend actually lives next to where I went to school, like university. And I'd actually made that drive back and forth many times to the point where I had actually memorized it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to use it just to get on the highway. And then as long as I'm on the highway, honestly, it's pretty simple from there. I just have to follow the road for quite a few miles. So I kept on driving. My phone was slowly running out of battery. I was just still going. And I was genuinely contemplating a lot of things in that moment, because I realized how dependent I was on my phone for things. And then I went even further and thought about the fact of, damn, look how dependent I really am on technology. Look how dependent the world is on technology. We use our phones to call people. We use our phones as GPSs. We use our phones to keep notes. We use our phones to scroll through social media. We use our phones for banking. We use our phones for literally everything right now. These tiny devices that live in our pockets that can shatter at any moment if they're dropped on the floor are where most of our important things happen. Okay, 20 to 30 years ago, this wasn't an issue. 20 to 30 years ago, you used maps if you wanted to navigate to places. 20 to 30 years ago, you wanted to listen to music, you used the Walkman, or you used a cassette player, or whatever the hell. 20 to 30 years ago, you called someone on a landline, or you called someone on a payphone. There were different items for different tasks. And while mobile phones, smartphones have made all of this convenient, I can't help but wonder, what happens if one day they all just stop working? And you might think this is a bit of an irrational thought, but it isn't really that irrational, because recently we also had the CrowdStrike issue, where every Windows computer that was in any corporate office anywhere in the world was giving out blue screens of death, meaning the computer would just not turn on, would crash, and people couldn't do their work. People couldn't do anything, because worldwide, this was a problem. It was a digital pandemic that happened instantly, just from one update that they made to this software that is used, I think, for protecting the computers, funny enough. So I'm thinking about all of this as I'm driving on my way home, and I wake up out of this little La La Land fantasy world of the world ending because our digital devices aren't working, and I try to plug my phone back in. And surely enough, it actually worked. I was able to plug my phone back in at about 2% battery power. But I decided to not use the navigation. I decided to not use my GPS, and I decided to just straight up drive and see. Can I get myself home without using my GPS? Especially since I have gone down this route multiple times. And I actually did. I was able to find all the exits, read the signs, follow signs for where I live. And honestly, it's not that difficult to figure out where you need to go. Especially when it comes to location. If you have a general idea in what direction you're going, like north, south, east, west, and you know generally what city or overall location you're looking for, the sun in the sky and the signs that you're reading will tell you where you need to go. Bonus points if you have some sort of a map, some sort of local map that shows you all the routes that go, all the interstates and whatnot. Especially if you're in the United States, things like this are a lot easier. Now, this isn't always valid in every place in every country. Some countries have barely any road signage. Some areas are just very, very desolate and remote. Most people from out of town don't actually know the streets and roads, so they use landmarks. That's what I used to have to do in my small town. I used to remember landmarks because there was no street signs. You just went to so-and-so's house that was next to the big rock on the corner. But that's where I think, once more, the GPS thing comes into play. There are places like that don't necessarily have the best GPS coordinates or locations or accurate data because they're kind of desolate and don't work too well. But I digress. I memorized the exits, used the signs to get back home, and just like that, I was able to drive without a GPS. After that experience, I think I'm going to try being more aware of how much I use technology and how much I depend on it. Because if I really think about it, my job right now being YouTube is on the internet, is on YouTube, dependent fully on the fact that I have to upload videos that require internet, that require devices that are digital. So that is already a lot of digital dependence, okay? So I want to try something new. I want to try using less of my technology. If I can do something that doesn't require my phone, I want to try and do it. If I can go somewhere without using a GPS, I want to try and do it. If I can avoid asking, Google, Siri, Alexa, any of those home assistants, I will try and do that. And I urge you to do the same thing. I urge you to sit down one day and actually sit and think, how much technology are you using, and how much do you need to be using, how much is just a convenience, and why? Think about it and see what you come up with. Because I think that all of us almost overuse technology. And I think most of us overuse it and overdo it, especially in the entertainment department. Matter of fact, you're watching a YouTube video right now. That is entertainment, that is dependent on technology. 21st century technology, that is. So maybe instead of watching this video, or instead of doom scrolling for the next 3 hours, you sit and read a book. Something that doesn't require you to be on a digital device that eats energy. And by the way, not saying that reading a book isn't, again, using technology. The book you're reading was obviously created by a printer, printing press, whatnot, technology that has existed for many, many years. But it's its own entity. If my internet goes down, I still have access to this book. Whereas if the internet goes down, no matter how many computers I look through, I don't have access to an online Kindle book. Maybe instead of playing, Counter-Strike or any other online game, you go out for a walk. You go out and play a sport. Because once again, without the internet, without a digital device, you once again can't play an online video game. I guess you could go to the single-player route, but again, you still need a device for that. Maybe instead of listening to music on Spotify, you turn on the radio. Because Spotify needs internet, radio just needs sound waves and a analog device. I mean, most radios aren't necessarily analog anymore, but they can be. And they don't have to be connected to the internet. And another thing about this whole dependence on the digital stuff is how digital cars have become, how much like computers they've become. An example of this is I drive an old car. It's a very analog car. It's, over 10 years old. So most of the digital doohickeys that exist in new cars aren't in it right now. And I like it that way because the only digital thing on that car realistically is the clock. There's a digital clock on the speedometer. And there's certain aspects of the dashboard that have like digital stuff, but it's mostly analog. It's so analog that I had to get one of those little Bluetooth connector thingies so that I can, connect my phone. Now, would I have liked to my phone to be able to just connect via Bluetooth? Sure. But if my electronics in that car go down, like the stereo and all that, the car will still work. There's no major issue. But in cars that are newer, I find that the dashboard is in most cases just a tablet now. There's no buttons really. So if that thing stops working, if you break that screen, sometimes you can't control your heat, you can't control the radio, you can't control any of the above. If you go down the Tesla route, Teslas are the worst. Because if that screen fucks up, you got to take that thing straight to the dealership. Teslas are like notoriously bad when it comes to how electronic and dependent on the digital stuff they are. I think it's weird that cars need updates. You know what I mean? As much as I'm into tech, I'm very tech savvy. I like new and improved technology. I always kind of get a little like irked by how much we depend on it. And I'm sure that everyone before me has gotten irked on how much we depend on stuff. Like I'm sure 100, 200 years ago, people were, a little concerned about how dependent we were on steam engines. And then after that, how dependent we were on horses. And then after that, how dependent we became to cars. Anything that's new is always a bit scary. But I think we're in a weird position where the current new is so intertwined with everything else in our lives that there's no escaping it. I feel like eventually we're going to be screwed if some very crazy smart hacker figures out how to just disable the whole world because it's all so connected. Anyway, I don't really know where I'm going with this. I was just kind of really thinking about how technology is affecting us on the day-to-day basis, especially because of that little phone fiasco I had the other day. So, once again, be mindful about what you're using your technology for. Be mindful how much you're using it. And try your best to not fully depend on it because sometimes the worst case scenario does happen. And when that happens, you don't want to be caught with your pants down. Anyway, got one last topic for today, so let's get into it. Whether it's your childhood ending at 18 years old, a vacation ending when you get back home, or a marriage ending when a partner dies, all good things come to an end. I say this now because this Minecraft world is going to reach its end. Or rather, I'm going to reach its end by killing the Ender Dragon today. I've gotten all the things I need, gotten all the extra Eyes of Ender that I didn't have last time. And of course, it's raining because what else would it be doing in this type of video? Recently, I've been thinking a lot about this concept. The concept of things ending and other new things beginning, and overall, transitional periods. I've had quite a few transitional periods in my life. When I was 15, I moved from Greece to the United States. That was a major transitional period for many, many reasons. When I graduated high school, I went to college. Another huge transitional period. And then finally from college to, whatever I'm doing now, I guess. Work life or just adulthood. Because college doesn't necessarily feel like full adulthood. It's like you take one of the two training wheels off, but you're still using the one just in case. And then adulthood is just take both of them off, raw dogging it, I guess. And college being my most recent transitional period, or I guess good thing coming to an end, it has me thinking because there's no clear direction from this point on. There's nothing that's going to start and end necessarily for me in my life that I'm going to be able to predict. Because I always knew when I was a kid, right? You do 12 years of schooling, then you go to college, and that was basically the goal. Getting to that college milestone, and then after college, you're kind of just, I guess, existing. And of course, throughout college, the whole goal is realistically to graduate and get a job with the help of that degree. But no one really warns you for the fact that there's no clear path. There's no just straight line. And now it's just all turns and curves and different paths that you can go down. It's like those video games that give you 10 different options, and the only difference here is that you can't quick save and figure out which one you prefer the best and go back and try again. Whatever you choose is what you chose. That's basically it. And this is becoming even more prevalent when it comes to this YouTube channel. Right? This YouTube channel for me started as a passion project, as a way to speak my thoughts and feelings without really trying too hard, because I was working full time at the time. I was doing editing full time. And a few months ago, I quit that editing gig to pursue this. But I realized that I can't just do this. It doesn't fulfill me, right? This channel, while being a great way for me to express myself, is not the only thing I want to do. I want to do more than just yap. I want to make some content that is more funny or edited or scripted, just more creative. Sort of like that 2-week Minecraft phase video I made a few months ago, or a month ago. I don't even know at this point. I want to make more like that, but I don't think it fits on this channel. So what I think I'm going to do is make a new channel. Or possibly even go back to the one that I mentioned many times before, that I've kind of just left to die at this point. Either way, one of the two is going to happen sooner or later. And I'm not sure in what capacity. I'm not sure exactly how. But I also think I might want to do more on this one. It's all very just kind of up in the air right now, because I feel the need for a transition and I can't really explain it. And with that transition, there might come less of these videos. Less of these yapping videos, less of the life advice streams, less of a lot of what I'm doing right now. And that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to end the yapping series, but it might come in a different way. It might come through different means. I think the symbolism of going to hunt for the dragon, or killing the ender dragon rather, is kind of that. My world, my Minecraft world, is going to go through a transitional phase. Hell, the world itself might even end. Maybe I'll start playing more in the Nico SMP. Either way, expect some change. Expect change from me, and honestly expect change in your life. Because change is good. If things lasted forever, people wouldn't enjoy them or appreciate them as much. Think if you celebrated Christmas every day of the year. Would you care? Not really, because you get to celebrate it 365 times in a year. Which, over the course of your life, if you live 80 years, is, let me bust out the calculator, is 29,200 days. But that's the thing, you don't get to celebrate Christmas every day of the year. You celebrate it for one day a year. Okay, across 80 years, that's 80 times. That's a lot less than 29,200 times. And that's what makes us cherish things. The whole concept of nothing lasts forever is the reason I think that most humans even do anything in their lives. Right? If we lived forever, I don't think anyone would ever do anything. If I knew that I had infinite amount of time on this earth, I think I would probably be less industrious, less productive. I would probably just sit in my bed for a millennia just for the sake of I don't feel like doing anything. I don't have to do anything. The only thing that really keeps us going in that case is the survival instinct, which sure I would get up to eat and maybe go to the bathroom. But other than that, I would probably just sit there and do nothing. Doom scroll on TikTok for as much as I could until there was nothing on TikTok, because people like myself wouldn't make TikToks. They would probably just do the same. Which is why I believe that's what makes life so much more interesting. The fact that at any moment it could all end. Anything that you're doing, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be life itself. It could be the fact that you might lose your job tomorrow. And you might love your job. So that's why you keep trying your hardest to do good at that job so you don't lose it tomorrow. You might lose a loved one tomorrow and wish you spent more time with them. Maybe spend more of those countless hours you spent doing other things with said loved one instead. Now, on the other side of that curse of good things coming to an end, bad things also come to an end. Those hard and trying times in your life will eventually not be so hard and trying. Things will change. If you broke your wrist, you might have to be in a cast for 8 weeks. But those 8 weeks shall pass. You have one more year of college that you just can't wait to finish. That too shall pass. That year will fly by. Stuck with roommates you hate? At some point, you're gonna move out. That too shall pass. And when that time comes for the passing and transitioning into whatever the hell the next thing is, make sure that you're conscious of what once was. Make sure that you're aware of, okay, this was fun or this sucked. Let's go to the next thing with a open mind. An open mind of change, an open mind of whatever good and bad might come to you. Anyway, speaking of transitions, here's a not so smooth transition out of this yapping session into more of a let's play. No! No, dude, I just got up here, you bastard! I'm just gonna break it. Hopefully I don't die. There we go. Oh my god. That was annoying. Let's go see. Are all your little towers down? I think they might be, little buddy. No, you want to say hello. Yeah, come closer, you little bastard. It's time for you to die. It's been a year, man. It's been a year that I've let you survive in this world. I've given you time, but it's time for you to be no more. It's time for me to end this world. It's time for me to end you. Another time in my life that was pretty significant of an end was, actually it was elementary school. I think elementary school was that first time that anything had ever significantly ended in my life. Because the friends I had there was only 16 kids, right? There was only 16 kids in my elementary school class. And all that was happening is that we were going down the road to middle school. But for some reason it felt like, I don't know, it felt very significant. There was no graduation or anything. There was no actual ceremony, I think. I mean, there was probably some level of ceremony. I don't remember exactly. I remember that there was this little canvas that that was made with our teacher. There was like some picture that we took, all 16 of us. And there was like this pact that we would all meet up again in like the town square playground in 2023, which happened last year. We never actually met up. That didn't actually happen. None of us, I don't think any of us even realized that that was still a thing, but I did remember it. But I wasn't sure I even really wanted to partake. Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange when you pass dates of certain things. Like, even if you think of it in terms of video games. Like, I remember, wasn't it like Call of Duty Black Ops 3 that takes place in 2025 or something? Or Black Ops 2? And then the Modern Warfare series took place in like 2015, 16 or something, like the original one. And we passed every single one of those. These pseudo futures that we so created in our video games, and it feels very close. It feels very close in time, even though it could be a year, 2 years, a decade. And for the first time, I'm starting to see a lot of those. Starting to see a lot of those good times that came to an end, those good things that came to an end. And sometimes I kind of miss them, but not really. Because when we think about those good times, you only remember the good times. You don't remember the bad times that came with them. Elementary school was fine, but I didn't have the best time in elementary school. I had a decent time. I was still bullied a bit, and then pretty much a lot at that point. But I don't think about those times. I don't think about the times I got bullied. I think about the times of like, damn, like I had some decent times as a kid. I played with my toys, had a friend, a best friend, or whatever, and we spent time together. Played some video games, Minecraft. In fact, I was introduced to Minecraft in elementary school. I think I started playing in 2011 or 2012. It's pretty early on, but whenever 1.5.2 came out, I gotta say the newer Ender Dragon is way more interesting to kill. Like, as far as like we get stuck on this whole nostalgic thing of old Minecraft, this is basically what the whole channel is based on. I kind of like the new versions of Minecraft. Maybe I'll start playing more in those new versions. Maybe the Nico SMP will be the place I start doing more of that. But I think it's about time that we say goodbye to this dragon right here. And maybe to this world soon enough. Who knows? But yeah. And that was killing the Ender Dragon, guys. Wow. It feels weird.
It feels weird having done this at this point. Wait, can I... How do we... I don't remember how do you get these. Don't I have to, like, put a torch or something? Yeah, don't I have to put something under it? No, there's a way to get this thing. Yeah, there we go. Dragon egg. The torch. Cool. Anyway. I guess, just want to say thank you all so much for watching. For the past year, for the past however long, and however long this is going to keep going. Thank you for sticking with me, and thank you for listening to my yaps. Like I said, these videos aren't going anywhere, but I feel like this is a good season 1 of the Nico Yap series as I fight this Enderman to the death. So as always, good night and good luck, everybody.